This one I haven't heard yet.
No damage to the shipment. No damage to the shipment. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Be sure to check out our Cat Ear Week event. Yeah.
I don't have cat ears.
Don't look at me like that. It was the manager's idea. Say anything about it and I might cry. Yeah.
Such dedication. Yeah.
Cuteness overload. Such dedication, yeah.
Hello, I'm Hannah Fry.
I'm Michael Stevens.
And this is The Rest is Science. We're talking smell today, Michael.
Smell? Yeah. Okay, well, let me ask you this, Hannah. What do you smell right now?
Okay, sometimes it just disconnects. Annoying. Pillar of garbage on the scene of a bit of obsolescence. I wonder what they have to say.
A. Alphabet. The Odyssey and the Iliad are among the earliest known works written in the Greek alphabet, which developed sometime around the 8th century BCE from contact with the Phoenician abjad, but it has been suggested, first in the 1950s by Theodore Wade Gary, more recently by Barry Powell, that this is no coincidence. The alphabet may have been directly created to take down Homer's epics, its system of vowels tuned finely for the poem's complex meters. Subsequently, though, the publication of archaeological finds from the start of the 8th century BCE boasting basic written Greek, that is, before even the earliest of proposed dates for the epic's recording accepted by mainstream scholarship, has rendered this theory obsolete. B. Bicameralism. Throughout the Odyssey, Odysseus and Telemachus are led and commanded by Athena. Throughout the Iliad, heroes' emotional responses are figured as directed by the gods. The first real divine interjection is Athena appearing to restrain Achilles from striking his general Agamemnon. Furthermore, in introducing these stories, the poet styles their recital as the words of the muse. Sing to me of the man, muse, the man of twists and turns, as Robert Bagels opens his Odyssey. The lives, and particularly the mental lives, of Homer's humans then are closely tied to the divine, and in the 1970s, this aspect of Homer's poems was pressed into the service of a radical new theory of psychology. In his book, The Origin of Consciousness in the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, American writer Julian Jaynes proposed that the split between the brain's left and right hemispheres was, until around 3,000 years ago, far more pronounced, that early humanity lacked the cognitive ability to mediate between the brain's two chambers and accordingly lacked consciousness as we understand it, perceiving emotions, thoughts, instructions from one side as the voice of a god. The characters of the Iliad, Jaynes claims, do not sit down and think out what they do. They have no conscious minds such as we say we have, and certainly no introspections. The gods take the place of consciousness. As such, this reading suggests we ought to view the poem not as some nostalgic reconstruction of its culture's half-remembered glory days where men and women were simpler, stronger, nearer to the gods, but as straightforwardly documenting a lived reality of split minds and hallucinated deities. It is similar in the Odyssey, his book goes on to claim, but in the latter poem, there are signs of the bicameral mind's breakdown, and therefore the first stirrings of human, or at least European, consciousness. Jane's ideas have failed to find much traction in the scientific world, but we won't evaluate the thesis itself here. Regrettably, the development of human consciousness is outside the scope of this video. We can observe, though, that Jane's load-bearing Homeric readings all kind of suck. Again, Jane's core contention about the Iliad is that it does not depict individuals with conscious, introspecting minds, but it's a position he's only able to maintain by pointing out all the times the poem does depict these things and claiming they're all later insertions. C.O. And his attempt to explain away the Odyssey's numerous counterexamples by placing it as a cutting-edge example of the next stage of Greek consciousness can only work with his rather unorthodox dating of the poem as at least a century or more after the Iliad. Mainstream opinion places the Odyssey perhaps a generation after its predecessor. Yes, when it comes to the Odyssey's focus on things like interiority and uncertainty and trickery, the contrast with the Iliad is astonishing, as James rightfully observes, but this can't simply be because it's a story about different things. No, it's because the ancient Greeks all did a 2001 with their brains in the gap between one poem and the next. Jane's attempt to ground his theory in Homer also disregards most other sorts of god-human interactions beside God directs human to do X thing, of which there are many. Throughout the Odyssey, Athena regularly transforms Odysseus' appearance. In the Iliad, gods airlift their favorite heroes out of battle. Thinking about Book 13 of the Odyssey, it would surely be hard to interpret Zeus and Poseidon's punishment of the Phaeacians, slamming a mountain down on top of their prize boat and sealing their harbour, CZ, as a primitive culture's attempt to express brain no worky. Jane's examples do prove to highlight the fact that the Homeric poems represent mental processes in ways that differ from the way we tend to now, something never really in question, but to assume that representation was necessarily an authentic, automatic transmission of the way its tellers understood the world does a tremendous disservice to those tellers and their work. Think about it this way: if all that remained of our current civilization were a DVD of 2007's Ratatouille, the anthropologists of the future would hardly be justified in concluding 21st century man believed rodent spirits controlled human agency. Don't ask why I'm wearing a hat in this video though. All is to say, bicameral consciousness as a psychological project may not be entirely obsolete, psychologists let us know in the comments, but as a reading of a text like the Odyssey, it rightfully is. I'm wearing a hat, by the way, because my hair's too long. Looks kind of bad. I'm going to put it back on. C. Chapman's Homer. George Chapman was a poet and playwright of the English Renaissance, well known today for completing the first English translation of the Odyssey and the Iliad in the early 17th century.
Today, the impact this translation had on the Homeric tradition, and indeed English poetry itself, is readily visible. It even influenced Shakespeare.
Chapman's Homer casts a long shadow. Or at least it used to. In classicist Jan Parker's opinion, the qualities most important to Chapman's translation are excitement and vitality. And while these are undoubtedly still present, they kind of get harder to access with each passing year. Compare a couplet in Chapman I selected at random with Robert Fagel's more modern rendering. But he himself solemnized a retreat to the Ethiops far dissundered in their seat. But now Poseidon had gone to visit the Ethiopians worlds away, Ethiopians off at the farthest limits of mankind. Everyone has their own preferred translations, of course, and even less popular versions are never truly dead, never truly obsolete. No piece of art, no idea ever really is, but it's hard not to see why the sway Chapman's verse once held over the way we understood and imagined the Odyssey has diminished over the centuries. As with any form of adaptation, translation is a fixing of the work in a new medium, here the English language, but also in a specific time. 200 years afterwards, Samuel Taylor Coleridge observed that Chapman gave us Homer as he might have written had he lived in England in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Modern translator Emily Wilson expands on the thought. Chapman's Odyssey presents the hero as a true soldier and gentleman, a proto-Christian and proto-Stoic whose greatest virtue is his ability to endure suffering and control his impulses. Truly neutral translations are impossible, of course, but most readers today prefer to read an Odyssey mediated through their culture rather than that of Renaissance England. Even those interested in more archaic translations tend to look first to Chapman's eventual successor, Alexander Pope, CP. These days then, Chapman's Homer is admired more than it is read, and those who do read it tend to be more interested in late Tudor poetics than in suitors, sirens, and wine-dark seas. But it hasn't disappeared. It's just gradually receded. And even now, silted up by the long centuries, it still has the power to move, to strike the careful reader silent as Cortez upon his peak in Darien. D. Denmark. Famously, the Odyssey is a poem about a journey around the Mediterranean that corresponds very poorly to the region's actual geography. A couple of examples among a great many: Homer's Ithaca is the westernmost island in its archipelago, ours lies immediately east of Kefalonia. The island of Pharos, in reality 1 mile offshore, requires a full day's sail from Egypt in the Odyssey. Again, this section could be quite long. The poem's oniric topography was a problem that vexed even ancient commentators. In the words of famed Alexandrian geographer Eratosthenes, you will find the scene of the wanderings of Odysseus when you find the cobbler who sewed up the bag of winds. To amateur historian Felice Vince, though, the problem at the heart of thousands of years' worth of geographical headaches was obvious. They were all looking in the wrong sea. In 2006, Vince published his book, The Baltic Origins of Homer's Epic Tales, a sustained argument for transposing the Odyssey setting north over 1,000 miles. Troy, the start of Odysseus' Odyssey, is placed in Finland, along with Olympus. Since Plutarch, writing nearly a millennium after the Odyssey came together, claimed Calypso's island of Ogygia lay 5 days west of Britain, Vince identifies it with the Faroe Islands, which are north of Britain, and Ithaca, Odysseus' home, becomes the island of Lu in Denmark, because Danann, one of Homer's terms for his Greeks, sounds like Dane. For all the obvious reasons, Vince's hypothesis currently enjoys little support, but for the avoidance of doubt, here are the best 2 cases against Vince's idea, and for that matter, the family of similar theories that have attempted to plot Odysseus' voyage in other far-flung locales. First, Homer was a poet, not a geographer. True, some of Homer's geography is startlingly precise, as with the layout of the Iliad's Troad, but as should be obvious, spatial exactitude across a few square miles of Anatolian land is a significantly lower bar than accurate depiction of an entire sea.
Even if a Homer, CH, had travelled the length and breadth of the Mediterranean in an era when no Greek had, the expected margin of error grows 1,000-fold. In other words, even leaving aside inconvenient facts like shifting coastlines and rising seas, the fact that an explanation like Vince's supposedly fits exactly is its own counter-argument.
It'd be sort of like seeing a mole of yours in an ink blot card and working out from this that the Rorschach test had secretly been invented by your dermatologist, presumably alongside a time machine. Second, Homer was a poet, not a geographer. That is, there are all sorts of writerly explanations for Odysseus' sea differing from Homer's own. For instance, Bernard Knox points out that many of the poem's maritime escapades are clearly riffing on the already well-known story of Jason and the Argonauts.
What Homer has done is to transfer episodes from a mythical epic journey in eastern waters to western seas, Knox writes.
No wonder the geography gets a little wobbly.
E. Epithets. Throughout the Odyssey, and indeed the Iliad, characters, places, and things are very often described in repetitious ways. Odysseus is godlike, much enduring, again and again. Ithaca is always rocky, sea-girt, not merely on their introduction, but the 10th, the 100th time, too. Anyone looking into the Homeric poems will quickly notice the omnipresence of these epithets, but for a long time, their presence perplexed readers. In 1872, though, German scholar Heinrich Dunzer made a discovery. The many ways Homer describes a given object tend to vary in meter. The purpose of a Homeric epithet, then, is primarily structural. If Odysseus is to be mentioned near the end of a line of the poem's dactylic hexameter, the ancient Greek phrase Robert Fagles translates as much enduring, brilliant Odysseus allows the line to conclude in a technically correct way. These insights were advanced by a line of scholars in Dunzer's wake, none more so than the renowned Milman Parry, C.I., whose studies demonstrated that this diverse library of epithets was the fruit of a sophisticated oral culture. Generations of improvising poets had naturally built up a vast reserve of stock words and phrases to be recombined in familiar ways according to the demands of the context. Disagreement continued and continues over whether there is any one Homer to speak of and to what degree the texts we have were improvised, ch. But by following the trail of the epithets, Parry proved that at an absolute minimum, any Homer drew heavily on generations of poetic forebears. But the trail may have been taken too far. Convinced yet more of the poetry's features were formulaic, Parry and his followers began pursuing spurious arguments. Perhaps syntactically similar lines with only one repeated word should be lumped in with exact repetitions and stock epithets, some thought. Perhaps even syntactically similar lines with no repeated words should be viewed in this way. At its height, this line of thinking reached a sort of metrical determinism. By one such method of counting, up to 90% of Homer's verse was made up of inherited formulas. But in the words of Bernard Knox, the argument for full formularity has feet of clay. As Knox explains, a poet composing in a strict, demanding meter is bound to repeat syntactical combinations in identical positions, and the stricter the meter, the higher the incidence of such repeated patterns. Moreover, Sheila Moynihan notes that many Homeric lines that at first appear to be formulaic diverge from their formulas in unexpected ways. There is a deft balance between repetition and subversion observable throughout. We should think of Homer as indebted to his traditional epithets and related formulas then, but we should never think of him as beholden to them.
F. Fantasy. Since the composition of the Homeric poems, readerly consensus on how far, if at all, they can be described as historical has varied. Generally speaking, the ancients had a sense that fact mixed with fiction in Homer's verse, but by the time the poems trickled through into the language and thought of post-Renaissance Europe, those ancients were seen as overly credulous fools, and the poems as pure fantasy. Writing in the 17th century and expressing the general sentiment of the time, Blaise Pascal proclaims, "Nobody thought that Troy and Agamemnon existed any more than the Golden Apple did." Pascal was really into Minecraft.
But a few decades later, at the beginning of the 18th century, the ruins of Mycenae were found. Then, during the 19th century, so was Troy. CS. As our historical picture of the Bronze Age has developed, it has emerged that various Eastern Mediterranean cities and civilizations, including the Mycenaean Greeks, including Troy, suffered a precipitous decline.
We call this the Bronze Age collapse, and its timing lines up startlingly well with the date ancient scholars like Eratosthenes gave for the mythical fall of Troy. More recent archaeology has uncovered fascinating indications that the Mycenaean Greeks did engage the Hittites, that is, the historical overlords of Bronze Age Troy, in military conflicts in the preceding years. We've also learned that a number of the migrants/pirates that ran rampant in the eastern Mediterranean during the Bronze Age collapse, the so-called Sea Peoples, were displaced Mycenaean Greeks, driven to foreign shores by a variety of factors, possibly including climate change, natural disasters, and civil unrest. The parallel between this fact and the Odyssey's depiction of the wayward Greek veterans, Odysseus, Menelaus, Agamemnon, sometimes returning home laden with booty, sometimes ending up in other countries altogether, sometimes meeting a grisly end back at home, speaks for itself. And fast-forwarding to the social changes happening in Homer's time, many have read scenes like Odysseus's very colonial appraisal of the Cyclopes island as a straightforward reflection of the boom in overseas Greek expansion the 8th century BCE was seeing. We mustn't go too far, in the way that those complaining about anachronism in illustrations or adaptations of Homer do. No, it wouldn't be more historically correct to draw inspiration from Bronze Age Greek armor, because the Odyssey never happened. It's the equivalent of criticizing Game of Thrones because the real Wars of the Roses didn't involve dragons. There may have been Trojan-Mycenaean conflicts during the Bronze Age, but these were not Homer's Trojan War. There may have been Mycenaean Greeks displaced during the Bronze Age collapse, but their journeys were not those of Homer's wayward heroes. But equally, we would be wrong to treat the Odyssey as pure fantasy. Real places intermingle with those imagined.
Everything's intact, especially the sealed packaging for the launch exclusives. Nice work. But the more they hide it, the more curious you get, right? Totally fun stuff. You won't regret it.
Wait, was I a sales target this whole time?
Okay, let's do the side quest a bit. Seems really interesting.
you for your patronage. Let me... Time for the professionals to take over. Let's settle.
I will see through the net. Let's finish this.
Your express delivery. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. Intel confirmed. Signed for delivery.
I will see through the net. Fate, splinter, and fracture.
Time for the professionals to take over. Trap plays. Then here's your delivery. you for your patronage. I can see you all. I will see. Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. You need to be faster than that.
Let me take over. Let's finish this.
Pretty lively here. I'll deliver this one myself. You'll need to try harder next time.
I will see through.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. No big deal. Time for the sign for delivery. Exclusive delivery. Please sign here. An opportunity served. Pretty lively here. You need to be faster than that.
Let me take over. Fate, splinter, and fracture.
Shit, I can see you all. I'm not a good person to kill time with.
Okay, so for each type 3 module, but those 3 vertical lines isn't necessarily the thing that she wants. You can go for any type 3. Crit rate, damage, break intensity, attack. Let's remove 1, 2, 3. Really? Mm. Here, 1 and 2. Break intensity. Not sure about this. This looks appropriate, okay. Trap intensity. Damage attack. Okay, I think that this is the best one here. Maybe. Maybe one of those is better. Doesn't stack. Now all of them is level 20, right? That's nice. Okay, let's see. I think that cycle intensity is the most important thing, actually. Okay, this. Here's a nice one. Break damage. I need to hold 1 million phones at all times. Alright, I got it. There are phones on the way. Big one's nice. Version. That's not a problem. Some pixels. Butler.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, what's up? How's it going? And if you're coming back, what's up? How's it going? It's good to see you again. See what happens when you subscribe. You get an extra greeting at the beginning of every single video. Alright, I did it. Now you guys can shut the hell up. I have a question. What would you do if you were watching Donald Trump on Fox News in 2011 and then you heard the voice of God in your ear say, he's gonna be president one day? Would you A, seek medical attention, B,
I'm not a good person to kill time with.
Look around the room to see
Got
if it was
something
your
to
drunk
say?
uncle saying a bunch of nonsense again. C, write an insane book about it, which ultimately gets adapted into one of the worst movies of all time. Or D, do the stanky leg. Correct! Any sane person would do the stanky leg. But unfortunately for us, that whole God whispering to somebody about Donald Trump actually happened. And that guy wrote an insane book about it, which was ultimately adapted into one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. And not to be like, stay until the end of the video, but like, you should probably stay to the end of the video because the final 20 minutes of this movie, I've never seen anything like it, and it's truly insane. Now, I've watched a lot of quote-unquote bad movies in my decade on YouTube, and it's no surprise that a large portion of those bad movies just so happen to be Christian movies, because I have yet to watch one Christian movie that is even remotely normal. I swear to God, every Christian movie I watch is even more ridiculous than the last. Whether it's a Christian anti-masker movie, a movie sponsored by Christian Mingle, or a Christian ripoff of Saw, Christian movies are always terrible because there's nothing sincere about them. They don't want to tell an interesting story or do anything creative with their cinematography. At the end of the day, Christian movies feel like they're just trying to like convert you or confirm an already held set of beliefs. The only Christian movie I like is The Dark Knight.
Oh, good for you!
Christian Bale. Wish I could have Christian bailed on this Christian movie. But I will give my obligatory disclaimer right now. If you're a Christian, fuck yeah, dude. That's so sick. I always get comments on videos like these that are like, why do you always have to make fun of Christianity, Kurt? You just lost a subscriber. Which I've personally never understood because I thought Christians were supposed to be accepting of everybody. If you're a Christian, you cannot unsubscribe from anybody. But also, it's not like I wake up every day like, oh man, I can't wait to make fun of another Christian movie. I'd love to stop making videos like this. But here's the thing. You guys keep making terrible fucking Christian movies.
You guys are forcing my hand.
But today we're going to be talking about a little movie called The Trump Prophecy. Released in 2018, this movie is based on a true story. And the reason I was so fascinated by this movie is because usually with Christian movies, you'll get a bunch of negative reviews on them from people who are not Christian. But Christian people will still leave reviews like 5 stars, love this shit, this was awesome. But the Trump Prophecy was like the one exception that I've seen. Like even super Christian Trump supporters were like, yeah, this shit was fucking cheeks, bro. Like this review. I voted for Trump. With that said, this was the worst movie I have ever seen. Poorly produced, and up until the halfway point, the script could have been
something to
written
say?
on a post-it note. Lots of dead space and very little substantive dialogue. So, quick backstory on this movie. It's based off a book titled The Trump Prophecies, The Astonishing True Story of the Man Who Saw Tomorrow. And what he says is coming next. Just really rolls off the tongue. In 2011, this guy, Mark Taylor, heard the voice of God tell him that Donald Trump was going to be president.
And all of a sudden, I just heard the voice of the Lord say, you're hearing the voice of a president.
Yeah, that's what God spends his time doing, I guess. Just whispering to firemen about future political leaders. Nice. And it makes perfect sense for God to choose Donald Trump as the next president. Trump himself said the Bible was his favorite book.
To the Bible, you've been talking about how it's your favorite book. What one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are and why?
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal.
Even to cite a verse that
No,
you like.
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal.
Okay, well maybe he didn't read the Bible, but at least Trump appreciates and loves all of his Christian supporters, right? No? Okay, he makes fun of them in private? Alright, never mind. At the very least. We know he would never do something as blasphemous as makes fun of them in private. Alright, never mind. At the very least. We know he would never do something as blasphemous as post an AI-generated picture of himself portrayed as the Pope and Jesus. Right? The Trump Prophecy book was shockingly, really successful. So a movie adaptation was created by a company called RealWorks Studios, even though if you go to their website today, there is no mention of this whatsoever. And the Trump Prophecy movie was also funded by Liberty University, a conservative evangelical private university in Virginia. And I've never heard of Liberty University, so I looked them up and, oh my god. In July 2021, Liberty University was sued by 12 women who claimed the university created an environment that increased the likelihood of sexual assault. Also in 2021, the university's diversity retention officer, a black gay man, filed a discrimination lawsuit against the school. In 2024, Liberty University was sued by a transgender employee for $300,000 when she was fired for speaking to HR about her gender identity. Also in 2024, Liberty University was fined $14 million for Clery Act violations. Our school is an awesome school. But yeah, it's interesting that instead of using their funds to improve the school and make it a safer place for women and other marginalized groups. They instead decided to spend $2 million on a shitty movie about how awesome Trump is. Honestly, pretty indicative of the current administration when you think about it. Hey, we can't afford like anything right now. Can you help us?
Absolutely. I am prepared to give $4 billion.
Oh my god, thank you so much. That will really help.
To Israel.
Without further ado, let's watch The Trump Prophecy. The movie starts with a bunch of firefighters putting out a fire, as they do. They first find a little girl and carry her outside to safety.
It's gonna be all right.
My baby brother! He's still inside!
Okay, I know this is a little nitpicky right off the bat, but like, she couldn't have said that a little bit earlier?
My baby brother! Still inside!
Why'd you wait until you're fully outside, safe in the ambulance to be like, okay, now you can save my little brother? So the firemen run back inside the house, and they find the little brother and carry him outside.
Call the boy. Not responsive.
Shit, shit.
Okay, maybe let's move with like a little bit of urgency, you know? What the fuck? I know they said the kid was unresponsive, but he might respond if you bring him to an ambulance, you know what I mean?
Ready to go.
Oh my god, you got him. Give him to me so I can check his vitals. He's unresponsive. Sir, I can see his chest moving. Just give him to me. I'm so sad this little boy just died. Give me the kid. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I actually think I'm gonna be okay.
Oh my god. This job never gets any easier.
I think I'm gonna be okay.
Oh my god. This job never gets any easier.
No, really, I think I'm gonna be alright.
Okay, so I didn't actually figure this out until they spoke it out loud in the scene after this one, but unfortunately, little boy doesn't make it, which is super sad, but I do blame his sister. The firemen make it back to the station, and they're all really broken up about the little boy, obviously.
Today of all days, why'd it have to be a kid?
What do you mean, today of all days, dude? I think any day would be bad for a kid to die in a fire. What the fuck are you talking about?
Today of all days, why'd it have to be a kid?
That little boy could have died yesterday, and I would have been fine. But today? Now how am I supposed to enjoy the new episode of Too Hot to Handle? This is also when we meet the main character of the movie and author of the book, Mark Taylor. He's actually played by a teacher from Liberty University. He's the brave fireman who slowly carried the little boy out of the fire. Mark is understandably having a pretty rough time after that house fire. He's having reoccurring nightmares about that night, but in his nightmares, it isn't just about the house fire. There's also a super scary demon. And yeah, I think that explains why he was walking so slowly out of the house, you know? If I saw a fucking demon in a house fire, I'd be pretty fucking traumatized too. Do not go in there. There's a fucking demon. We then cut to Mark's house, and this is where we meet his wife, Mary Jo. I don't know why her name is Mary Jo when she married Mark, but that's none of my business. But you know what is my business? The sponsor of today's video, Whatnot. I'm giving away $1,000 in Whatnot credit. But first, let me explain what Whatnot is all about. Whatnot is a #1 live stream shopping app where you can score trading. So Mark is talking about possibly retiring because he's been a firefighter for nearly 20 years, but he's conflicted because he could stay longer and get a better pension.
25 would give us a bigger pension.
We then get introduced to the B plot of this movie, which much like the A plot is pointless and doesn't go anywhere at all. But I guess Mark's dad...
Last year, California threw away roughly 3.4 million.
That's all the pros, now the cons. Our normal attack multipliers are not that high, so we're gonna have to rely on our elemental skill and burst to get most of our damage.
I'm ready.
Sayu is also an Inazuma character, which means that she takes materials from Inazuma that we can't get until we unlock it, so we'll be stuck at level 20 until AR 30. For this AR grind, we do the usual Mondstadt exploration and adventure handbook quest. That shoots us straight to AR 10, but I didn't stop there, and I decided I wanted to get to AR 18 early. I got every animalcula I could get in Mondstadt besides the ones in Stormterra's lair, opened a lot of chests, did commissions, opened Shrines of Depths, and even went to Leewood to do some quests and some chest hunting. By the way, there's a lot of pulls that I'm not mentioning because all that we got in them were either characters or weapons that we couldn't use. I went up to the Jade Chamber 2 Electric Boogaloo and did a pull up there. The character I use
from Workforce, just making more modules on your stations or making more stations. It's not an elegant solution, but it's what they're. Is that for production stations, you can sometimes end up just spamming factory modules, and then it gets a bit weird. Oh, no, don't put that there, don't put that there.
Oh no.
Do be mindful of accidentally making the Windmill of Hate. Anyways, the only solution for making more wares in your stations is, unfortunately, aside from the production bonuses from Workforce, just making more modules on your stations or making more stations. It's not an elegant solution, but it's what there is. Speaking of which, unlike its predecessors, X4's economy is also fully simulated. In X3, the economy had a lot of fakery to it, which wasn't uncommon for simulation-heavy games like this, especially, back in those days. If you went and systematically destroyed every single ore refinery in X4, the economy would stall. And on GameStart, there's a little bit of randomness to it, and so you'll find that there's actually quite a lot of room for you to fit into the various faction economies and help fill some of the holes that have been left for you. And to assist in your empire building shenanigans, the map screen is a contender for top of its class. Not only is it a massive improvement from previous games, but it's better than what a lot of similar titles offer. It's fully 3D, you can move, pan, rotate as much as you want, it's smooth and seamless. It lets you quickly and easily select, move around ships as will, give them queued orders. It has trade filters, mining filters, it has search bars so that you can search BioWare. You can even use it to quick trade. So it's good, it works extremely well. Though it may seem like I'm joking about it being an RTS game, the map really does function so smoothly that it genuinely can be played that way. In the later parts of the game I sometimes just live in there. As you scale up though, management of your empire becomes a trickier subject. At times, X4 feels like one of those games you sort of come to understand the idiosyncrasies of through trial and error and a bit of frustration. I see X4 players constantly asking for help on why their trader subordinates won't supply stations or the miners won't mine, and so on and so forth. When you have things set up correctly, the miner and trader AI works okay, but it's easy to make simple mistakes like forgetting to build the correct size of dock or having incorrect station settings. Or my personal favorite of putting containerware storage on your station and then forgetting to put solid for the miners. It's easy to overlook things, and then the game won't really correct you on it. Subordinates will just quietly sit there with the dreaded orange, "I can't complete order." At worst, the AI will just break outright and you'll have to scrounge the internet for a fix, hoping to find some 7-year-old thread with answers. It's like dredging Stack Exchange to fix a computer issue. That's just the kind of game X4 is. But it is improving. Overall, the Empire management provides an experience that a lot of people liken to EVE Offline or games like StarCity. You start from nothing and then you get to build out your own empire with fleets of trading and mining ships and as many stations as you can shove your Claytronics in. The process of scaling up your operations can feel rather satisfying in a way not unlike a more hands-off factory game. The ultimate reward is being able to build your own combat fleets with fleets of fighters and corvettes taking off from carriers, escorted by lethal destroyers, and logistically supported by auxiliary ships. This is a game where you can essentially have everything the AI has. You just have to work yourself up to it, and it's a bit of a long journey. Unfortunately, when you make the transition from spaceship pilot to independent faction roller, the game also starts to show some of its weaknesses. There is very little in the way of automation for player empire management. You can assign traders and miners to stations, and the station manager will automatically run them, but
Oh, what a lovely flower. But we didn't get any deliveries today. Huh? Or the manager? Who sent this? In such a huge box. Maybe I should pretend I didn't see anything. No, I'm way too excited.
No, I'm curious too.
that's just about it. Every station plot is placed and filled by your hand. Every ship is built and equipped by your hand. And ships are assigned to their subordinate roles by your hand. If you want to set up a particular fleet structure, it's by your hand, from scratch, every time. You can save ship equipment templates and station designs, but that's it. So if you want to build a combat fleet, set up carriers with fighter wings and send it to fight, you have to go buy or make the ships yourself. Then you wait for them to finish, and then assign them into your preferred fleet structure, and then tell them where to go. There is a lost ship replacement feature, so at least when some of your ships die, they can be auto-replaced if you can build them yourself. For combat, there are at least various kinds of assignments like defend, intercept, and so on, so at least you don't have to tell them to attack stuff manually every single time, but you do have to give them that assignment in the first place. But at the same time, veteran X4 players, including in some cases the Egosoft developers themselves, will have subordinates for subordinates in order to maximize the way the AI targets them. All of these issues together make player empire expansion a significant chore. Systems are not mechanically unique enough to justify collecting them, resources are effectively infinite. And aside from workforce growth bonuses on populated worlds, there are really no special features for solar systems. So from a mechanical perspective, there's very little differentiating systems from one another. Owning more than one or maybe two sectors of your own with all the resources you need is generally sufficient for pumping out your own fleets and stations. Anything beyond that is not only creeping into roleplay territory, but also requires lots of micromanagement. Taking over the gate network is primarily hours of capital ships slowly blowing up stations, and then a lot of manual logistics, maybe an occasional fleet fighter. Meanwhile, the AI just do that. They're the AI, it's automatic. The player doesn't get a go take over this sector button or a build this fleet template button. There's nobody to offload management onto like in Stellaris or Distant Worlds. Every moment of war slices long pieces of time and attention out of your life and gives you very little in return. If anything, every factory you take from your enemy is stripping a part of the game and economy away from the whole universe, which can have a butterfly effect of repercussions. Even killing the one universal opponent faction deprives the universe of a force of destruction that keeps the economy flowing to replace their ships and stations. So, the more of the sandbox you destroy, the less you have to play with. Now, for me, that becomes a bit of a problem, but some people do enjoy that, and they do enjoy the experience of taking over the world or cleansing the Xenon, and that's cool. But for me personally, I find that the endgame is a little bit non-existent in some respects. Crew and pilot skills are also a pain for so many reasons. A lot of ship behaviors are locked behind crew skill, and training higher skills basically means waiting an extremely long time. Managing personnel is also pretty clunky and generally just a pain. For my sanity, I really don't want to speak any further of crew except to revel in their demise. I will talk briefly on mods later, but the vast majority of mods for X4 are quality of life changes. Hopefully that cements a little bit of a theme here. In addition to simulating the economy properly, X4 also takes you out of the old school "the player is a spaceship" paradigm from prior X series games and places you inside of an actual body. Ships and stations have interior areas, so you can now walk around and talk to the various NPCs in person. This is something I'm a bit split on, because aside from some weirdness with cookie-cutter ship parts being shared between the various factions, the interior areas do look nice, and it is kind of interesting to be able to walk.
Fast and smooth delivery. Thanks a ton. That's enough food to last days.
Got it done. Wonder how much I'll make this time.
Around stations. Some of the views are pretty good too. On the other hand, it comes with a necessary increase in game scope and visual fidelity to support there now being an actual player character to walk around as. Every ship needs a bridge or a cockpit, and every landing pad needs to be humanoid accessible. And they also need to be able to mechanically stow ships via an animation. It actually has a massive trickle-down impact on design. Like, here's a medium-sized gunship that's basically half landing pad. Small and medium landing pads are one-size-fits-all. In every ship design, every ship with a landing pad is very obviously and visually affected by these requirements. And the small ships themselves have to be quite large because they have to fit a person in. Sometimes the humanoid component can be a welcome addition, but since there's no FPS combat, you are restricted to talking to NPCs and sightseeing. That has its charms, but I don't know if it was worth the trouble. Unlike Eve's walking in stations, though, the system is here and it actually works, and it's fine. Your player character can also be Boron, so you get to float around in their little aquatic capsule. So disregard everything I said before and write me a script where this is actually awesome. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. So, was all of the effort worth it for the results? Honestly, yeah. There is a tactileness and immersion to these changes that revitalizes the X series and gives you better awareness and appreciation for your scale and presence in the universe. And it gives you ways to interact with the game that don't involve you piloting every ship that you're on. It was a trade-off to be sure, but I think it was one that was worth making even if a few of the ship designs did suffer as a result. Now, before I get too far into the lore weeds, X4 follows the story of X3 and prior X series titles. There's a couple important points to know here. There was some ancient precursor race called the Ancients, who made jump gates, and those allow instantaneous travel between solar systems. It's rather aptly known as the Gate Network. At the end of X3, said Gate Network partially shut off, resulting in fragmentation of various factions. And as a result, many of them have a primary faction group and a splinter group. Lots of people suffered during the Gate Network shutdowns, and some major systems are still not accessible to this day. So, long story short, if your solar system wasn't self-sufficient during the shutdown, you were screwed. With the now partial reformation of the Gate Network, several of the reunited splinter factions are now embroiled in civil wars. They all had to make their own governments to get through it, and they don't want to give that up. Except for the Boron, they are too cool for them. And the Talati, because they just seek profits. Speaking of the factions, they bounce between fairly interesting and a little old school. X is an older franchise, late 90s, so it's kind of understandable there would be some familiarity there. I am not going to be talking about the splinter factions because they're basically just different political flavors of their respective species. This is also where the major DLC content comes in. These major DLCs add the Split, Terran, and Boron, as well as the Avarice system and the Vigor Syndicate, along with any associated questlines and content.
Behold, this minuscule shard of Terran hubris.
Starting off in familiar territory, the Terrans are... they're Terrans. They're from our solar system, where Earth is, Terra, Sol, all that. If you want to know where that is, just go outside and then just kind of look up. Anyways, about 1,000 years ago, they developed
New machine just got here and a player already smashed it trying to clear a level. At least they paid for the damage. This time it's got a custom titanium casing. No way she dents it with one punch again. Right?
Since when is breaking machines part of the gameplay?
their own version of the jump gate, and they also made artificial general intelligence to do automated terraforming of the various planets that they then discovered in the jump gate network that they discovered already existed. Their AI bubble didn't pop in so much as it kind of went rouge, so now the AGI are the Xenon. There was a big terraformer war and almost destroyed Earth, but they managed to get the Xenon out of their local area, shut off the gate network, and now they're a big empire. Previously they had a bit of an imperialistic streak, but currently they have a bit of an imperialistic streak, but they're really keen on killing the Xenon. they're isolationists, they're highly imperialistic, and they're kind of a bunch of dickheads.
Terran security.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common.
Talati vessel, you are approaching Terran restricted space. Please divert your course.
This is Talati Trader Lucrative Investments to Terran Patrol. We are looking for mutual opportunities to make profits.
We are not interested. We insist that you divert your course.
Their ships look great though, and they're also sort of the secret lead faction.
Tokyo.
There's also a group of Terran frontier worlds who are seeking independence through peaceful and amicable means called the Cigaris Pioneers, that they represent sort of a Terran faction that aren't, you know, hateful, mean people. Speaking of human splinter groups, we also have the Argon. Nathan Argon led the terraformers out of our solar system via the Terran Gate and then destroyed it behind him, severing his fleet and any other humans on the Gate network from Earth.
Thanks to all of you, humanity will have a chance to rebuild. We are never going to forget you.
From there, they'd spend the next couple hundred years or whatever dealing with various alien races, the Xenon, and also an alien invasion from a group called the Cog. They're the basic human democracy faction, and their ships are, for lack of a better term, fairly human-looking. Maybe a little industrial, and a tad utensil-esque.
The God Realm of the Pyramid is run by three-eyed purple aliens who speak in slow, theocratic tones.
We have come to respect you for your empathy and understanding more than we thought possible hitherto. We will abstain from calling you Two Eyes henceforth, and wish to extend our gratitude.
I'm grateful, Olmanket Slat. Relations between our peoples haven't always been easy, even though Paranid doctrine calls for empathy towards what it deems inferior species.
The Paranid are pretty decent technologically. They're a bit sciencey. They worship a concept called the holy three-dimensionality, which is exactly what it says. They have a bit of a superiority complex, and they're no strangers to war, having previously fought against both the Boron and the Argon.
You need a new one? How much can you advance me?
Let us say you will get a share of the first profits.
The Talati are trading wizards. They care about one thing and one thing only: profits. Their capital ships also take cues from a place very dear to my heart. X-Rebirth went even harder on that aesthetic, but tragically my favorite Talati capital ship designs did not make it over to X4, just the general design language. Not much to say about the Talati and X4 since they didn't bother to give them any quests or anything, so yeah.
And in his wisdom, the Patriarch of all Split graciously offers to accept your capitulation. Surrender now, and your executions will be honorable and swift.
Fast and smooth. That's enough food to last.
Got it done.
Speaking of human splinter groups, we also have the Argon. Nathan Argon led the terraformers out of our solar system via the Terran Gate and then destroyed it behind him, severing his fleet and any other humans on the Gate network from Earth.
Thanks to all of you, humanity will have a chance to rebuild. We are never going to forget you.
From there, they'd spend the next couple hundred years or whatever dealing with various alien races, the Xenon, and also an alien invasion from a group called the Cog. They're the basic human democracy faction, and their ships are, for lack of a better term, fairly human-looking, maybe a little industrial, and a tad utensil-esque.
The God Realm of the Pyramid is run by three-eyed purple aliens who speak in slow, theocratic tones.
We have come to respect you for your empathy and understanding more than we thought possible hitherto. We will abstain from calling you Two Eyes henceforth, and wish to extend our gratitude.
I'm grateful, Olmanket Slat. Relations between our peoples haven't always been easy, even though Paranid doctrine calls for empathy towards what it deems inferior.
The Paranid are pretty decent technologically. They're a bit sciencey. They worship a concept called the holy three-dimensionality, which is exactly what it sounds like. They have a bit of a superiority complex, and they're no strangers to war, having previously fought against both the Boron and the Argon.
You need a new one? How much can you advance me?
Let us say you will get a share of the first profits.
The Talati are trading wizards. They care about one thing and one thing only: profits. Their capital ships also take cues from a place very dear to my heart. X-Rebirth went even harder on that aesthetic, but tragically my favorite Talati capital ship designs did not make it over to X4, just the general design language. Not much to say about the Talati and X4 since they didn't bother to give them any quests or anything, so yeah.
And in his wisdom, the Patriarch of all Split graciously offers to accept your capitulation. Surrender now, and your executions will be honorable and swift.
Commander, there's nobody left to surrender.
Good. No more useless negotiations. Inform the fleet.
All pilots, you have performed as expected. Distraction dealt with. Military campaign against wretched Argon creatures can continue. Patriarch expects true split to show initiative.
And filling the niche of ultra-aggressive, but slightly diplomatic aliens are the Split, who are split into the Xyarth Patriarchy, the Court of Curbs, the Free Families, and the Fallen Families. As their names imply, they run a sort of warrior clan society. They're also slavers. They like fast, hard-hitting ships, and have sleek, angular vessels. So they're aggressive alien dickheads, and they don't sound like angular vessels. They're also slavers. They like fast, hard-hitting ships, and have sleek, angular vessels. So they're aggressive alien dickheads, and they don't sound like anyone you know.
Renowned friend, I wish you the best of luck. Farewell, dear friend.
Greetings, reputable friend.
These beautiful and quirky fish people are the Boron. They are the best faction. They're an aquatic species with very advanced technology, and their personalities are somewhere between fun-loving and happy-go-lucky nutjob.
Take that. Forcibly animated, yet hitherto faceless antagonists. Covering fire for the firebrand, everyone.
Their ships are, well, just look at them. Need I say more? They don't have a splinter faction because they dutifully serve their monarch, and their monarch dutifully serves them.
Greetings, travelers.
Our lives are all just business, and you've made a miscalculation. Now drop your cargo.
Aside from those 6 main groups, there are also various pirate factions and a couple other unique groups like the Xenon-friendly Yaki, and pirate syndicates like the Scaleplate Pact or the Ice Mafia Vigor Syndicate. And then of course there's our antagonist factions. The aforementioned Xenon, our rogue terraformer AGI, are currently on a bit of a bug-like ship design spree, having evolved away from their old Terran design cattle. They take raw resources like ore, silicon, and energy, and they turn it directly into ships and stations. Xenon capitals and Xenon stations can pack quite a serious punch. They are always building fleets and always attacking the other factions to try and take over their sectors, which is something that they actually can succeed at, to be clear. How well the Xenon actually do tends to vary a lot from patch to patch, but also game to game because of the amount of randomness and station placements and such. Right now in 9.0, they seem to really love taking over Hatifa. You can't play as a Xenon, but you can steal and use a couple of their older designs, which still have some of the vestigial crew spaces left in them. All that being said, there are some mods that let you enjoy the wonders of Xenon supremacy, but at that point the game genuinely does just become an RTS. Meanwhile, the Kaak are a trickier group to discuss. They are, or maybe more accurately were, an insect hive mind of extragalactic invaders who invented jump drives that operate without locking onto jump gates, which is a big deal. In X4, they're mostly here as a sort of remnant group. They'll create small incursion beacons into various systems and harass local miners with their purple laser beams fired from their pyramidal ships, which they'll be doing constantly. And with 9.0, you can now turn their ships into a special scrap that basically acts like a replacement for other trade lanes. Cool. Aside from some existing wars between a couple of factions, the Xenon and Kaak exist as enemies to every faction, with the Xenon being an expansionist enemy, and the Kaak being more of a light nuisance, really. A couple of the factions, like the Argon and Paranid, start in a state of conflict, while other conflicts can be either started or stopped by doing various quest lines. These various wars keep the economy churning, and with the addition of diplomacy in 2025's 8.0 update, you can actually influence interfaction relations and spark or extinguish wars with spies. You can become the war profiteer you have always wanted to be. Seek profits. And while there are some various pirate and miscellaneous factions scattered about here and there aren't truly any civilian factions.
What's with the rush? You seriously have to send this to the office? I'm stumped right now. Ugh, this guy again. Buying expensive crap and spiky flowers that can't even sit on a desk. And why the express delivery? Why not just give it to me after work? Ugh, idiot.
She's angry, but she doesn't look as tired now.
Okay. That's nice. Oh.
The next 4. Every ship and every station is part of a faction. Traders are not traders, they are Argon High-Tech Trader or Oron Silicon Miner. They're creatures of their faction. There are no civilian trading or mining corporations acting independently of the factions. Every ship and every station is part of the multi-headed hydra of that civilization's space government. If you kill a Terran Protectorate trader, you are directly impacting your relationship with the Terran government. And that's maybe not a good idea. Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, he just wiped out 7 Xenon capitals. Not technically by himself, but I'm not helping compared to what he's doing. And that defense station back there is also going to be next on his list. Alright, so you know the Galactic players, let's talk a little bit about the story missions. Somewhat unlike previous games, X4 isn't as packed with lore-altering story content, probably owing to its more sandboxy nature. The story missions here tend to be more localized affairs rather than major shakeups in history, you know, like the time they reopened the gates to the Terrans, or the aforementioned Kaak genocide. In X4 you have smaller scale stuff like infiltrating a group of cyborg pirates or reconnecting the Boron to the gate network. The biggest aspect of a lot of these quest lines is determining what kinds of wars occur in the galaxy, so if there's a giant Paranid civil war or they all coalesce into a union kind of thing. So it's not unimportant, but like, what's the canon ending for those? Who knows? Your primary and more tutorial-esque questline gets you in touch with everyone's favorite madfish scientist, Boso Ta, in a mysterious station which serves as your player headquarters.
Goodness me! It worked! I made the jump! Ha-ha! Unbelievable! Unbelievable!
Amazing. The PHQ allows you to conduct some research and unlock some new abilities like teleportation, ship modifications, and the ability to steal station blueprints. These quests also run you through various aspects of X4, and it points you towards major quest lines. You also eventually meet Dalvesta, who is basically your personal spy master.
Quickly, come in. I cannot be sure, but it seems like we have an intruder. Perhaps some long-dormant entity has awoken inside this facility. Or maybe beings from the parallel realm have found a way through.
Sorry to disappoint. It's just little old me. Don't look so shocked. I should be the one who's surprised to see you running this place, of all people.
Intruder, would you be so kind as to take 2 steps back so that I can enact the purge protocols?
In terms of the quality of the quest lines, I would say the Terran plotline is arguably the most developed and sees you running around to do some clandestine stuff, fight some baddies, and get a few fancy rewards along the way, maybe even spark a war.
Ah, Tidebreak. You feast for the eyes.
Tides of Avarice DLC pits you against some powerful pirates, while you try to wrestle with the fact that suns are deadly lasers, and the Avarice sun markedly more deadly than most. The Avarice system is kind of fun, and the DLC accompanied the introduction of wreck salvaging. but sometimes the AI forgets it needs to dock before the sun tries to destroy everything, which I guess is good because the DLC accompanied the introduction of wreck salvaging. The Boron's Kingdom End DLC also has a shorter questline for connecting the Boron back to the gate network and helping them reintegrate, but it's at that point mostly just a way of introducing you to the other major questlines with some extra steps. There is a big combat mission associated with it though, which is quite fun, and it does introduce you to some wacky Boron characters. Overall though, it's a lot of listening to characters talk, which given the voice acting quality is just not the best, but it is the Boron, so... The Timelines DLC is worth a special mention. It has a disconnected storyline from the sandbox, so you can just kind of enjoy it at your leisure, and it includes some pivotal moments in the X franchise's history. It also comes with some little mystery and lore implications too. Completing some of its missions gives you several derelicts that you can just sort of find in Sandbox, and then completing it also unlocks some special systems as well. Unfortunately, for every good mission on Timelines, there's like 2 or 3 ones that are kind of dull and copy-pasted. When it's good, it's fine, and when it's not, it's not good. It's a bit controversial, but it does have some value as a tutorial and for the story of the game. It also does tend to be a requirement for a lot of mods for some of the assets it adds, so yeah. One caveat worth getting into is that X4 is a big game. Fully simulated economies, capital ship fleets with fighter complements duking it out, hundreds of stations with miners and traders running around. It all adds up, mostly on your CPU. To Egosoft's credit, especially being a smaller studio, it runs rather well for what it is. I play a lot of these kinds of big sandbox games, and they've done fairly well here. That being said though, in much the same way that your Dwarf Fortress might experience a apocalyptic FPS disaster, X4 can start to chug if you find yourself in the midst of several full fleets duking it out. If you're running 10 days of game time on a save with 100 trading ships running around the galaxy, your computer's probably going to have something to say about it. On the other hand, and I promise you this is a real story, my CPU's AIO cooler started dying while it was on an X4 bin, and I did not actually realize it until I started playing other games again, and my computer started crashing. How that's possible is a mystery to me. Adding to that, X4 is so crash resistant that it almost loops around to being a negative, because if you break the game with a mod, the game won't really tell you. Functionality will just quietly die. You may not realize how badly you messed up until you notice that all of the AI trading ships in the galaxy have stopped moving, at which point your save is likely well and truly past redemption. And there are definitely some mods out there, especially some cheat mods, that will just break everything. Ironically though, if you or a mod add enough images or logos to go over the 1024 image limit, it'll just crash on the spot. Isn't computer software just a beautiful thing? Anyways, speaking of mods, mod installation in X4 is extremely easy, and Steam Workshop is supported. Manual mod installation is very simple. You download the mod, probably from Nexus, and then you unpack the folder into the extensions folder in your game files. That's it. In terms of what you can actually do with modding though, that gets a little bit trickier. The gist as I understand it is that the fundamentals of X4 are pretty much sacred. Mobile factories, for example, are not possible because it's not supported by the game. Mobile shipyards, same thing, not supported by the game. So there are a lot of things that the community would actually like to add, but can't because the game doesn't support it and Egosoft hasn't added it. But yeah, a lot of the mods for X4 tend to be quality of life things like being able to purchase ship paints at the store or longer pickup range on containers, stuff like that. There are lots of ship packs that add different ships from other IPs or from X Rebirth or X3, stuff like that, kit bashes, the usual things. And then there are some larger mods too, like Vanilla Rebalance Overhaul, which rebalances and overhauls Vanilla's like weapon and ship balance and adds some new ships and stuff like that to make the experience feel a little bit different and also maybe a little bit better too. And there's also one very big and very notable total conversion mod, which I kind of hinted at a little bit earlier, and that's Star Wars Inner Worlds. I've already done some stuff on it, so I don't have too much to add there. The short version is that it takes X4 and it turns it into a Star Wars space sandbox. You can start out on a TIE fighter and then eventually work your way up to being able to build your own Executor Super Star Destroyer. So the appeal there is pretty self-explanatory, I think. It is genuinely very good. It's one of the better total conversion mods I've ever played, and I've played my fair share of them. The X4 formula just really seems to suit Star Wars quite well, and a shocking number of people will buy X4 and its DLCs just so they can play Star Wars Inner Worlds, which is fine, but just, you know, X4 is a good game too, so don't be afraid to play a little bit of vanilla first and kind of get the tutorials and all that so you know how to do, you know, everything. More recently, there's also been a Star Trek total conversion mod that's in production. It's in early stages of its development, but the builds that I've seen of it look quite promising, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes. Anyways, that was X4. It's a great game. I've sunk so many hundreds of hours into this and the Star Wars Inner Worlds mod, and I'm going to continue to do so. Egosoft has committed to making more DLC and releasing more patches for the game, and every year it just gets better and better. 9.0 especially brought a lot of AI improvements which were desperately needed. Regardless of some skepticism coming off of X3 and X4 Birth, it should be made clear that the game is significantly more accessible than X3 was without compromising and in fact increasing the complexity of the game, while keeping it fairly approachable for the kinds of people who like 4X games. Especially these days, I really could not imagine going back to X3. I have tried. It's so rough. It also enjoys some regular and pretty deep discounts. You can buy all of the game content on sale for less than what used to be a full-price AAA title, you know, from before major publishers all collectively, coincidentally decided that games should be $70. I very much am looking forward to seeing what Egosoft comes up with the future for X4, especially given the murmurs of a content DLC coming later in this year. But that's that. If you enjoyed this, you know what to do. Probably more X4 to come soon.
What was your impression of the Alliance representative?
Very nice and professional.
Outrageous! This is absurd! Our work is of the utmost importance!
Intel confirmed.
Please, trust me! I dodged it!
A. Alphabet.
Okay, same video.
I'm ready.
Honkai Nexus Anima — это новая игра от Hayverse, и нас она приятно удивила. Жанр автошахмат далеко не новый, и в целом все боевые механики вам будут знакомы. Но когда мы попробовали игру своими руками, эти механики ощущались на удивление свежо. Дело не столько в самой боевке, сколько в окружающей ее экосистеме. В этом видео мы расскажем, как устроена игра, и поделимся нашими впечатлениями об бета-тесте. Начнем с боевой системы и сразу на примерах. В игре очень много разных боевых питомцев, которые называются аниме. Давайте выберем одного и соберем вокруг него отряд. Знакомьтесь, это Пеплокоготь. Его талант состоит в том, что после каждой третьей атаки он наносит дополнительный урон и подбрасывает врага. Давайте сделаем из него главного ДД. Мы хотим разогнать ему скорость атаки, чтобы талант срабатывал как можно чаще. Для этого нам понадобится связь силы. Она повышает характеристики всех аним на поле, для каждого класса свой бонус. Наш Пеплокоготь является исследователем, и он получает скорость атаки. Как вы заметили, в центре поля появилась золотая клетка. Если поместить Пеплокогтя сюда, то он станет повелителем, и для него бонус от связи силы повысится в 1,5 раза. Теперь повысим уровень связи. Для этого надо добавить в отряд аним с этим аспектом. Давайте нажмем на фильтр и добавим еще 4 аним. Отлично, теперь добавим еще одну связь тьмы. Если набрать хотя бы 3, то на поле появятся темные клетки, которые повышают скорость атаки еще на 20%. Одна из них как раз совпадает с клеткой повелителя в центре. И, наконец, давайте заглянем на экран Пеплокогтя. Мы можем выбрать одну из 4 склонностей, чтобы поменять его характеристики. Сейчас стоит омнивампиризм, который повышает его выживаемость. Но давайте поменяем склонность на скорость атаки, чтобы наносить максимум урона. Осталось выбрать кардии. Это персонажи, которые сами в боях не участвуют, но у них есть ряд способностей. Для нас идеально подходит Киана, знакомое лицо из третьего Ханкая, не так ли? Да, как ясно из названия, Honkai Nexus Anima имеет прямое отношение к этой вселенной. Звездный экспресс и Блейд тоже на месте. Осталось только добавить в игру Асту, и будет идеально. Так вот, возвращаясь к персонажам. Кардии имеют 3 способности. Первая усиливает определенный аспект. Киана усиливает связь силы, что повышает ХП всего отряда и при определенных условиях усиливает повелителя. Также кардии имеют активные навыки. В бою анимы сражаются автоматически, но вы можете вмешиваться с помощью кардий. Способность Кианы выбирает союзника и повышает его ХП и силу атаки. Идеально, чтобы усилить Пеплокогтя. И, наконец, есть уникальное умение попутчика. Если Киана и Пеплокоготь в одном отряде, то активируется особый бонус. Знаете, а если бы в игре была Аста, то ей бы подошла связь с Пеппи. Блин, ну идеально же. Хой, пожалуйста. Так вот, мы выбрали 8 аним и 3 кардии. Осталось определиться с расстановкой. Очевидно, что аним дальнего боя надо поставить на заднюю линию. По бокам поставим аним класса Исследователь. Это ДД со свойством вампиризма, так что они хороши в битвах 1 на 1 и получают пользу от темных клеток со скоростью атаки. И, наконец, защитников поставим рядом с нашими ДД. Их свойство в том, что они отвлекают врагов на себя. И вот наш отряд готов. Разумеется, мы многое упустили, но на первое время сойдет. Пеплокоготь оказался реально силен. У нас он рвет все чарты урона. В целом ничего сложного, и подобные вещи вы наверняка уже видели в других играх этого жанра. Но что делает это интересным, так это способы прокачки и получения всех этих отрядов. Давайте разбираться. Очевидно, игра построена вокруг коллекционирования аним. Помимо их боевых навыков, некоторые из них имеют способности исследования. Вы можете использовать их для быстрого перемещения. Ну или медленного, так тоже можно. Также есть анимы, которые позволяют сделать высокий прыжок или полет в воздухе. А еще можно взять клубничку и кошмарить людей, закидывая их тортами. Чтобы поймать аниму, надо просто сразиться с ней в битве Нексуса. Однако для некоторых аним нужен особый подход. Например, эта поганка разбрызгивает споры и не дает приблизиться. Выберите аниму с навыком скрытности, чтобы незаметно подойти и сразиться с поганкой. Получение аниме имеет определенный шанс, и если не повезет, то она может убежать. Но это не проблема, вы всегда можете попробовать снова. Попытки создания связи ограничены, но вы можете получать их каждый день за трату энергии. В общем, поймать одного из них тривиально. Однако, чтобы развивать их, понадобится ловить их по несколько раз. Во-первых, у некоторых аним есть уникальные расцветки, они довольно редкие. Во-вторых, при получении дубликата вам добавляется энергия. Она нужна для повышения уровня УС Нексуса. Это типа эдалона. Также каждая аниме имеет 4 склонности на выбор, о которых мы уже упоминали. Эти склонности надо выбивать при поимке аним. Каждый раз вам дают одну случайную, причем они бывают нескольких редкостей. Звучит трудно, но на самом деле это занимает не так уж много времени. По крайней мере, на пеплококте мы смогли выбить все склонности достаточно быстро. Но если вам не везет, то вы всегда сможете воспользоваться конфетой, которая дает случайную склонность. Их можно фармить бесплатно, проходя местный рогалик режим. Всего в игре больше 80 аним, и это только на тестовом сервере. На релизе наверняка будет больше. Для одного отряда нужны только 8 аним, так что слишком много времени это не займет. Но если вы коллекционер, то готовьтесь. Обратите внимание, что большинство аним можно получить совершенно бесплатно, в том числе легендарные. 3- и 4-звездочные можно ловить сколько влезет, но вот 5-звездочные более редкие. Часть из них доступны на карте, другие доступны за временные события, определенные уровни или за сюжет, а третьих можно получить за счет специального испытания эволюции, если у вас есть это аниме более низкой редкости. Мы пока что открыли не весь анимадекс, но, судя по всему, все аниме можно получить просто играя в игру. Единственный нюанс в вузах Нексуса для 5 звезд. Проблема в том, что легендарки можно получить только один раз. Если вы хотите дубликаты, то их можно получить только в баннерах. Если подытожить, то для коллекционирования аним в игре почти нет препятствий. Если вы хотите собрать какой-то определенный отряд, то это можно сделать без проблем. Главная трудность в карде, то есть в персонажах. Они доступны только в баннерах закрутки. Но, как мы понимаем, они влияют на отряды не так сильно, как в других гача-играх. И в этом кроется главный интерес боевой системы. Смотрите, в чем дело. Как правило, смысл гача-игр в том, чтобы получать разных персонажей и составлять отряды. Главный интерес в том, чтобы сочетать разных юнитов между собой, комбинируя их способности для создания мощных синергий. Не знаю, как вам, но нам в гача-играх в первую очередь нравится именно это. И в этом плане Honkai Nexus Anima выглядит очень перспективно. В других играх вы составляете отряд из 3 или 4 персонажей. Здесь же отряд состоит из 8 аним и 3 кардий. Количество переменных в отряде куда больше. Далее давайте посмотрим на общее число персонажей. Если смотреть по версии 1.0, то в других играх на релизе обычно 20, максимум 30 персонажей. Здесь же в тестовой версии 85 аним и 13 кардий. Число возможных отрядов прямо зашкаливает. Понятно, что не все из них считаются полезными, аниме 3 звезд гораздо слабее и будут использоваться не так часто. Однако у них все равно есть применение. Они так или иначе нужны просто для того, чтобы повысить уровни связи. Кроме того, мы уверены, что в будущем аним будет еще больше. Смотрите, вот у нас локация, город Ия, и тут раскиданы области обитания разных аним. Когда в будущем добавят новую локацию, разработчикам надо будет как-то ее заполнить. И это наверняка будут не только легендарки, но и аниме 3 и 4 звезд. Нам кажется, разработчики будут добавлять в игру не только легендарки. Со временем будут появляться новые юниты всех редкостей, а значит и возможностей для отряда будет гораздо больше. Это спекуляции, но думаю, в игре про коллекционирование аним это логично. Если подытожить, то в Honkai Nexus Anima боевка очень простая. В ней легко разобраться новичку и можно спокойно играть в любое время, в любом месте и с любого устройства. Ну и любителям билда-строя здесь тоже будет где разгуляться. Напоследок 2 слова про сюжет. Одна из фишек игры в том, что здесь есть ветвление сюжета. Например, для этих веток нам не хватает силы и харизмы, а для этой ветки нужно особое условие. Обычно они все приводят к одному результату, просто с разными диалогами, но есть и более масштабные сюжеты. Например, это особая глава с разными концовками. Вы можете пройти ее заново несколько раз, открывая ранее пропущенные концовки и секреты. Если все это кажется вам интересным, то поставьте лайк этому видео. В описании есть несколько ссылок. Первая ведет на сайт предрегистрации. Запишитесь, чтобы не пропустить обновления. Вторая ссылка ведет на опрос для игроков. Напишите свой отзыв, чтобы на релизе были нужные фичи. А третья ссылка — это форма для создателей контента. Если вы хотите делать по игре гайды, фанарты и прочее, то обязательно подайте заявку. Не забудьте поставить лайк. Спасибо нашим донам за поддержку и до скорого!
Okay, fine. I hear you guys. You're just all a bunch of Layla haters, except for the few of you that are not. Because as I went to build her last episode, all I got in the comments were people telling me I should be building Diona instead. So I started getting these boss drops, and I'll continue doing it today. Thankfully, this is such an easy boss fight. You know what's crazy? This account's almost AR58. In my head, this is still a very new account. I don't feel like I started it that long ago, but Geo only cleared the Spiral Abyss shortly after hitting AR58. But I am much less confident in this account's ability, and I suppose a lot of that is because I'm just kind of waiting for constellations. A lot of these 4 stars are kind of balanced around you having their constellations, as they are technically easier to get than 5 stars. But if you're going for a specific 4-star, it can almost be even harder. Diona, do I have a weapon for you? Oh, you're Endfield. Oh, I have so many of these. Wait, there's a level 81 that no one's using. Here, have that. I don't know why you have this artifact equipped. Here, let me save you. I imagine I'd probably go Noblesse, although Tenacity might not be bad either. Unsurprisingly, I really don't have any of those pieces, and her talent domain is not open today. Good. I would have hated to make progress. I'm so glad I can instead push that off to tomorrow, because I do love procrastinating. Okay, so since the last clip that you saw, I did go ahead and farm up all the boss traps for Diona. We also now actually have this visible in-game, although I don't think you can view the buffs until you actually get the buffs. But as far as I'm aware, the buffs only really come into effect with stellar reactions, which I'm not able to proc, as right now Sandrone is the only one who enables them. And thus, this is potentially looking like another lunar reaction situation, where I'm gonna have to go through an entire region worth of updates without being able to do the main reaction of the region. Now, I'm really hoping that I'm wrong. I would love to get a 4-star that can also proc stellar reactions, but I'm not very confident that that's gonna be the case. That being said, I still am farming for a character who is being buffed for stellar reactions, so I don't know if this is actually smart, but even if I can't do the reactions, I have a feeling a lot of the things like the Spiral Abyss are going to favor cryo characters. So it's probably not a bad idea to have another cryo character besides, what, Kaya? I think he's really the only cryo one that I've even started to level up. However, we also have a big event, an event where for, I think, the first time, they're giving both a skin for a 4-star and a free copy of the 4-star. And I'm not sure if you were aware, but this is a 4-star only account, so it might be kind of a good idea to get that. I do also have a 10 pull at my disposal, and I don't want to use it on the weapon banner this time. I'm not a huge fan of these 4-star weapons, and I already have this 5-star one. However, on the character banner, I'm guaranteed to get one of these 3 4-stars. So I figure I'll use my 10 pull here, then save any other primos I get for a future weapon banner. I'm really hoping for not Fremine. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud because I know the game likes to be silly. Okay, Diona, that's fine. Sadly, it's going to only be 1 4-star. That gets her up to C2. And there's one other decision I need to make, which is, do I get Official or Shanling Constellations? For Shanling, that is a big one because it's C4 and that's 40% longer Pyronado. Official C4 isn't as impactful, however, it gets me closer to C6, which I do want. And even though I do tend to use Fischl more often, I think a longer burst is just too good to pass up on, so I'm getting the Shanling Constellation. I don't know if I'm at the part of the event yet where I'm actually like doing the event, or if this is all still just to unlock the event, but I went through a good chunk of dialogue, so I'm hoping I'm at the point where I get to earn some primos. And if you hear any noises in the background, I may or may not be recording this on the 4th of July. People love to set off fireworks. What am I doing while everyone else is out partying? Sitting on my butt playing Genshin. I'm actually not quite sure if this is the entire event, or if it's more like one of those ones where there's 3 or 4 different mini games. I'm kind of hoping there are some different things, because they gave us like 40 something days to do this, which means there's probably a lot that has to be done. And if this is the only part of the event, I could see it getting a little tiring to do the same thing over and over. Why did they make this boss so tanky? Like, obviously we just wait for this, hit that, but it really doesn't do much damage, especially considering they're putting a timer on this. Oh wait, this is optional, isn't it? Come on, do it again. Is that enough to finish you off? Nope. All right, I got about a minute left. Hopefully I can swim to the exit in a minute. Let's do that. And then grab, oh boy, then grab the piano bench. Why is this down here? Why is it valued at 0? Sure, I want it still. Give me. Now let me try to get out of here. I have 35 seconds. Oh boy. Lumian, I'm gonna need you to hurry it up. Is this even the way to the way out? Or is it that thing? Are you my way out? I think. No? What was that? Wait, what I just want to leave. Head to the rendezvous point. That's what I'm trying to do. I lost it. Where am I going? What is happening? What is this rendezvous? No, that's Nemesis. I killed that. Rendezvous. Oh, it's green as rendezvous. Okay, get me out of here. I thought the green map marker was just an optional enemy. So what did that piano bench get me? Or was that just a furniture for the teapot? I think there are 2 other parts to this event, but this is the only one that I can do. How dare they restrict me? I mean, I think I'm kind of done. Oh, so my mission now is to defeat the boss, which I've already done. Nice. Though this time around, I should be doing a bit more damage. I mean, it is still more damage. I do wish it was a little more, but now for the second time, the boss is dead. Oh, my first primos. It only took about 40 minutes, but I have 30 primos now. Ah, this is what the piano bench is for. Excuse me. What? The event quest is being blocked by an event quest? Does that make any sense? Okay, let's try this again. And now, have another... Oh, more primos. I have another part of the event unlocked. My hope is that I can just get as many primos as possible and save them for future weapon banners. Come on. Come on. Buy it. Buy it. I know you want... Oh.
Here's your
Oh, wait, I need to... Okay, I don't have that. Wait, I did have that. No, you don't want it? I can give it to you. There, take... Hey, get back here. This... Dude, the hat was in front of you. Are you blind? Yeah. Go. Take it. It's yours. Oh, I have to click? Ah, I kind of thought they'd be smart enough to just, I don't know, buy it. Oh, you want a plate? There you go. You want a gear? I don't have gears. Go away. You're ruining my business. I don't have that. It's a drink or nothing. Starfish. You see what's on the counter. Just buy that. Don't be difficult. Oh, were those the gears that guy was looking for? He should have told me that I did have what he wanted. As they say, the customer is always wrong. Okay, am I crazy? Or does the game look like its graphics are lower right now? Like everything looks kind of blurry. They changed something. There's no way this is how the game's always looked. I bet you can't even tell in the YouTube video, but I am restarting because this looks wrong. Oh, this is the problem. Why did my resolution change? Ah, that's so much better. Now, in normal Java fashion, I don't feel that I've gotten quite distracted enough during this video. So let me just start leveling up Diona. Again, I really don't think the stellar stuff is going to come into effect on this account, but I can hope that I'm wrong. Worth Ascension, up to level 70. Would appear I need to go pick some flowers. Do you guys want to go pick flowers with me? No? Well, too bad, because that's what we're doing. And you are going to enjoy it. Here, to make it more interesting, I'll tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a man trying to build a character in Genshin Impact. He had to go around and collect lots of calla lilies. I wasn't sure if it was pronounced Kala or Kala. He then decided to try and tell his viewers about a story of a man trying to build a character in this game. And in order to do so, he had to go around collecting lots of Kala lilies. But he was pretty sure that that's the right pronunciation because Kala just sounds weird. The end. Well, not the end of actually going around collecting the flowers, but definitely the end of the story. Oh. Sucrose actually did something. That's crazy. I never thought I'd see the day. All right, Diona. Another ascension for the books. Level 80. And I don't think I can get 50 more of these in this world. Apparently, I'm also going to be out of Hilitrol drops. That's always a fun time. Ooh, I am guaranteed a 4-star with my Acquaint Fates. Show me something good. Give me a constellation. That, okay, never mind. Pretty sure that's just gonna sit and collect rust on this account. As for Diona's talents, skill and burst are the only 2 that I care about. I did farm that talent domain a little bit, but like I said, apparently Hilitrol drops I just don't have that many of. Meaning before I do any kind of farming, the best I can do is getting this skill up to level 6. Oh. Apparently not. I can put it up again. For her artifacts, I am thinking about going for tenacity. I have a whole 1 piece for that set. And as I do this, I can come in here and build myself the start of a stellar team. Although there's one thing missing, stellar reactions. You ready to see these stellar reactions? Here they come. Boom. Bang. Massive. Now, it may say only superconduct. Don't worry about that. It's just a glitch in the game. Although I did just remember I haven't even done the buff stuff. So I probably should do that as well. This is like the worst set to get EM on, but it could be a decent off piece for someone. Don't you worry. If you thought I was going to go right back to this event and get on track, no, I don't do that. I'm going to go get more distracted. Oh, I don't even have this waypoint. I guess while I'm going over, I might as well collect these. Because if I do decide to build Charlotte at any point, since they're giving us a free copy, she's gonna need a bunch of them. We call this multitasking. Yeah, I bet you didn't think I had it in me. Wait, what was I doing again? Subjecting myself to more dialogue, that's right. So, if I view my quests, I can accept it, and then listen to Beto Yap for a little bit. Okay, trial time with Chung Yoon. Interesting. So, can I proc stellar stuff in here? Doesn't seem like it, but hey, maybe I could build a team with Beto and Chung Yoon, because that's what they're showing me. Is that a good idea? Because I kind of sounds fun. So Beto is all fully unlocked now, but she has to be in a Polestar field, which my brain keeps wanting to read as Polar Star. And right now, Sandrone is the only one who can proc that. So please, allow 4 stars to proc it as well. Look at that, they're cheating in here. They grant you the Polestar field buff, but these characters have no way of procking it. And look at this, even Hoyoverse doesn't know that she should be on Tenacity for this. So yeah, I guess you could say I'm kind of smarter than the developers. I'll allow you to say that much. So I have realized the sacrificial bow would be pretty good for Diona. Right now I have her on Favonius, which is decent, but it means I have to build her with crit rate in mind. I don't have a sacrificial bow. However, there is one on the current weapon banner. I don't know if I want to risk trying to pull for it. What's my current pity on here? Okay, 32. So I really have no risk of getting a 5-star by accident. And I believe I do have a way to get some more primos. I think it's time to do some more diving. Okay, so first I need 5 of the green grade dangerous creatures. And then also explore a designated area, which I believe is this. Grab everything. And then I think I'm done. Though I could fight the boss for some more money. Is it any easier for me to take down now? Yeah, I would say it is. And this time, I can go to the second floor. Not really a floor. Second, whatever you want to call it. Hello, Crab. I think I need your drops. Oh, that does not do much damage. Okay, yeah, this is a lot harder. Because I either sit here and wait for them to hit me, and then still do no damage, or I swim around doing even less damage. Okay, you know what? Let me get out of here. I did okay. Oh, here I go again. All right, let's put out that because it has a thumbs up, and then this because it's expensive. That has a thumbs up, and that because it's expensive. Kid, I think you want a plate. Come back. Oh, this guy wants 2 plates. Now that I actually understand this, I'm selling a lot more this time around. That went pretty well. I'll throw some more stuff into tanks because this is very humane. Wait, Fremine wants a piano bench, but I already put down a piano bench. Yeah, you know, game, doing this doesn't really tell me where it is. There's 3 different spots to teleport to. Is it at this one? Oh, I got lucky. It is. I don't know why I'm attempting to do an event that they give us about 40 days to do in 1 day. Oh, I guess I kind of do know. It's for primos. I just want a lot of primo gems. Charlotte, here is your first constellation. What if I just do like speed runs in here? I just grab a couple things and then I get distracted because there's a big chest that I want to open. And then I get out of here. I just speedrun to do whatever missions they give me for each area. So instead of spending a lot of time in here, I just try to get more dives in and then get more loot from that. Essentially the quantity over quality approach. I don't know if this is actually smart, but the only mission I have left now is defeating the main boss of the area, which I'll be honest, I don't even know if I've seen. I guess it's not that hard to find when it's literally marked on the map. Hello, sir. Hopefully I've upgraded this enough where I can actually do some decent damage. It's not too bad. The main downside of this event is that I am in no way going to want to do this on more than 1 account. And it seems like that 1 account is going to be 4 stars only. Defeat the guards and enter the building. Okay. That was easy. Oh boy, there's a lot of stuff I want. Okay, get rid of all the little stuff. Definitely want this because I don't know what it is. I want this. I want that. Oh, great. There's more stuff in here. You can't do this to me. Wait, what? It called this a rendezvous point. It said I could leave from here at any time. But I can't interact with it. Okay, guess I'm leaving the normal way. I'll be honest, I don't know if there's any sort of strategy to what you put in these tanks, but if it gives me an option to place something, I'm just putting it in. All right, I have unlocked the final part of this event, which appears to be fishing. Something I actively try to avoid having to do in this game. Although this is much better than the normal fishing, because I don't actually have to use a fishing rod, and Paimon is silent throughout all of it. Oh, this is where the money's at. I take it back, that's the best part of this event. Now, I don't know if I'm supposed to put this camera prototype up for sale. Oh, well, this guy wants it, so there you go. I imagine if they let me sell it, then I'm allowed to sell it. And later on, they're not going to be like, oh, you need another one of those now. What? An invisible person wants a baton? Sure. Oh, now they're there. I am so good at this. I think I'm about to sell out of everything. Yep, final product. Here you go. 17,000. Unfortunately, everything's locked behind this next quest, and I don't know how I start that. It does feel a little wrong to just go around beating up the wildlife, and then we go and lock them in a cage. I don't know where the chocolate balls are, which is kind of a weird thing to be asking when you're diving in the ocean, but that is literally what they're called. Am I able to swap between the different powers? Like, can I somehow go back to a different one? As far as I'm aware, I cannot, but there probably is some way to do it, because I need to get through this. I don't see any of the blue crabs around, and I don't see the chocolate balls either. Ooh, are you a chocolate ball? I think you are. You are. Okay, I need you. I also need 2 more of you. Ooh, jackpot. Time to get out of here. I'll be honest, I know they gave us a lot of time to do this event, but I think there's still a lot left, and I'm kind of getting a little tired of doing the same thing over and over. All that's left for me to do in this area is defeat this boss, so I'll see if I have time to do that. I don't do that much damage with this attack yet. I honestly haven't been upgrading it much because I don't like using it, and they're gonna make me switch anyways. Although this is by far the easiest boss to deal with. You kinda just sit here and hold one button. Alrighty, boss defeated. Get the piano soundboard, grab this thing's corpse, and my work is done here. Once again, I'm just clicking all the buttons. Uh-oh, my resin has refreshed again, and you know what that means. Time to get distracted. Truthfully, the more efficient thing to do would be to farm the Severed Fates domain, and then just use the strongbox to get some tenacity pieces, which is what I would do if this wasn't for a video. Because it is for a video, I have to do things a little bit different, since this gives me the highest chance of actually getting usable pieces for Diona. Otherwise, there's a chance I do all the farming in the Severed Fates domain, and then I don't have anything to put on the Diona. And in a video where I'm trying to build her, That doesn't seem like a good idea. I think all I really need is HP percent and energy recharge. Maybe for the Stellar team it's good to have EM, but I'm not too sure. But then because I'm using the Favonius Warbow, I will need some crit. Although wait, what does it matter? I don't need EM if I can't even proc the reaction. All of the resin has been spent. Let's see if I can put a decent enough set together. It feels wrong to not be happy that this is rolling crit damage, but I really don't need crit damage on her. Or flat defense. Okay, so that's not a good piece. But that is the only HP percent one, so I guess she's keeping it for now. Let's try the goblet. Oh good, flat defense. How does it know? Of all the stats. No, stop it. Oh. That's interesting. Alright, a lot of Mora was just spent, but I think the pieces are like decent enough, and I did go with the crit rate circlet because I only had about 19% crit rate, and I know we have cryo resonance, but this should proc Favonius a lot more frequently, and I am rewarded for my efforts. I said hopefully. I also decided I am going to go around and just farm a couple Hilichurls, and I must say, using the charged attack playstyle... Where'd that arrow go? Using the charged attack playstyle with Sethos is fun for this, because they don't even get a chance to fight. You missed the crit. As I was saying, they don't even get a chance to fight back. And if I can line up the shots, I can get two. It's not doing enough. You know, when I don't say anything and don't put it in the video, it one-shots them every time. As soon as I try and show it, it just stops working. Let's see. Can I one-shot you? Thank goodness. Let's try this again. 2 for 1 special, and boom. There we go. Wait, 10 minutes of farming Hilichurls only gets me 3 of these? That means it'll take me an hour and 20 minutes of just fighting Hilichurls. I really don't like the sound of that. And right now this event is gatekeeping me because I'm too poor to proceed. Like, I've done everything that I can. I need to unlock phase 2, but I can't do that until I hit this much money, meaning I'm kind of just stuck doing the same thing over and over. You know, it was my goal to save the bait for when the next level is unlocked. I feel like if I waste it now, I'm not gonna have it when this unlocks. But based on how much money they want me to have, this is gonna be the fastest way. So back to my fishing I go. I at least want to get to the Charlotte skin in this video, so that should be enough. Oh, I think I did it. I've unlocked phase 2, and somehow I've already done most of phase 2. So now it is back to selling stuff. Everything has been sold. Phase 2 is done for some of these, and I get myself Charlotte's new skin. Kind of funny that they gave her a skin, but she doesn't have any of the buffs for the stellar stuff. So at this exact moment, I'm not sure if I plan on building her, but maybe eventually. You know, I knew one of you were lying. Based off of my progress in this event so far, here I can get 60 more primos, and then somewhere else in one of these pages I can get some more. But I saw a comment from one of you saying you'd been going through this event, hadn't even finished it, and you got over 2,000 primos. I'm calling cap on that. I'm not even certain we'll get a full 10 pull out of this event, which I had kind of been hoping I would. But truth be told, right now, I'm kind of tired of diving down into the ocean. However, I do think I have a decent Diona build coming together. I'll have to send her again once these are available. And, I guess farm a lot of Hilichurls, which she's also gonna need for her talons. I don't like that. But also my Mora is starting to get kind of low. This is so random, but I just found out I can make Sethos' hourglass spin if I keep toggling him on and off. With that being said, though, I hope you guys did enjoy. And as always, I shall see you all in
What is the deadliest job in America? Well, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor, the most hazardous occupation fluctuates between logging and commercial fishing. In any given year, these industries can expect about 1 out of every 1,000 workers to die on the job. Of all the possible career paths in modern America, this is pretty much as deadly as it gets. Unless, of course, you're willing to think outside of the box. Because in the United States, there is one job whose fatality rate towers far beyond the others.
Pretty lively here. Thank you for your patronage.
Across 250 years of our nation's history, only 45 men have ever had the honor of being president. And of these 45 men, 8 have died on the job, representing a fatality rate of more than 17%. To put it another way, Getting elected president is roughly equivalent to playing Russian roulette with one bullet loaded in the chamber. Out of everyone sworn into the Oval Office thus far, 1 out of 6 would not live to see the end of their term. If you're misfortunate enough to die as the president, your legacy will go down in one of 2 ways. You will either be immortalized within the essential fabric of our nation, or you will be quietly forgotten as if you never even existed. Whichever outcome you receive will mostly depend on your cause of death. If you die of natural causes, almost no one will remember you, and those who do may only ridicule you. This was the case with the very first president to die in office, William Henry Harrison, someone who was evidently quite eager to lead the nation, as he concocted the longest inauguration speech in American history. Unfortunately, this may have directly contributed to the shortest presidency in American history. After speaking for 2 hours in the frigid rain, Harrison soon caught pneumonia and died just a month into his term. In the present day, anyone who knows him only knows him for this. Zachary Taylor was the next president to bite the dust in office. Just 16 months in, he contracted an intestinal disease after drinking some rancid milk and died shortly after. He is another president who has been almost entirely forgotten by the American public. If anything, he was better remembered for his distinguished military career than anything he did in the White House. The same cannot be said for Warren G. Harding, who was somehow even more of an afterthought than Taylor, despite serving nearly a century closer to our time. He died of a heart attack 2 years into his term. But as it turns out, not all sick and dying presidents are doomed to be forgotten. Franklin D. Roosevelt passed away in 1945 due to complications from polio, and he went on to become one of the few presidents immortalized on legal tender that Americans see every day. However, FDR's legacy is certainly a special case. Not only was he the longest-serving president in American history, but he happened to guide the nation through 2 of its biggest crises of the 20th century. His political accomplishments overshadowed his eventual death to such an extent that I suspect most Americans today aren't even aware that he died in office. The truth is that people don't want to remember their greatest leaders as sickly and feeble. They want to remember a hero, someone who made the ultimate sacrifice for the ultimate job. That distinction belongs to a separate classification of presidential deaths. Of the 8 presidents who died on the job, half were assassinated. This was the case with 2 of the most dramatic moments in the history of American politics. Elected a century apart, Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy would both meet the same grisly fate, being executed by a lone gunman in full view of the adoring public. Lincoln's death represented the culmination of the most divisive war ever fought on U.S. soil. Kennedy's death and the dubious events surrounding it sowed the modern age of paranoia and distrust in the clandestine institutions that rule over us. By all measures, these were 2 of the most critical turning points in the long and winding story of this nation. The men who paid the price for these unspeakable tragedies have been memorialized for the foreseeable future. However, not all presidential assassinations are remembered equally. Far more obscure than the demise of Lincoln and Kennedy was the murder of William McKinley. Although he met more or less the same fate as the others, his death went on to receive far less notoriety over time. This may have to do with how McKinley existed in an awkward middle ground of US history, too late to be considered foundational and too early to have any relevance within modern politics. At the very least, he did end up getting a notable mountain named after him, so he hasn't been completely lost to time. Oddly enough, McKinley, Lincoln, and JFK actually have something else in common. They are each part of what may be America's most bizarre historical coincidence. Starting with Lincoln in 1860, each successive president elected in a 20-year interval would suffer a sudden and untimely death in office. This pattern would persist for a century, finally ending with the 1980 election winner Ronald Reagan, who famously survived an assassination attempt. This mystifying trend has arguably shaped the very groundwork of the nation we see today. Each of these men, no matter how important or irrelevant, played their part in altering the course of our destiny. But wait a minute, isn't there someone else you're forgetting? If you happen to be murdered while working the most important job in the nation, you'd think it would be a pretty big deal. You'd think that future generations would at least remember you in some capacity. But remarkably enough, that is apparently not the case. James A. Garfield was assassinated while in office, and he is somehow in contention for the most forgotten president in US history. At least some presidents like Millard Fillmore are ironically remembered for being so forgettable, but Garfield doesn't even have that. He's not taught in schools, he's not brought up by modern talking heads, he was not even included in the Simpsons musical number about forgotten presidents. His very name has been completely overshadowed by an orange cartoon cat who eats lasagna. For most of my life, I had known that there was a President Garfield. I knew he had a beard, I knew he existed in that same awkward part of American history as McKinley, but beyond that, I couldn't really tell you anything about him. It was only very recently that I found out he was assassinated at all, which you'd imagine would be a fairly significant detail. I mean, really, doesn't it seem odd that we had a president who was murdered in office and no one today seems to know it even happened? How can this possibly be the case? At first, I suspected that it must be some insidious deep state cover-up designed to blind us from the truth. But no, pretty much all the information there is to know about the incident is readily available, and any political motives that may have once existed for such a scheme have surely been rendered obsolete. Maybe this particular presidential assassination just happened to be especially boring and unremarkable. A complete oxymoron if you think about it. In the modern age, our appetite for true crime stories has never been greater. And what could be a bigger crime than killing the president? Why would anything like this be swept under the rug? When I started looking into it, I quickly found out why. This whole catastrophe and everything leading up to it deserved to be forgotten, because it might just be the dumbest series of events that has ever transpired in the history of American politics. I understand that this is a bold claim to make, especially in modern times, but rest assured, by the end of this tale, many of you will have no choice but to reach the same conclusion. This is the story of how the most brilliant president we've ever had was killed by stupidity. James Abram Garfield was born in 1831 at what was then the edge of the American frontier. He came into this world in abject poverty, the youngest of 5 children, all living in a log cabin on the outskirts of the wilderness. When he was just 2 years
Ah. So none of the experience is wasted. Mm-hmm.
old, his father dropped dead after using every last ounce of his strength to defend the property from a forest fire. As a boy, Garfield dreamed of sailing the seas. Not long after, he would come pretty close to doing just that, taking a job as a ship worker on the Erie Canal. Then one treacherous night, he was flung overboard into the chilling darkness below. His cries for help went unheard by the rest of the crew. Flailing around in the swirling, choppy water, the young Garfield was completely and utterly alone. Then, by some miracle, his hand grasped onto a single wayward rope dangling off the boat. He pulled himself to safety and lived to see another day. Nearly every moment of Garfield's life would be surrounded by death. But back then, that was pretty much business as usual. 19th century America wasn't exactly the most pleasant place to live. Disease ran rampant, violence was common, and working conditions were brutal. These factors contributed to a life expectancy as low as 40 by the middle of the century. It was practically impossible to go through life without being constantly exposed to death and tragedy. Surprisingly, many Americans would actually take pride in these harsh realities. The United States has always been guided by individual excellence. We romanticize this idea of finding diamonds in the rough, praying that somewhere out there in a sea of suffering and mediocrity, the truly brilliant among us will emerge and lead the rest of us to prosperity. Our heroes cannot simply be created, they must be forged through the chaos and dysfunction of American life. Sure, we sacrifice a great deal of collective welfare along the way, but when you finally find that diamond, nothing else can compare. James A. Garfield is that diamond, and it wouldn't be long before he started shining. Following his near-death experience, the young Garfield undergoes a religious revival. He becomes an unwavering man of faith and finds himself with a new sense of purpose. He is now determined to fulfill his mother's lifelong wish of getting a formal education. At the age of 19, he enrolls at a nearby college, having to work as a janitor to afford his tuition. But despite his humble origins, Garfield would quickly establish himself as a brilliant student. After only a year, the school had already hired him as a teacher. He soon develops a talent for public speaking, and before long was able to hold a crowd in the palm of his hand. His newfound thirst for knowledge would bring him to the prestigious Williams College in Massachusetts, his first exposure to a broader view of the American people. Returning to rural Ohio with a rare East Coast degree, Garfield was already one of the most distinguished men in the state. In 1859, at the age of 28, he was elected to his first political role in the Ohio State Senate. Just over a year later, the nation erupted in civil war, and Garfield left his seat to fight for the Union. He ended up leading a brigade of troops into the Battle of Middle Creek. Although he was outmanned, outgunned, and totally inexperienced, he would successfully repel the Confederate forces through superior tactics. But despite the glory of victory, while scanning the aftermath of the battle, Garfield was overcome with a profound sadness. His gambit had cost the lives of countless men, many of whom he had personally recruited from his own hometown. The stillness of those fallen soldiers haunted him, and forever changed his perspective on the sanctity of life. After the battle, Garfield was promoted to general. News of his military triumph quickly spread, and propelled him to a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives as part of the nation Republican Party. But just as he reached another milestone, tragedy would strike him once again. Shortly before taking office, he lost his 3-year-old daughter Eliza. Distraught with grief, he started to reconsider his political career. But after Abraham Lincoln insisted he stay, Garfield would make his best effort to serve the nation. When evaluating politicians from this time period, you'd expect to encounter a litany of archaic and backwards views. But in this regard, Garfield was surprisingly progressive even by our modern standards. A radical abolitionist, he fought to end slavery and preserve the suffrage and civil rights of freed men. From his own life experience, he knew that dedicated people could rise from nothing if given the opportunity, and thus fought for the rights of the oppressed and downtrodden. In another rare sight for men in his position, Garfield had seemingly no interest in climbing the political ladder. He was perfectly content with the spot he was in, unwilling to pursue any greater power or prestige. Garfield would remain in Congress for 17 years. Over that time, he became widely respected by his peers, known throughout the Capitol as a man of great honor and quite the skilled orator. He would also try his hand at practicing law, at times defending men who had no one else on their side. He kept up with academics too, at one point submitting an original proof of the Pythagorean theorem just for fun. And away from Washington, he spent most of his days humoring his wife and kids on the family farm back in Ohio. Life was good, but soon enough, everything would take an unexpected turn. Following the Civil War, the newly formed Republican Party enjoyed a crushing grip over Congress and the presidency, but as the years went on, their plans start to go south. In the 1876 election, the Democrats had the Republicans dead to rights. It was here that many believed the two parties cut a deal. A never-before-seen electoral commission awarded all the remaining votes to Republican candidate Rutherford B. Hayes, who won the election by the smallest margin in U.S. history. In exchange, the Hayes administration withdrew all federal troops from the former Confederacy, effectively ending Reconstruction and leaving civil rights issues in the South unresolved for the next century. By 1880, the Republican Party is close to imploding from constant infighting. Hostilities have broken out between two rival factions. Garfield's side, the half-breeds who want civil service reform, and the stalwarts who want to continue a tradition of political patronage known as the spoils system. In the US during this time, it was common for presidential administrations to reward their biggest donors with powerful positions in the government, and thus, winning elections was used as a means of personal enrichment for yourself and your cronies. This is otherwise known as blatant corruption, and totally undermines the values of a free democracy which is supposed to reward merit. The stalwarts are led by a senator from New York named Roscoe Conkling, who over the years has built America's single biggest political machine in New York City. Conkling is arguably the most powerful politician in the country, using his influence to sabotage the entire Hayes presidency after he refused to fall in line. The half-breeds are led by Conkling's sworn enemy James G. Blaine, who wants to dismantle the spoils system once and for all. This heated power struggle comes to a head at the 1880 Republican Convention. The two frontrunners for the nomination are Blaine and Conkling's choice for president, Ulysses S. Grant. The former Union general had already spent 2 terms in the White House and had agreed to stay out of Conkling's way. Attending the convention is James A. Garfield, but only to campaign on someone else's behalf. You see, Garfield has no desire to become president. In fact, he views the lust for the presidency as a spiritually destructive force that can only lead to doom and ruination. Today, his only job is to pledge his support for fellow Ohioan John Sherman. The endorsement makes little difference, however, as the Republican delegates simply cannot decide on a candidate. The three-way split leaves each prospect well short of the majority required for nomination, and so, the convention is forced to re-vote over and over again until a winner is decided. The stalemate extends past 10, 20, and eventually 30 ballots. But then, an extraordinary development starts to take place. Several delegates from all around the country begin casting their votes for Garfield. With each additional ballot, his support grows higher and higher. Disturbed by what he was seeing, Garfield tries insisting to the convention that he's not a participant in this race, but his protests fall on deaf ears. Even more delegates start to join in on the stampede, and eventually, Blaine and Sherman throw in the towel. It's all coming up Garfield. When the dust settles on the 36th ballot, he stands at a total of 399 votes. James A. Garfield has just become the Republican nominee after never even agreeing to be a candidate. He is now possibly the only person in U.S. history who is being forced to run for president against his will. And then he won. Congratulations to James A. Garfield, the 20th President of the United States. Despite facing a dead heat in the popular vote, he wins the Electoral College by a fairly comfortable margin. This is quite impressive, considering he did practically nothing in terms of a campaign. In fact, he never left his farm during the entire election cycle. But despite this, the rest of the nation had started to become enamored with Garfield's story.
stick to the plan.
After going from penniless and
No,
fatherless to the
ship
most
change.
powerful
Boost
civil
of
servant
delivery.
in all the land, he practically embodied the American dream, and people from all walks of life began to rally around him. When he finally learned of his victory, Garfield felt pride in vindicating his supporters, but on a personal level, he couldn't shake the feeling of sadness that the simple pastoral life he desired was suddenly over. He was now expected to climb what he described as a bleak mountain. The presidency may not have been good for Garfield, but Garfield was undoubtedly good for the presidency. The fact that he never wanted the job actually reveals why he was the perfect man for the job. He now has the rare opportunity to fulfill what has long been considered impossible, the myth of the truly noble president. In the modern age, we view this idea as some kind of vague abstraction. For as much as they try to fool us into believing otherwise, we all know deep down that the men who become president are not ordinary people like you and I. Their job is to toe the line for the most powerful institutions in society, not to have a beer with a bunch of blue-collar workers. The truth is that modern-day presidents tend to be money-hungry, power-hungry, and totally out of touch with the people they rule over. And this is precisely what makes James A. Garfield significant, because he actually made it to the White House while maintaining his real, honest-to-God integrity. He is modest, conscientious, and understands the plight of the less fortunate because he personally lived through it. In an age of darkness and corruption, this ridiculous political circus of ours accidentally gave us a hero. Someone who was truly brilliant in both intellect and character. If all goes well, a leader like this has the potential to guide our nation into a new golden age. At long last, we have finally found our diamond. Now, it's time to meet the rough. On June 11, 1880, a terrible tragedy occurs on the Long Island Sound. While navigating through dense fog, two passenger ships suffer a head-on collision. More than 50 people drown or burn to death in the ensuing fire. One man, however, makes it out of the calamity completely unscathed. His name is Charles Guiteau.
That's unexpected.
Hardly anyone knows who he is at this point, but that won't be the case for much longer. In many ways, Guiteau could be described as an anti-Garfield. He was also born into abject poverty and raised by a single father instead of a single mother. While Garfield grew up to be a tall man with broad shoulders, Guiteau maintained a short and frail stature. Both men were devout Christians, but while Garfield practiced his faith with grace and humility, Guiteau quickly slipped into radical fanaticism. This was mostly due to the influence of his father, who moved the family to a polyamorous commune in upstate New York. While the young Guiteau enjoyed the idea of free love, he did not enjoy the volunteer labor required to live on the grounds. And so, after falling out with the rest of the community, he set off on his own path. By this point, Garfield had taken on a life of great sacrifice, whether through teaching, military combat, or public service. Guiteau happened to take a different route that basically involved scamming everyone who crossed paths with him. His lifestyle resembled what we now know as a grifter, someone who'd be willing to sell the world and then act confused when there's nowhere left to spend the money. At first, he becomes a lawyer, perhaps taking after his brother-in-law, the person in his life most willing to loan him money that he'd never repay. During this time, there was essentially no barrier of entry to practicing law, which many of Guiteau's clients found out the hard way. His behavior in the courtroom was considered by many as a bit unhinged, and any argument he made was often totally incoherent. On the rare occasions he actually won some kind of settlement for his clients, he would pocket the money for himself and skip town. Once it becomes clear that the legal profession isn't working out for him, Guiteau tries his hand as a traveling evangelist. He wanders from city to city, hopping on trains without paying for tickets and staying in hotels without paying for rooms. He publishes an alternative Bible which was almost entirely plagiarized from some other zealot. He desperately tries to convince passerbys to attend his lectures. Very few would, and those who did pretty much always regretted their decision. Guiteau's constant lies and recklessness did get him arrested on several occasions, but the punishment was never enough to deter him from trying again. He keeps this up for over a decade, jumping to town.
Банку чего? Нет, лучше банку ананаса. Что-нибудь, да.
Can I hold onto your clothes? Oh, sorry. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Sorry. Are you okay? Sorry. Are you okay? Sorry. Are you okay? Sorry. Are you okay?
This week, following the sudden resignation of Keir Starmer on Monday, the United Kingdom is preparing to appoint its 7th Prime Minister in just 10 years. At this point, holding the highest office in British politics has started to look less like a prestigious constitutional honour and more like a temporary zero-hour contract at a local retail store where the management changes constantly, the customers are permanently furious, and you really shouldn't bother unpacking your personal belongings because you've seen how things went for the last 6 people who sat at that desk. The revolving door at 10 Downing Street has become such a fixture of British life that the only part of the economy showing reliable growth appears to be the London removal firms that specialise in transporting executive furniture at very short notice. Now, it would be easy to look at all of this
Shift
political
change. Don't
churn
make me
and
clean up for too
conclude
long.
that Britain has simply become the Italy of northwestern Europe. But that would be unfair to Italy, which over the same 10 years has looked like an oasis of predictability by comparison. This run of political volatility isn't just a matter of rotten luck, it's the direct legacy of an event that took place exactly 1 decade ago this week, the Brexit referendum of June 23, 2016. Now, there were 2 stories told about Brexit at the time, and the interesting thing, the thing that makes it such a good topic, is that both of them turned out to be wrong. The first story was told by the Leave campaign, who drove a large red bus around the UK with the words, "We send the UK £350 million a week, let's fund our NHS instead." The pitch was that Britain was hemorrhaging money to Brussels, money that was being wasted, and that leaving would let the country reclaim its borders, slash bureaucracy, revitalise the health service, and most importantly, bring back the bendy banana, which the EU had supposedly outlawed. This was promoted heavily by right-wing populists and, more surprisingly, by a smaller group of left-wing Eurosceptics who wanted to leave the EU not to deregulate the economy, but to regulate it far more aggressively than Brussels would ever allow. The 2 groups agreed on the destination and on absolutely nothing else. For the Leave campaign, Brexit was framed as a patriotic act to take back control of the nation's laws, money and borders, a democratic strike against the metropolitan elites in London who had spent decades managing a globalised economy while leaving the old industrial heartland behind. The second story was told by the Remain side, and it was that Brexit would be an immediate catastrophe. In May 2016, 1 month before the vote, Her Majesty's Treasury published an analysis predicting that a Leave vote would tip the country straight into a year-long recession, cost around 500,000 jobs, leave GDP 3.6% smaller, collapse house prices, weaken sterling, and lower real wages. They had an even gloomier scenario in the same document too, in which 820,000 jobs went. This was the official position of the British government. Vote the wrong way on Thursday and the economy falls over by the weekend. What actually happened was worse than Leave promised and a good deal milder than Remain threatened, which is the least satisfying result for everyone involved and the reason that the argument has never really...
В чем тут, мам? Я даже не услышал целиком. Звучало как подколка.
Ладно, ты поешь, потом песню. Холодильник тебе вот эти не нужны?
Все. Сейчас. Да, тут очень много, и большая часть из этого это мусор. Так. Ну, давай, да, ты просто зайдешь сюда попозже.
Ended. There was no immediate recession and 500,000 people did not lose their jobs that summer. Now this does not mean that Brexit was fine, as we'll get to. It's been a disaster in ways that took years to show up. But it means that the question was always going to be more complicated than either camp was willing to admit on the side of a bus. The part of this story that matters most is who voted for Brexit and why. During the boom years, Britain's welfare state had partly compensated the people who lost out from deindustrialization and globalization. Then the financial crisis arrived, austerity followed, and the cushion was gradually removed from the people who were sitting on it. In the poorest parts of the country, cuts to benefits made a bad situation considerably worse. According to a recent piece in The Atlantic, the share of British children growing up in long-term poverty, meaning poor for half their childhood or more, rose from about 14% to 23%. So, you had a large group of people who, by their own fairly reasonable assessment, had very little left to lose. When the referendum came along, this group got to take a free shot at the metropolitan liberal elites, who they felt, not entirely without justification, had caused the financial crisis and then handed them the bill. They were also angry about immigration, which was the single biggest driver of the Leave vote. The promise to control it was explicit. It was central to the campaign, and it was the thing that they came back to again and again. So that's the setup. Two wrong stories, one understandably furious electorate, and a referendum result that almost nobody in charge had planned for. Now let's look at what happened next. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Cape. Cape is a mobile carrier designed specifically for people who prioritize data privacy. The main difference between Cape and standard carriers is how they handle your personal information. Most providers collect a lot of personal. To understand why the immediate post-referendum period confused so many people, you have to separate financial markets from the real economy. On the morning the result was announced, the currency desks in London panicked. Sterling took an immediate and violent thumping, dropping to its lowest level against the US dollar in 30 years, and the FTSE 100 opened deep in the red. But, in a nice piece of financial irony, the stock market bounced back quickly, and the reason why tells you something important about what the FTSE 100 actually measures.
Thank you.
People
I'll add it to
treat
my
the
stash.
FTSE 100 as a kind of national scorecard for Britain, but it isn't really. Its 100 companies are listed in London, but they're mostly enormous multinationals, oil majors, miners, banks, drug companies, and consumer goods giants that earn the majority of their money internationally. By the index provider's own reckoning, well over half of their sales are made overseas, and some estimates put it closer to 80%. So when you watch the index to gauge the health of the British economy, you're largely watching how well a group of global companies is doing in countries that are not Britain. It is, in that sense, one of the less useful things you could be looking at. This is why the falling pound looked like good news for the index. If a company earns its profits in dollars or euros and the pound suddenly drops, then those profits convert into more pounds. So the share price, measured in pounds, goes up, even though absolutely nothing about the business has improved. The number on the screen was rising mainly because the unit it was being measured in, the British pound, had shrunk. A British investor looking at this hadn't really gained anything because the larger pile of pounds they now owned was made of individually less valuable pounds. What looked like a recovery was mostly just a measurement problem. If you were a trader staring at a Bloomberg terminal 10 years ago, it looked like the world was ending. If you were an ordinary person walking down the high street, nothing had changed at all. There was no immediate recession. People woke up, grumbled about the news, and went to work as normal. The sky didn't fall. The reason for the disconnect is that Brexit didn't really happen on that Friday morning. Brexit was a bureaucratic process that took years to grind through, and instead of an immediate exit, the UK spent 4 grueling years trapped in political infighting over whether it was pursuing a hard Brexit or a soft Brexit, a distinction that nobody could ever fully define, which made it an ideal thing to argue about indefinitely. It was during this gridlock that the traditional relationship between business and the Conservative Party broke down. When major international manufacturers like Airbus and BMW publicly warned that leaving the customs union would threaten thousands of British jobs, Boris Johnson, a former game show host and the star of the Leave campaign, who was serving as Foreign Secretary at the time, summarized his economic policy at a private reception in 2 words: fuck business, which has not traditionally been the Conservative Party's position on business, which is not at a private reception in 2 words. Fuck business, which has not traditionally been the Conservative Party's position on business. I don't think that was Margaret Thatcher's position anyhow. Eventually, the politicians patched the deal together. The United Kingdom officially and legally left the European Union on January 31st, 2020. But because of a prearranged transition period, the actual trading rules didn't change for another 11 months. So Brexit really took effect on December 31st, 2020. And this is where things became scrambled. By the time the new trade barriers went live in January 2021, the global economy was in the depths of the COVID-19 pandemic. Every supply chain on Earth was already broken. Container ships were stuck outside ports, and factories worldwide were shutting down. The pandemic didn't soften the economic hit of Brexit, but it did camouflage it. When a small business couldn't import components or a supermarket ran short of fresh tomatoes, it was almost impossible to say how much was down to Brexit and how much was simply the global chaos of COVID. This turned out to be enormously convenient for the people who had promised Brexit would be painless, because the one period when the cost should have been the most visible was also the period when nobody could isolate them. The damage was still happening, it just had been handed a perfect alibi. But while the virus masked the immediate pain, the broad damage to the economy was accumulating in the background. So with the pandemic no longer providing cover, how much damage has actually accumulated over the last decade? Well, this is where you run into the counterfactual problem, which is the single hardest thing about judging Brexit, and it's worth understanding before we throw numbers around. The trouble is that we only get to run history once. We can see how Britain has done since 2016, but we can't see how Britain would have done if it had stayed in the EU. And how it would have done is the entire question. To get around this, economists build what is essentially a ghost ship, a synthetic version of Britain that never Brexited. They take a basket of other countries whose economies closely track the UK before the referendum, weight them together into a kind of statistical clone, and then watch how the real Britain performs against this imaginary one that stayed in the EU. It's a slightly eerie exercise, conjuring up a parallel Britain where nothing big changed, but the gap between the two Britons is the estimated cost of Brexit. A widely cited NBER paper used this approach and concluded that by the end of 2025, leaving the EU had reduced British GDP by somewhere between 6 and 8%. To put that in perspective, an 8% hit to output is the kind of damage a country usually only sustains during a war. The problem with the ghost ship, though, is that it's only as good as the countries you build it from. And a big chunk of that clone was made of the United States, which over the last few years has done unusually well. The American economy has roared ahead over the last 10 years, fueled by enormous tech and AI investment, and a government deficit that would make a 1970s socialist blush. And it was largely spared the European energy crisis that followed the invasion of Ukraine. So the synthetic Britain raced off into the distance, partially because it was built out of a country having an unrelated boom, one that Britain just wouldn't pass. Critics of the paper argue that once you strip out the American outperformance and Ireland's famously distorted multinational inflated GDP, the realistic figure comes down to something more like 2% to 4%, which conveniently is roughly where the UK's own official forecaster, the Office for Budget Responsibility, has long put the long-run cost. But here's the thing that the headline percentage misses, and it might be the most important part. The worst of the damage didn't come from any single tariff or customs form. It came from the chaos itself. For most of the last decade, no British business could say with any confidence what the rules were going to be. Deal or no deal, hard Brexit or soft, which checks, which tariffs, which government, which prime minister this month. And a business that doesn't know what the rules will be doesn't build a new factory. It doesn't hire extra workers. It sits on its hands and waits. Economists now treat Brexit as a near-perfect natural experiment in what uncertainty does to an economy, and the answer is a great deal. The Bank of England estimated that business investment was running around 11% lower than it should have been within 3 years of the vote, and later studies put it as much as 12 to 18% below where it would otherwise have been. That is, years of businesses not invested in, employees not hired, and machines not bought. the measurable price of a country that could not tell its own businesses what kind of country it intended to be. And whichever number you take, 2%, 4%, 8%, none of them are small. In a £3 trillion economy, even the modest end means tens of billions of pounds of lost output every year, which doesn't come back. It acts as a ceiling, and the losses compound over time. You end up with a country that's permanently poorer, collects less tax, and watches its living standards stall. This slow stagnation is why the British press keeps returning with a kind of grim fascination to a single question. Has the United Kingdom finally become poorer than Mississippi, the poorest state in America? For years, the answer was a comfortable no. It's no longer comfortable, however. British output per person is now only just above Mississippi's, and even that narrow lead depends almost entirely on one city. Britain has a uniquely unbalanced economy, in which the capital city generates a wildly outsized share of national wealth, and then pays the fiscal transfers that keep much of the rest of the country running. According to the Financial Times, if you removed London's output and headcount from the national accounts, you would knock 14% off British living standards, just enough to drop the rest of the country below the last US state on the list. By way of comparison, removing San Francisco and the entire Bay Area from the United States would shave only about 4% off American GDP per head. Take London out of Britain, and left behind Britain really is poorer than Mississippi. Now, the poorer than Mississippi headline is a great headline, which is the main reason it keeps being brought up. As a description of what it's actually like to live in either place, it's not that helpful. Life expectancy in Britain is nearly 10 years longer than in Mississippi. Mississippi's infant mortality rate is the worst of any American state and more than double the rich world average. A baby born there is roughly twice as likely to die before its first birthday as one born in the UK. And a poor Briton who gets sick is treated by the NHS and grumbles about the waiting list. A poor Mississippian is amongst the most likely in America to have no health insurance at all, and a serious illness can mean financial ruin. Mississippi has the highest incarceration rate in the United States too, with an adult imprisonment rate of almost 1%. Stoke-on-Trent has a great many problems, but life there might be a bit more pleasant than in Mississippi. There's also a bit of a statistical joke buried in all of this. A good chunk of America's higher GDP per head is simply the United States spending roughly twice as much on healthcare as Britain does, and getting shorter lives in return. All that spending counts as output, so part of what makes Mississippi look richer in a spreadsheet is the cost of Mississippi being less healthy. The number that's supposed to prove the place is wealthier is partially just measuring how expensive it is to get sick there. The real point of all of this isn't that Britain turned into Mississippi, it's instead where the damage landed. Brexit's costs did not fall evenly. They fell hardest on the very people who voted for it. And to see why, you have to look at the difference between the businesses that could work around Brexit and the ones that couldn't. The people who voted for Brexit were heavily concentrated in the old industrial and manufacturing heartland. And the deal that Britain struck with the EU was, on paper, generous. 0 tariffs and 0 quotas on goods. The catch is that modern trade barriers often aren't about tariffs at all. When Britain left the single market, it didn't face a wall of taxes. It faced a mountain of customs declarations and rules of origin form. Adding 10 or 20 minutes of paperwork to every truckload of tomatoes crossing the channel might not sound like much, but multiplied by thousands of trucks and the friction eats the profit margin away. If you're a giant multinational, you can simply hire a few people to fill out the forms. If you're a small British shellfish farmer or a family-run manufacturer in the Midlands, you can't afford a customs department. The result is that Britain now has roughly 16,000 fewer businesses exporting to the EU than it did before the referendum. The people who wanted to take back control were instead handed a stack of forms to fill out, and a good many of them simply stopped exporting. One of the few British industries to enjoy a genuine post-Brexit boom was, unsurprisingly, customs agents. The country had to train tens of thousands of them just to process the paperwork required to move goods a few miles across the channel. Now, you'll sometimes hear that London proves that Brexit wasn't so bad, that the city was supposed to collapse and it didn't, and there is some truth to this. Before the referendum, the head of the London Stock Exchange warned that up to 100,000 financial jobs could flee to Frankfurt or Paris if Brexit occurred. In the end, the number that actually relocated was around 7,000. The Great Exodus never came. London lost some specific business. Euro share trading drifted to Amsterdam, some asset management to Dublin, but the city as a whole barely flinched. Today it employs more people than it did in 2016, and in the most recent Global Financial Centers Index, the standard ranking of the world's financial hubs, the gap between London and New York at the top is so small that the people who compile it are quite open that the gap is meaningless. But this is a point that often gets missed. The city didn't survive because Brexit was good for it. It survived in spite of Brexit because it happened to be the one part of the British economy most able to work around the damage. The reason for this is that you can't easily move a thing like the City of London. It's a few 100,000 highly qualified people, lawyers, insurers, bankers, accountants, sitting on centuries of accumulated trust, knowledge, and expertise. And much of what they do isn't gated by Brussels at all. It's chosen by the entire world. More than a third of all of the foreign exchange traded on the planet, out of a market worth around $9.5 trillion a day, passes through London. And an American bank swapping dollars for yen through the city isn't doing so because the EU permitted it. The London Metal Exchange still sets the benchmark prices for metals globally. Lloyd's of London has been writing insurance since it was a coffee house in 1688, and the entire value of the place rests on a reputation for paying out when the worst happens. There's no rule the EU can pass that forbids the rest of the world from dealing with London. So the city absorbed the blow, but it's entirely reasonable to think it would have grown faster still without Brexit. It wasn't so much a winner as it was just the best armoured loser. And that is the real shape of the whole thing. Britain's economy is dominated by services, and the great thing about a service is that you don't have to put it on the back of a truck and queue up at Dover. Between the referendum and the end of 2025, British goods exports took a massive hit, while services exports went the other way. The pre-referendum models had predicted services exports would fall by around 14%, and instead they grew. The pandemic had accidentally trained the entire corporate world to work over a video call, and a Zoom call doesn't get stopped at customs to have its rules of origin checked. But even within the services industry, there was a sharp divide, and it came down to red tape. As Swati Dhingra of the Bank of England has pointed out, the services workers who got hurt were the ones whose work depended on their qualifications being formally recognized in Europe. Architects, certain lawyers, and other regulated professionals. If you were in an unregulated line of work like advertising or software, you were largely fine. If your job needed a treaty to confirm that you were allowed to do it, you were slowly strangled by paperwork. So, a pattern emerges, and it's the opposite of the one Brexit was sold on. The mobile, the highly qualified, the globally chosen, the people the Leave campaign cast as the ruthless metropolitan elite, turned out to be precisely the people who could shrug Brexit off. The small exporter, the regional manufacturer, the factory worker, the people who actually voted for Brexit were the ones left holding the forms, which brings us to the strangest reversal of the entire decade. The ultimate irony of Brexit is that the one group all of this friction was explicitly meant to keep out was immigrants. Instead, the new rules triggered the largest wave of immigration in British history. What happened next is the strangest part of the whole story. To understand the scale of the Great Immigration Illusion, it helps to look at exactly what happened when the UK closed its doors to Europe. When free movement officially ended in January 2021, the pool of European workers dried up almost overnight. But the British economy did not suddenly stop needing people to staff its corporate offices, look after its elderly, or run its hospitals. To fill the gap, the government under Boris Johnson introduced a strikingly liberal visa regime for non-Europeans. The result was a wholesale shift in where Britain's immigrants came from, a wave that right-wing populists now refer to, not affectionately, as the Boris wave. At its peak in the year to March 2023, almost 1.5 million people arrived in the UK, pushing net migration to a historic high of 944,000. Work and student visas granted to Indians tripled, and those granted to Nigerians rose tenfold. Now, the dominant story amongst populist politicians was that these new arrivals were all low-skilled and a drain on the public purse. But once again, the data doesn't cooperate. According to figures in The Economist, the average India-born employee in Britain earns around £32,400 a year, and the average Nigeria-born employee around £34,000. The average British-born worker, by comparison, trails both at just under £31,000 a year. The people who were supposedly a burden were, on average, out-earning the people worried about them. Faced with a mounting revolt on the backbenches of Parliament, the government panicked and began pulling every administrative lever it could reach. Over 2 years, it hiked salary thresholds, raised the surcharge that migrants pay to use the NHS, which, since they also pay income tax, amounts to charging them for it twice, and barred care workers from bringing their families over with them. The Home Office then launched what was effectively a scorched earth campaign against the employers. Of the roughly 124,000 firms licensed to sponsor skilled workers from overseas, The Economist reports that the government revoked 4,369 licenses in a single year, more than it had cancelled in the previous 8 years put together. Purely as an exercise in moving a number, the crackdown worked spectacularly. Net migration fell by more than 80%, collapsing from that 944,000 peak to 171,000 people last year, the lowest level Britain has recorded since 2012 if you set aside the pandemic. Applications for skilled worker visas have fallen so far that at least one academic quoted in the piece thinks that net migration could actually turn negative in 2026. In the space of about 3 years, Britain has gone from one of the most open countries in the developed world to one of the most closed, a remarkable achievement, if not an especially advisable one. There's also a nice detail buried in how the filter actually works. The government built an elaborate machine to let in only the highly skilled and highly paid, and the machine is not really doing that. Visas for IT professionals, for instance, have dropped from around 28,000 in 2022 to 10,000 last year. These are not the low-paid care workers that the policy was aimed at. At one point, Keir Starmer complained that too many visas were going to engineers. For a country worried about its stagnant productivity, turning away engineers is not obviously the picture of a plan coming together. The real comedy of the whole exercise is that the political class starved the economy of workers in order to crush the figures, and the public reward for doing so has completely failed to appear because almost nobody in the UK believes that it actually happened. According to recent polling, around 2/3 of the British public are convinced that immigration has risen over the past year, even though it's collapsed. Among reform voters, 4 out of 5 believe that the numbers are still climbing. The reason for this disconnect is that two things have come apart completely in the public mind. Economic migration has crashed, but the daily news cycle is fixed on the roughly 40,000 people a year who cross the English Channel in small boats. Those crossings are vivid, they're filmed, and they're shown on TV. So the politicians have managed to make the country less attractive to the world's engineers, doctors, and entrepreneurs while leaving the small boats footage and their own voters' fury exactly where they found it. With the costs of the experiment compounding over a decade and the public firmly gripped by buyer's remorse, a new story has begun to take over British politics, promoted by progressives, centre-left leadership hopefuls, and a fair number of people who simply want their old EU passports back. The story is called Rejoin. The pitch is that since leaving was a clear growth-sapping mistake, all the next Prime Minister has to do is trigger Article 49, sign a few papers in Brussels, and 10 years of stagnation will evaporate. It's an attractive idea, particularly for the centre-left politicians currently auditioning for what has become Britain's least secure job. Both Andy Burnham and Wes Streeting have made warmer relations with Europe part of their pitch to Labour members, because promising to mend fences with Brussels is an easy win in a modern Labour leadership contest. It's the political equivalent of telling the voters you're going to turn back the clock. But look at the continent for a moment, and Rejoin turns out to be the original Brexit story, just told backwards. It runs on the same magical thinking, the belief that one quick constitutional fix can dissolve deep structural problems. And the people who actually run the EU are not especially keen to play along. Jean-Claude Juncker, who presided over the original divorce, said this June that a British application to rejoin would be cold-shouldered by a still wounded Europe, and more importantly, that the extraordinary comfortable deal Britain used to have is gone for good. No budget rebate, no opt-out from the Schengen travel zone, and no exemption from an eventual commitment to join the euro. If a future British leader turns up in Brussels asking for their money back, the answer is going to be that there isn't any money there for them. Michel Barnier, the EU's chief Brexit negotiator, has made clear why Britain can't simply pick the parts it likes. If Brussels allowed the UK to cherry-pick the rules it wants, every populist on the continent would demand the exact same exemptions, and the whole project would start to unravel. Then there's the colder, more practical reason, which is the one running through this entire video. As João Valle de Almeida, a former EU ambassador, put it, the worry for the EU is negotiating a deal with a centre-left government today, only to end up dealing with Nigel Farage tomorrow. Sander Tordoir, chief economist at the Centre for European Reform, summed up the EU's position more bluntly. You don't want to get married to someone who you don't know is committed to the relationship. From Brussels, it's basic counterparty risk. They've watched Britain rotate 6 prime ministers through Downing Street in a decade, with a 7th now filling in the onboard paperwork. You don't sign a 30-year contract with a partner who reorganizes its entire board every 18 months. But here is the part British politicians work hardest to avoid, and it's worth pulling the camera back to see it, because Brexit was never only a British story. In June 2016, Brexit looked like a peculiarly British act of self-harm. With 10 years of hindsight, it looks more like the first crack in the post-Cold War assumption that more trade, more integration, and more open borders were simply the direction of travel globally. What followed was a global drift away from integration and towards blocs. Tariffs came back into fashion, supply chains had to be de-risked, and countries began retreating behind their own walls. Britain just got there first. Now, I should be clear about the limits of this. It's impossible to say whether Brexit caused any of that or was simply the first symptom of forces arriving anyway. This is the counterfactual problem once again, and anyone who claims to have cleanly separated cause from coincidence is overselling. But one coincidence is not much in doubt. The country that voted to take back control has ended up with conspicuously less of it. Now that it's outside the EU, Britain is a medium-sized economy standing on its own between three giants, America, Europe and China, courted enthusiastically by none of them. It's less useful to Washington as a bridge into Europe, and it has no vote in the bloc that still writes the rules for its largest market. Taking back control in a world reorganizing itself into blocs mostly meant leaving the bloc you were in. Which brings us finally to the thing British politicians least want to admit. The source of the country's stagnation is not in Brussels, it's made at home. For 10 years, the endless argument over Europe served as a vast national distraction. It let one government after another dodge the difficult, unglamorous domestic reforms that actually moved the needle. Leaving the single market certainly made Britain poorer, but rejoining a customs union will not fix a planning system so slow that major infrastructure projects can drown in tens of thousands of pages of environmental assessment and spend more than a decade in legal limbo before anyone lays a brick. A trade treaty will not bring down industrial electricity prices that are the highest in the developed world, around 4 times those in the United States. And a new relationship with Europe will not unpick a tax system that discourages senior doctors from taking extra shifts, or a housing market that runs as a multi-trillion-pound machine for moving wealth from the young to the old. So the real lesson of the past 10 years isn't that leaving a trading bloc is expensive, though it plainly is. It's that you cannot summon economic growth from the top down by rewording treaties in either direction. Brexit was sold as a single magic switch that would fix the country, and rejoin is now being sold as the same switch flipped the other way. Both are far easier to campaign on than fixing a grid, reforming a planning system, or building things in the physical world. And until the political class gives up on the magic switch, the prime ministers will keep cycling out at short notice, the removal vans will keep their engines running outside Downing Street, and the stagnation will stay exactly where it is. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on the real reason you can't afford a house next. Don't forget to check out our video sponsor Cape using the link in the video description. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Hi! Internet cook Adam Ragusia here. If you listen to me a lot, you know that I am a history dad, and my favorite period is the English Civil War of the 17th century. Here's an admittedly oversimplified way that you could look at that conflict. It was the landlords versus the merchants. The landlords fought for the king, because they were the old hereditary aristocracy. They were rich because they effectively owned huge chunks of farmland. Not because they had done anything in particular to earn it, not because they had demonstrated effective land management, They owned it because their ancestors from 17 generations ago had helped William of Normandy steal all of that farmland from the Anglo-Saxons, who had stolen it from the Romano-British, who had stolen it from the Celts, who had stolen it from the Bell-Beaker culture. Anyway, the landlords made money not by contributing anything in particular, but simply by having access to capital, farmland, namely. Peasants worked the land, the landlords took a cut. Theoretically, the landlords contributed by protecting the peasants, but that quite often meant protection in the mafia sense of the word. That's an awfully nice bit of pasture you got there, Farmer John. Be a real shame if somebody enclosed it. In modern economics, we call this rent-seeking behavior, when you get paid not for creating anything, but simply by owning a thing that someone else needs. The landlords loved the king because they depended on a strict, immovable social hierarchy for their wealth. The landlords did not want anyone thinking for themselves or reading the Bible for themselves or being inventive or industrious or democratic, because the landlords knew that if people did start thinking for themselves, they would start to wonder why they had to spend so many of their days slaving away on their master's farm instead of growing food for their own families or for the market. The merchants, on the other hand, they fought for Parliament in the English Civil War. These were, by and large, new men. They had clawed their way up from the lower ranks of society and made their fortunes with the new economic tools of the early modern period: trade and mass production. Trade and mass production don't just funnel wealth to a chosen few, though they certainly can do that. Trade and mass production actually create new wealth through greater economic efficiency. And while the landlords sat in their manor houses hoarding the pie, the merchants were out hustling in these streets, baking new pies to hoard. Like I said, this is an oversimplification, and I do think there are few, if any, heroes in this story, but it was, broadly speaking, the merchants who were in favor of democracy, which is why they fought for Parliament against the king. The merchants were also the more hardcore Protestants, usually. They wanted the people to read the Bible for themselves in English, to hear what Jesus actually taught, and not just settle for a perfunctory "trust me, bro" from an archbishop. Trust me, bro. Jesus totally wants you to give all your money to me. Don't read that part about the meek inheriting the earth. That's why we keep that in Latin. The merchants, in contrast, were more often low church Protestants. They were comparatively more comfortable with upsetting social hierarchy and empowering the downtrodden because they themselves were the product of social mobility. The war and its aftermath sent many packing for America, and broadly speaking, it was the merchants, the parliamentarians, who settled in the northern American colonies, while the landlords, the royalists, they settled in the southern colonies. The merchants came to America to work and invent and create. The landlords came to extract. And everybody came to slaughter and steal from Native Americans. But in addition to that, the merchants came to create some stuff, and the landlords came to mooch off of the sweat of others. Most of the landlords didn't even know that much about farming. They simply owned land because they were Nepo babies. They saw themselves as being above farming and trade. They hired people to enslave other people, to grow the big commodity crops, to sell to the merchants and the industrialists up north who actually knew what to do with all of that cotton. The landlords didn't know shit, which is one reason they completely wrecked the southern soil with asinine monocropping. These southern Nepo babies never had a chance against the North in the American Civil War. That was the last pathetic gasp of primitive medieval manorialism before it was swept away by modernity, technology, education, democracy, meritocracy. Yes, I am giving an incredibly rosy view of Northern society right now. It was never that pure. But these are the basic character archetypes that were baked into American life from the beginning. And similar patterns can be observed in many other countries of the world.
This auction item is worth the
And we
price.
still see echoes of those archetypes in the United States today. They aren't so neatly tucked into Southern versus Northern anymore. It is now perhaps more rural versus urban. Drive out of the city, keep going past the suburbs and the exurbs, drive out to where farming is basically the only thing going on. Farming and high school football. Drive out to these deep rural counties and you'll see that basically everything there is owned by one, maybe two families. They own all the land, they own the feed and seed, they own the McDonald's franchise by the highway, they sit on the county commission where they can rezone farmland to residential so that they can sell it to the housing development company that they also happen to own, so that they can build ever more distant exurbs for the city dwellers they love to hate. About 90% of the farmland in the United States is still owned by individual families, not big ag conglomerates. And when you hear that, you may think about like the noble yeoman farmer scraping a modest living for his family out of the earth. Family farms like that do still exist, but they are kind of few and far between. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, most of today's farmers are rich compared to your average person. Maybe not billionaire rich, but like YouTuber rich. It's hard to tell from the data we have, but at least half of the farming families out there are millionaires, probably a lot more. Median household wealth for a farm family is $1.4 million bucks, compared to about 200 grand for American households generally. A minority of American farmers are relatively cash poor. The USDA categorizes 40% of them as high wealth, low income. Low compared to median income in the country. They don't maybe make that much money, at least not from farming. Lots of them have day jobs, like sitting on that county commission, funneling public resources to their brother-in-law's construction company. But they're all at least sitting on land that's worth a lot of money. And one after another, they are cashing out. Big time. Selling to developers, in part because they aren't very good at farming anymore. Just like those hereditary landlords back in England weren't really fighting men anymore, the way their ancestors were, the ones who conquered that land in the first place. In my life as a journalist, and then as a YouTuber, telling stories about farms and farmers, I regret that I have gone too easy on farmers. I have handled them with kid gloves. I have made them look smarter and more noble than I actually thought they were. Because I wanted to preserve my own physical access to farms and farmers so that I could tell those stories. I am not proud of this. Especially here in the South, I have had the experience over and over and over again of interviewing a farmer and being kind of appalled by how little the guys seem to know about farming. Hey, so why do you plant your crop, this way and not that way, or whatever is what I would ask. And they might get kind of squirrely and give sort of a vague answer. Sometimes the farmer would say, well, they like to do it, and I'd be like, they? Who's they? Aren't you the farmer? But of course, farmer does not mean farmer per se. It means farm owner. A lot of these guys just hire other people to do most of the work. Or in the case of row cropping, the corn, the soy, there can be surprisingly little human work involved at all. Maybe the farmer spends a few days sitting in an air-conditioned tractor cab on GPS auto steer, but other than that, a lot of these farmers do hardly any farming anymore because they are not good at it. Some farmers are still good at it. Manjeet, the dairy farmer here in Knoxville, that guy is awesome. Over the years, I have tried to introduce you to farmers I admire. But many farmers, gosh, perhaps most farmers in this country, kind of suck. Think about how you get any other job in this world. You go to school, you acquire skills, you get hired for a job based on your abilities. You acquire more abilities as you acquire more responsibilities, and you climb that ladder. The way you become a farmer is not by learning how to farm. It's by inheriting a farm. Farmland that may have been in your family since the days when your royalist great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy tried to recreate his English aristocratic lifestyle on the backs of enslaved Africans. Now their lifestyle rests significantly on the backs of migrant farm laborers from Latin America. Why don't native-born Americans want to pick lettuce for a living? Is it because the jobs are too hot and dirty and hard? Bullshit! Americans do all kinds of dirty, dangerous, unpleasant jobs. When we pay them for it, roughnecks on an oil rig can make 6 figures. The reason native-born Americans don't want to work on farms is that they're dead-end jobs. It's virtually impossible to work your way up to the top in agriculture because the way you become a farmer is by inheriting farmland, not by being good at farming. We gotta break this cycle, this vestige of pre-modern economic and social structures. Farms are great. Farming is great. Not all farmers are great. Not all farmers are worth defending against the pressures of globalism and environmental decay, because a lot of farmers are honestly pretty bad at farming, and they're sitting on a nest egg so big that they really don't need our taxpayer subsidies. We need to save farms, not necessarily farmers. In some cases, we may need to save farms from farmers. This is a difficult and unpopular thing to say. It requires some bravery to say, especially if you work in agriculture, as my friend Sarah Tabor does. You may have seen Sarah's videos online. Farm to Tabor is her handle. Clever. She's a longtime farm worker and small farm owner in Fayetteville, North Carolina. She ran a quixotic campaign for North Carolina Farm Commissioner in 2024 as a Democrat, challenging the good old boy network that prioritizes farmers over farms. I think Sarah Tabor is going to be a really important voice for ag reform in this country for many years to come, and I want you to hear from her right now if you haven't already. So hey, Sarah.
Hi, you're too kind. Thank you for that lovely intro.
I meant it. How do we break this cycle? How do we get farmland into the hands of people who actually farm?
Right. So one of the things people ask me a lot is, what farm policy do we need to change to? And it kind of baked into that question is this idea that, well, of course we have to give farmers money. The only question is how. And I'm like, do we have to give farmers money? It's a very surprising thing for a lot of people to hear. I will say there is a country, New Zealand, that used to do a lot of farm subsidies, and then they just cut them off cold turkey one year, and their farm sector got a lot better. Like you talked about, there's a lot of kind of half-baked farming out there, and the more money you throw at agriculture, no matter how you do it, the more you wind up feeding that beast. And that can be scary because I think we kind of blame all the bad things that happen in agriculture on, well, people must be trying really hard to make money. And that's why they're doing all these exploitative things. That couldn't be further from the truth. A lot of it comes from a lot of farmers just don't think through the business side of what they're doing that much. Yeah. They're just kind of going through the motions. And when you're going through the motions, you're not making a ton of money. And so to keep what you have, you exploit other people. You know, it comes from a lack of trying to make profit more than actually trying to make profit, and so that's I think the way we think about agriculture's problems is actually very backwards. We've had a sustainable farm movement for decades that's been trying to fix this by going, we don't need to think so much about money, and for some reason it's still bad. You know, that focus on like we need to put less pressure on farmers to make money has failed to fix the problem.
Okay, let me put Sarah on timeout real quick, and let me ask you a question. Are you in a business where you need to make money? Well, get some help with that from Squarespace. So I guess what you're saying is to redistribute land, which is something that tends to raise the pinko alarm here in the United States political culture. Maybe we don't need to resort to communism. We need to resort to capitalism. We need to let bad farms fail so that the land can pass to people who might be better at farming it. And that sounds great, but like, what happens when a bad farm fails? Does it actually pass to a better farmer, or does it get bought up by a housing developer?
That's a great question. So it can pass, like a better farmer can come along and buy it if we have a pipeline of new farmers coming up, right? If we have people who are able to work in agriculture to gain work experience, learn what they're doing, build a network, build a reputation for themselves so people know this is a good person to buy from. You need to have a pipeline like every other career, right? If you want to become a dentist, you don't just inherit your dad's dental practice and pick up a drill. You know, like you got to go to dental school and learn what you're doing. And then you work for a while, and then you can work your way up to a partnership, right? This is how a lot of white-collar professions work, and this is going to surprise people, but a lot of farming is white-collar profession. You're managing a business.
That's a lot of the farm labor that you have done in your career, right? Like you go and you straighten out their books and that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, I was doing a lot of food safety audits, so you have to really look under the hood at what the operation is actually doing, and you kind of get a view of how a lot of farmers are making their decisions. And I kind of came away from that. I was talking to my colleagues who do this as well, and I was like, do you feel like about 1 in 20 farmers has their head in the game? And they were like, yeah. You know, and a lot of people are just kind of doing what their neighbors are doing. It's kind of like being popular in high school. Nobody really thinks through, like, why do I want to play football? That's just what you do, right?
Yeah.
Some people have a passion for it, but a lot of people, that's just what you do, and so that's what they do.
It's terribly ironic considering that, like, most of this beautiful, incredible public university system that we have in this country, like, was started as farmers' colleges.
Yeah.
Well, how many of them do go to school for ag science at this point?
A good number. So I went through the land-grant school system, right? I got a doctor of plant medicines, veterinarian for crops from University of Florida in 2011, and it was incredibly helpful. And the thing is, like everything else, you know, people talk about like, well, in school they don't teach us blah, 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 and they do. You just weren't paying attention, you know?
Weren't paying attention, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. In any profession, right? Agriculture is just the one where they have a lobby to tell you how hard they have it. And so the way a lot of farmers are making their farm decisions, you'll hear all the time, like, oh, the seed dealers lied to me, they cheated to me, they blah, blah, blah. If you are so ignorant about how agriculture works that it is possible to give you a snow job like that, you're probably in the wrong job. Yeah. Like, you should know what you're doing to the point where that's not a thing people can do to you. And if I felt like a dealer had lied to me and all of that, you cannot drag that information out of me with wild horses. That is a huge admission.
Yeah. Right, I see.
When you're looking from above.
Yeah. And I want to be clear, there are a lot of good farmers out there. Like, I've worked with them. I've learned so much from these guys. A lot of what I know is from working, again, about 1 in 20 has their head in the game, so they can teach you a lot.
Yeah.
But they are very limited in how much of the food system they can actually be, because land is a zero-sum game in a lot of ways. You know, like if there's somebody who's just half-baking it, but they have enough money to survive half-baking it, they're just going to half-bake it. for life.
Is a big part of the reason why so few have their head in the game just that so many of them are old? Like, there's stats on that. I mean, there's so many of them are right on the edge of retirement.
Yeah, the old thing is more kind of a result of how agriculture works than the cause. So, like, you kind of have to wait for your dad to die.
Right.
That's how you become a farmer in a lot of ways. And that's part of why that age is getting older and older, is it's because people just live longer and longer, so you have to wait longer and longer for your dad to die. And then there are new farmers. There's a lot of first-generation farmers. They're usually small farmers. It's usually a hobby or retirement farm, but they're there in the stats as farmers. They're getting the farmer tax breaks. And you have to have a good nest egg to buy land. So that's the other reason. Like, even the first-generation farmers tend to be quite old. And by the time you're able to buy land, it's kind of too late in your career to really build something that's going to outlast you.
Yeah.
And so that's why we don't really have new farmers coming in a way that really impacts the food system. We have a lot of people retiring to a small farm, and then they die, and it gets sold to development. You know, it's just a pit stop on the way to development, right?
Yeah.
And so to get back to your question, yeah, we can totally have new farmers coming up, but are we training people? Like, we kind of look at it as just a training problem, but it doesn't matter how much you know if you don't have capital. If you work in agriculture your whole life, you build the experience, but you don't have the money to buy land. And if you have the money to buy land, it's usually you're a doctor, you're a dentist, you're a lawyer, and those are fine professions, but they're not agriculture. And so you're having to learn from scratch in your 40s, 50s, 60s. How much time left do you have to build anything? And that's why there's so much inertia in agriculture. We don't have a pipeline of young people coming in who can work in the industry, get enough money, and then actually become farmers themselves. We just don't have that. And if we had that, then a lot of things in agriculture would be different.
So is the answer just to make farming more like any other job? Like, most, executives running companies out there don't own the company. Like, maybe they have some stock, but they're on salary, right? They just work there.
Yeah,
so why do we treat farming as this thing that you have to own in order to operate?
Yeah.
Is the solution just for all of these farmers to just act like owners and just hire professionals?
Great question. So we could talk about that for hours. So I think we have in the U.S., actually, we have parts of the U.S. where farming is a real job that you can just go and get, build experience, and work your way up. Kind of like how a doctor or dentist or lawyer practice traditionally worked, is like you get trained, you come work for a practice, you work your way up, you become a partner. We never call those worker-owned businesses, but they kind of are,
Yeah.
And there's no reason that agriculture could not work the same way. There's parts of the country where it does work like that.
Such as?
California, primarily. And this is really funny because California has this reputation as the bad place where corporate agriculture happens, right? I think a lot of that is because California is the one place where new people can get in, because they have you can just go get a job as a farmer and people go, oh my God, that's corporate farming. And it means that getting born into agriculture is not a guarantee. And that scares the shit out of a lot of people. And I think it's kind of nice. I would never say copy all of California's homework, but there's parts of the country where people already do that. And it didn't take new farm policy, really. It did not take, we need a land redistribution program, which I think is actually a terrible idea. Those never work out for working class people. Like, land redistribution programs is how the United States got this way. We're taking it from indigenous people and redistributing it to, that's how we got here. Maybe let's try something else now. Because of that system, California, especially like Ventura County, which is like the first farming area outside of Los Angeles, has some of the most first-generation farmers that are actually able to participate in the economy. It's not just a hobby farm. They're like actually first-generation farmers who are running a real working farm. It has one of the highest concentrations of that in the country because they have that career ladder.
So are you telling people to embrace the idea of corporate farming, or is there an even better model available?
I would say corporate farming is a boogeyman buzzword that heirs made up to scare you out of doing things that would make life harder for them.
Because like hardly any like land is owned by big ag. That's kind of a mythology, right?
Yeah.
Like China doesn't own your farmland. Monsanto doesn't own your farmland.
Yeah.
They own other things that are very important, but it's not the land, right?
Yeah. Most of the farmland that China or a Chinese company owns just came from when they bought Smithfield, and Smithfield owned farmland.
Smithfield being the big meat processor.
The big pork company, yeah. The biggest pork slaughterhouse in the world is about half an hour, 20 minutes from my house, and it's Smithfield.
Can we take 2 seconds on the Smithfield thing real quick? Because that really pisses me off.
What about it?
Because I'm sitting here in Tennessee, and like, there's some jagoff is like running for Senate and keeps running all of these ads about how he's going to stop China from buying up our farmland. Meanwhile, like, it was a bipartisan effort that let through the deal that allowed China to buy Smithfield Farms. And now they own this choke point. That seems way more strategically important than whether or not they own some land.
Yeah, and I think China would agree, honestly. Like, China is not...
Yeah, that's why they did it.
Yeah, China's not out there trying to buy U.S. farmland. If they were, they're doing a shit job of it. They just got some by accident when they bought Smithfield, right? I think China's genius in the world market is they understand that people need stuff and someone has to make it. And that's why they bought Smithfield. They make the pork. They do the disassembly line where you turn a hog into pork. And that's what they were after, was the making of the food, not the, we need to buy up land. I need to gobble up land. That is the top priority, is a very American perspective. And so China comes, buys our supply chain, and we're like, oh, but land. We are missing the point, you know?
Yeah.
The vast majority of farms out there are family owned, which means most of the corporate farms that you think are corporate are family owned, right? They are, you know, in the same sense that most McDonald's franchises are family owned. Most auto dealerships are family owned. It is a family with a lot of wealth that made a partnership with a larger company because the family has a lot of property, they have a lot of capital, and they don't really know how to run a business. And so you partner with somebody who does. That's what franchising is. Most of those corporate farms out there are a family with a franchise. That family did the franchise on purpose. They knew what they were getting into, especially at this day and time. You cannot tell me someone starting a chicken farm doesn't know how the contracting system works.
Yeah.
If they've got 10, 12, 20 houses out back, they're not continuing to build chicken houses because they ain't making money corporate farming. And so there's kind of the version of what's going on that the documentary business will give you, which is like, documentarians don't read data. Like, there's data out there on how chicken farmers are actually quite well off. That's a whole episode, but
yeah, I want to go ahead and just like raise my hand and say guilty as charged there for a second.
I mean, like, that's the thing, and I can't really, like, any individual person kind of missing what's going on here, you can't really blame them for it, because this is how our culture works. This is what everybody's told, right? I had to work in this business for 20 plus years as a grunt employee in a lot of ways, and then kind of get my face pushed into some data to really pick up on what was going on. That's what it took for me, and I was in the guts of it, right? And so I cannot hold any individual person responsible for missing that stuff. But at this point, I'm kind of like, here's the info, and people are like, good. And also, like, farmers have made more money than non-farmers in the U.S. every single year since 1997. That's a whole ass generation. So for every single person in the storytelling business to have missed that is like that.
Yeah, I mean, I also just want to say, like, I don't think that someone should have to take a vow of poverty in order to accept federal dollars for something that the people's representatives have determined is in the general interest, right? I worked most of my career in public broadcasting, federally subsidized broadcasting, where, like, you know, I made a good living, it was fine, you know? And a lot of people would get mad at me and be like, hey, if you're going to accept, you know, those federal welfare dollars, then you better not be paying your executives competitive salaries in order to attract decent people who could make a lot more money elsewhere, right? And so I don't want to apply that same logic to farmers. I guess the reason it's the farmers who are kind of prompting me to apply the same logic to farmers, because broadly speaking, farmers as a political bloc vote in a way that is against giving money to anyone else other than themselves.
Right, yeah. This is the crazy thing. Like, I ran as a Democrat. Obviously, I believe in using public resources to help people. Like, that's kind of baked into the thing, right? I just don't think we as farmers have been giving the public and also ourselves a certain version of who we are. Like, I'll talk to a lot of farmers and they don't realize that most farmers are small farmers. They're like, I'm the only one. I'm like, girl, we're 89% of the farmers. Calm down. How do you not know this? They'll say things like, farming is the only industry where you have to move. And like, every business has to, that's running a business. Every business, and most farmers have a day job. So how do you not know that most other businesses have to do this stuff? There's a real victim narrative in agriculture that we're telling ourselves, and that really does not match with the reality of who we are. And The public is starting to figure that out, and I think, like, as a farmer, and I'm not the only one, right? As a farmer, I think we need to take our almighty selves down a couple pegs before other people do it for us, and we have no control over what happens there, right? We have so much more control over our business and our destiny than even I think a lot of us understand. And when there's a lot of learned helplessness. And when you have learned helplessness, like, you really can't help yourself. And you make bad decisions and shoot yourself in the foot, and then you're like, ooh, why does this keep happening to me? A lot of the goal of subsidizing things is to distort the market. In the case of public broadcasting, you want educational content that isn't that lucrative, right? The point is to distort the market, right?
Yes.
What it actually does in agriculture is, like, most of the subsidies go to paying people extra money to grow the same cheap bulk stuff they were going to grow anyway. Subsidies are not the reason we grow so much corn, wheat, and soy. Most of the people who grow that stuff don't get the subsidies. They're just not big enough to bother applying. That's where most of the corn, like, no one's growing this stuff for subsidies. Like, just look at the data. That makes no sense. Like, that is not a good explanation for why people do this. So you could take those away, and most of it would still be getting grown. So we're just pissing money into the wind. You know,
that said, a lot of these guys, not all of them, but like, especially farmers that are who own land that is within a commuting zone of a major urban center, like, they could theoretically sell that land and take it out of agriculture production, and it does seem like it's in the legitimate public interest to use public resources to make sure that land stays in agricultural production.
Well, subsidies are a bad way to keep farmland in production, because what actually happens, and this is the one farm policy thing that California actually does differently. The reason that people farm all that cheap stuff, it's not for subsidies. It is for tax breaks at the county and state level, right? And so I'll tell people this, and they're like, oh, well, that's a subsidy. And I'm like, no, it's not. The goal here is not to win the cocktail party conversation. We need to understand what's happening and where the money's going, right? When we talk about subsidies, we mean federal subsidies at the federal level. That's why everybody's always talking farm bill, farm bill, farm bill. I'll tell you, the farm bill does not have nearly as much impact on what farmers do as we think it does. What actually does is local and state level tax policy. So if you want to change agriculture, that's where you should be looking.
That's going to be tricky, considering that state legislatures are pretty much dominated by the very people we're criticizing right now.
You would think so. I will say, it's property tax, right? So if farmers aren't paying property tax, the other homeowners in that area have to make up for it.
Right.
Property tax revolts, once people know what's going on, homeowners get pissed because that's who winds up having to pay extra. So once people know that this is happening, they actually tend to be fairly successful at doing some tax revolts. And then, you know, there's decades of fighting over it afterwards, but once that's on the dashboard, like, you think Republican state legislators have a good time when their constituency has to pay too many taxes? No.
Yeah.
So this is kind of a bipartisan issue, and this is a weird thing that happened when I was running for office. I was talking about, hey, like, there's the upside of this, right? Which is like, hey, rural economies don't have to be trash. It doesn't have to be like this. We can do things to help ourselves. It's an empowering message. And city people did not get it. But I picked up actually a decent number of Trump voters in rural areas. I was not trying to do that, but they're around to see what's going on. They live next to farmers and see what they get up to, and they're like, I know they're kind of wasting our time and money, and our community cannot prosper more than they do because they're the gateway for money to come into our community. So they were frustrated. Were they dealing with it? Well, no, they're voting for Trump. But like, but they see what's going on, and I was able to speak to that in a way that nobody in any political party has been doing.
But a lot of their votes for Trump were a manifestation of the same kind of economic populism that you're describing. It was just, you know, they backed the wrong horse.
Yeah. And I'll say Project 2025 did say, hey, we should stop subsidizing these guys. And that was actually quite popular with a lot of Republican voters, which I think is
the Heritage Foundation has been talking about this for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like the first like real. It was back in 2014, so the info was already out of date by the time I saw it, but they were the first folks to kind of go like, wait a minute, this is kind of a waste of taxpayer money. And it's so crazy because I think Democrats are very scared to kind of point that out. But the Heritage Foundation, like, Dems are like, if we talk trash about farmers, then we're going to be seen as un-American. You know, it doesn't worry about that. The Heritage Foundation does not worry about being seen as un-American. So they had a freedom, you know, to talk about that. And so the left is not necessarily better at this. The left has kind of figured out that like race and class are kind of part of it. But you'll hear people say things like U.S. agriculture's always had some kind of slavery class. And then they'll turn around and assume that all the slavery on farms is happening on big corporate farms, which again don't exist, right? It's the family farmers doing that. That's the whole point of human trafficking, is to make exploited labor available to the little guy. And it's been like that for a very long time. Like, all the big name abolitionists, Sojourner Truth came up on a small family farm. Frederick Douglass escaped from a small family farm. Harriet Tubman escaped from a small family farm. It has always been like this. Small family farmers can be problematic, have always been problematic, and I, as a small family farmer, not doing the right thing is not automatic to me. I have to work at it. There was a time when I was working in a part of the country doing food safety audits. Part of what you do is you're like, tell me about your labor program. How are you hiring people? Where are they coming from? How are we training? Blah, blah, blah. And every single one of them was getting from this group that sounds like a nonprofit. It's the name of the State Growers Association. It's a company. It's a company that had gotten busted for some human trafficking violations.
Yeah.
And so every single one of them, but the farmers would say it as like, oh, and they're such a great local resource for little guys like me. Like, we just couldn't do it without them. And then, and I would say, they're an international human trafficking organization, right? Like, they busted. And they'd always say, wow, I had no idea. This is a community where everybody knows what their neighbor down the street had for breakfast. And yet none of them knew that the human trafficking organization they were all using was a human trafficking organization. That's deliberate.
Delivery, please sign here.
Not
I mean, it's the same reason why, like, your university outsources janitorial services to some other company, so that other company can pay people really badly and treat them really badly, and then the university administrator can simply throw up their hands and say, "Oh, I didn't know anything about it." It's you're buying plausible deniability.
Yeah.
And I imagine that a lot of the people listening right now might think that, like, we are talking about illegal farm employment. And notice, listeners, I said farm employment, not farm people. Employment can be illegal. People are not, right? People will think we're talking about illegal farm employment, and maybe that's part of what we're talking about, but we're also talking significantly about the H-2A visa program, which allows mostly northern Mexican folks to come up and work on our farms for part of the year. And this is another place where I need to do a little mea culpa, because, like, there have been times where I have shown footage of guys on H-2A crews working in farms, and I've come in and I've said, hey, everybody, just so you know, these are H-2A guys. They're here legally. Just because I know from experience that, like, the top comment is going to be, there's illegal farm labor going on there, and I just be like, no, that's not what this is. That's not what this is. But I think that what I implied, perhaps without even trying to, is that because it's an H-2A thing, that means it's okay. And that is not true.
White-collar internet folks are kind of familiar with the H-2B visa system, and that is one where it's a white-collar worker visa, and you have to be sponsored by your employer. And if you stop working at that employer, then you lose your visa and you have to leave the country. And that's why a lot of tech oligarchs love that thing, is they can low-key enslave people with their companies.
Pretty
and they can't,
lively
right?
here. Exclusive delivery.
They got
please
that from
sign
H-2A.
here.
Leave it to me!
That is how Saudi Arabia's guest worker
Time for
system
the
has traditionally worked.
professions to take over.
They call it the kafala system. Kafala means ties or bondage, in Arabic. And, you're tied to a specific employer. Saudi Arabia, when they do it, they call it human trafficking. When the US does it, we just call it a guest worker visa, which is fascinating. Like, Saudi Arabia actually got enough international heat that they had to stop doing that, and the US is just still doing it.
But there's so many stories, and they're very, very well documented in lots and lots of legal cases of, you come over on your H-2A visa to work, and that company that is that staffing company, let's call it, that is providing the labor to the farmer, says, so I hear you're not really happy in your job and you might want to quit. Well, think about all the things that I could do to your family back home. We're connected to we're connected to cartels. I mean, it gets that bad, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll just say, on a personal level, as someone who works with a lot of farms, the minute you go onto a farm that is in harvest mode with the crew on there, you can tell from the energy if it's an H-2A crew or not, because the H-2A workers are so fucking scared.
Yeah. And people you would imagine that the workers who are working there illegally would be more scared, but from, again, I'm not speaking from firsthand experience, this is from me reading accounts, is that, like, when you're there illegally, the farmer is also doing something illegal. Therefore, you each have leverage over each other. It's sort of, it's the code of silence between thieves, right?
A little bit.
So
yeah.
if you don't like how the way the farmer is treating you, you can just like leave in the night, and he does not have legal recourse to go after you because he was breaking the law.
Yeah, and I mean the farmers never get in trouble for hiring undocumented people, so it's not totally equal. Ties among thieves, but yeah, I like to call undocumented workers freelance because that's actually kind of more the workplace position that they occupy. It's a gig, you're a freelancer, and so if the job sucks, you hit the bricks. That's part of the migrant farm worker thing is you're going to a new job every 6 weeks anyway, so if this guy's being a troll, you're like, okay, guess I'm moving now instead of next week, right? So if undocumented workers have that freedom to them to actually go seek out a new job, and they're very good at it, and that is the problem. You cannot kind of keep people there against their will in a way that people wanted to.
So when a farm-aligned political organization says, we want to crack down on illegal immigration and we want to increase legal immigration, or at least legal guest worker programs, this is maybe the kind of thing that they're actually motivated by.
Yeah, and that's why the ICE raids are happening now, is because the H-2A business has finally gotten big enough. There's finally enough H-2A contractors to actually replace undocumented workers. So now is a good time for a purge. That is why this is happening. And, not to beat the local political drum too hard, but the reason the H-2A business is so big now is because of North Carolina. This is the epicenter where that business started. There's a guy who got caught smuggling weed, and he decided, I need to smuggle something that you get in less trouble for. How about people? He figured out the H-2A system, figured out how to be... And an H-2A contractor, doesn't have to be crooked. It doesn't have to be bad. It can just be a temp agency. That would be fine. That would be normal. But since these people are kind of tied to you and you can do whatever you want to them and they're scared, and also because they have to go through so much of a vetting system, you know exactly who they are and who their family is back home. Undocumented workers have this anonymity where your employer doesn't know where you come from or who your family is, which employers don't like. They're like, they could be... This is why you hear so much about they could be criminals. We need to know who these people are. It's so you can find them back home and threaten their family. It's just so messed up. And I think a lot of the time it's the labor contractor doing that, so the farmer doesn't necessarily know that. Sometimes the farmer knows this is happening. That's been found out in court. But that's the advantage of H-2A in many cases is, number one, you know who their family is so you can threaten them back home because there's criminal networks you're associated with. Number two, they can't leave, right? So you can do whatever you want. And three, when you bring in a guest worker, you have to pay for housing, right? They don't have a car, they can't go to the grocery store, so you got to get them food. You have to take care of the entire person, right? That costs money. So the labor contractor can charge the farmer for that. And they're not supposed to charge the workers, but they do. Yeah. And so they're getting fees coming both ways. And so the H-2A business can be very, very lucrative. There was, I think, the biggest human trafficking bust in recent U.S. history was in southern Georgia's Operation Bloomin' Onion, because it was in the farms that grow that stuff.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, that human trafficking ring had only been operating for a few years. They made $200 million. It is an incredibly profitable business because you can charge the workers, you can charge the farmers, you can get it coming and going, and law enforcement doesn't give a shit.
Well, we've laid a lot of problems out on the table here.
Yeah.
Assuming that most of the people watching don't work in ag, what is the one or two action items you can give everybody if they want to be part of the solution?
I'm kind of not a fan of consumer-driven solutions because,
voters-driven solutions. Let's talk about those.
Yeah, we're told we can vote with our food dollars, and you can literally vote. In 13 states, there's a commissioner of agriculture that you can vote for that has a lot of influence over this. Every state has a secretary of labor. Vote for someone who's going to do the job. So, and I don't like talking about how the election, half the time when you run for office, you're going to lose. Okay, that's part of the game, right? And it's kind of weird to unpack it because it can really turn into sour grapes really quick. But here's what happened.
No, and it's really, really important to not look at a loss as a failure, right? It's participation in the political process. You participated in the political process, and that is an end unto itself.
Yeah, and knowing it was a long shot, but the way that it turned out was actually kind of a surprise. Here's what happened. The reason I lost was Democratic voters in the city. Specifically one city. Charlotte didn't do this. It was Raleigh. It was Democratic voters in the suburbs around Raleigh kept voting for the Republican. When I would go to canvassing events, I would run into Democratic volunteers who were very hardcore Democrats who would say, "Oh, well, I was voted Republican for ag commissioner because I know agriculture and Republicans, like, they go together, and that way I can tell my friends I'm bipartisan." And if you look at the vote total, yeah, that was more important than getting the right person in the job. If you look at the vote totals, we've had the same Republican agriculture commissioner for over 20 years. The people keeping him in power is Democratic voters in the suburbs around Raleigh. There is no way he can win without them. That's who's keeping him in power. And because we've had the last 20 years is when the H2A business blossomed in North Carolina. Democratic voters in the suburbs,
people who live in these counties that are controlled by like one or two rich families who don't love it. And there is an economic populist message that can appeal to such people, and they are legion. And so again, that's my last thing to say.
Right, yeah, and like you kind of saw that in the election that I did. I managed to pick up rural Trump voters and lose a lot of urban Democrats because they just did not understand what I was saying. People would ask me, "Is it hard running in rural areas?" And I'm like, "It's the city people who don't know what's going on. Like, rural is home. What are you talking about? Is it hard?" So
it's almost as though the dividing issue is not culture but class. But when you say that word, it sets off the pinko alarm. So I'll go ahead and leave it there for my part.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. So am I supposed to say something smart to wrap it up?
No, you're fine. I'll just say you're the best. Thank you, Sarah Tabor. Keep fighting the good fight.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me. This has been fun. Sure.
Они мечтали об утопии, об обществе равенства и изобилия. Ну, естественно, коммунистическом обществе. Они хотели, в первую очередь, может быть, даже больше, чем спасти мир от капитализма. Они хотели сделать Китай снова великим. То главное — людей организовать, идеологически воспитать. И тогда они способны делать чудеса. А все эти расчеты, все эти технологии, ну, это полезно. Но все-таки это второстепенно. Не ждите какой-то технологии, сделайте все сами. Причем, если у вас инженеров нет, ну сами что-то выдумайте. Простое, но ведь народная смекалка. То вместе, конечно, с народным энтузиазмом совершить вот именно этот большой скачок, рывок в будущее, с полным пренебрежением и советских, и любых традиций, норм, представлений о том, что возможно. Сделать невозможное возможным путем мобилизации народных масс. Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители и слушатели. К вашим услугам я, Ланьков, Андрей Николаевич Ланьков, историк-востоковед, и мы начинаем очередной разговор на нашем канале, который посвящен Корее и другим странам Восточной Азии. Сегодня у нас речь пойдет о Китае, о большом скачке, о тех временах, когда в Китае было 500 000 доменных печей. Доменные печи были даже в детских садах, когда в Китае делали изделия трактора и сражались с воробьями. Но это все, конечно, очень весело. В действительности дела были, как вы сейчас увидите, не очень-то и веселые. Итак, большой скачок. Что это было? До сих пор многие, и очень даже многие историки, да и не только историки, живы же еще люди, которые были тогда в вполне сознательном возрасте, они задаются вопросом: что случилось? Как это все произошло? Что же, попытаемся немножко с этим разобраться. Большой скачок — это, если коротко, предпринятое в 58-61 годах Китае попытка в кратчайшие сроки превратить Китай в высокоразвитую страну. Побить все мировые рекорды экономического развития. Попытка эта кончилась провалом, рекорды побить не удалось, наоборот, просто. Резко замедлился, и кроме того в стране случился страшный голод. Счет там пошел, счет погибших на десятки миллионов человек. Как же это все случилось? Ну, сначала нужно напомнить о том, что происходило в Китае после 1949. 1949 год, 1 октября. В Пекине провозглашается Китайская Народная Республика. Коммунисты берут власть. Почти 20 лет гражданских войн. Войн с Японией. Конфликтов, зачастую очень сложных, противоречивых, многосторонних, завершились. Надо сказать, что до сих пор китайцы во многом относятся с благодарностью к Мао Цзэдуну, лидеру коммунистов, как я думаю, почти все знают в это время, именно за то, что именно с ним связывается объединение страны, прекращение периода раздробленности и междоусобицы. И после этого начинается переустройство страны, разумеется, по социалистическим образцам. А что такое тогда социализм? Ну, это, конечно, советский социализм. Других образцов тогда попросту нет. Причем поначалу все идет очень хорошо. В каком-то смысле трагизм большого скачка и почти сразу начавшейся, последовавшей за ним культурной революции, это то, что, вообще говоря, эти события, из-за которых Китай больше 20 лет лихорадил, эти события произошли на фоне весьма успешного развития. Да, не без проблем, но успешного. Смотрите, практически сразу после прихода к власти начинается земельная реформа. 50-й год, лето 1950 года. В Китае существует помещичье землевладение. Статистика разная, и степень концентрации земли в руках помещиков разный. Но, в общем, обычная цифра такая. 5% помещиков и богатых крестьян владели примерно 40% всей обрабатываемой земли. И вот проводится реформа. Проводится реформа, в ходе которой почти половина земли в Китае меняет своих хозяев. 60% крестьян получают землю. Это уравнительное перераспределение. 60% почти 300 миллионов человек. Очень быстро растет экономика. В первые годы после основания КНР среднегодовой рост порядка 9%. Потом подобных темпов роста в Китае не будет еще очень долго, вплоть до реформ Дэн Сяопина. Казалось бы, все очень и очень хорошо. Однако руководство страны и в первую очередь Мао Цзэдун несколько все более, скажем так, недоволен происходящим. Ему хочется большего. Успехи и эти 9%, и перераспределение земли этого недостаточно. А власть у него большая. Та же земельная реформа, например, в Китае была очень жесткой. Мало где земельная реформа сопровождалась таким, скажем так, массовым избиением помещиков. Массовым избиением помещиков. Оценки их часто убивали, просто убивали. Проводились так называемые собрания гнева, на которых помещиков выводили на трибуну, и крестьяне должны были вспомнить им их былые злодеяния. Иногда вполне реальные, кстати, иногда нет. Потом их просто били и иногда на месте расстреливали. Оценки, официальная оценка 700 тысяч контрреволюционеров в начале 50-х казнено. Это оценки от китайских силовиков. Но некоторые считают, что реальная цифра до 2 миллионов человек. Крови лилось много. Но, повторяю, с другой стороны, земельная реформа это очень часто бывает, не всегда, но очень часто бывает таким делом весьма и весьма кровавым. И рост и в городах жизнь начинает улучшаться, и просто элементарно стабильность. Прекратились войны. Казалось бы, жить да радоваться. Но вот тут мало начинается сомнений. У нас есть еще 3 бонусные платформы. Спасибо, если подпишетесь. И тем тут, наверное, надо поговорить о том, каким видел мир Мао и очень многие люди вокруг него. Это были люди весьма противоречивые. Это были крестьянские революционеры. Не надо забывать, что на тот момент порядка 80%, в начале 50-х годов, порядка 80% членов Коммунистической партии Китая – это крестьяне. И сам Мао, сын разбогатевшего крестьянина. Да, его отец вышел, как бы мы сказали, в кулаки. Но он при всем при этом сохранил очень многое в своей голове. Очень многое от сознания традиционного. Так вот, чего эти люди хотели? С одной стороны, они мечтали об утопии, о обществе равенства и изобилия. Ну, естественно, коммунистическом обществе, где они были членами Компартии и учили, особо-то Маркса сложного они, наверное, в своей массе не читали, пересказов читали, и собирались строить коммунистическое общество. Но при этом они были еще и китайскими, хотите националистами, хотите патриотами, называйте как хотите. Они хотели, в первую очередь, может быть, даже больше, чем спасти мир от капитализма, они хотели сделать Китай снова великим. И, наконец, они верили в энтузиазм масс. Тем более, какой у них опыт традиционной деревни. Нужно построить что-то быстро, надо согнать побольше людей и сделать так, чтобы эти люди с тачками и с лопатами работали как можно больше и лучше. И Мао верил. Тем более его предшествующий опыт партизанского командира. Он, в общем-то, эту веру подтверждал. Он верил, что главное людей организовать, идеологически воспитать. И тогда они способны делать чудеса. А все эти расчеты, все эти технологии, это полезно. Но все-таки это второстепенно. И кроме того, очень важная часть тогдашнего китайского мировоззрения – это дух опоры на собственные силы. Идея, что деревня в идеале абсолютно, как говорят в таких случаях экономисты, авторкична. Ничего извне, почти ничего ей не нужно. Она делает все сама, и уезд, и провинция. Нет чего-то. Не ждите какой-то технологии, сделайте все сами. Причем, если у вас инженеров нет, сами что-то выдумайте. Простое, но ведь народная смекалка, это же очень хорошо. Вместе, конечно, с народным энтузиазмом. И у Мао возникает мысль, что эти очень высокие по тогдашним мировым стандартам темпы роста можно удвоить, утроить, учетверить, только если мобилизовать крестьян. И в результате будет что? А в результате Китай, который на тот момент является отсталой страной, в общем-то, одной из самых отсталых стран Азии, особенно эта крестьянская масса, сельское большинство Китая. И в результате, по мысли Мао, Китай за 10 лет догонит ведущие страны. Он говорил, что мы скоро обгоним Советский Союз, обгоним Великобританию. Почему-то он был зациклен немножко на Великобритании, хотя к 50-м годам она особой роли в мире уже не играла. Старая память. И Америка. А как обгоним? А так, мобилизовавшись и совершив удивительный рывок силой народного энтузиазма. Так и начался большой скачок. Попытка совершить именно этот большой скачок, рывок в будущее, с полным пренебрежением и советских, и любых традиций, норм, представлений о том, что возможно. Сделать невозможное возможным путем мобилизации народных масс. Звучит красиво. И главное, Мао в это верил искренне. И очень-очень многие люди вокруг него. Да, кто-то подлаживался, все-таки уже государство, политика, интриги. Кому-то хочется кресло повыше получить, зарплату себе увеличить. Но при всем при этом значительная часть и людей, и в высших слоях, в высшем руководстве, и в низах тоже верила в то, что такое возможно. Тем более, повторяю, 50-е годы это в Китае время энтузиазма. Все получилось. Единая страна, не демократия, но этого мало кого тогда заботила. Единая страна, стабильная, быстро растет, хорошо. А может быть еще лучше? Давайте попробуем. Некоторую роль сыграла и компания «Пусть процветают 100 цветов». Любят в Китае, до сих пор любят красивые названия всяких политических движений. Тут ссылка на Древний Китай, на первое тысячелетие до нашей эры, когда говорили: пусть процветают 100 цветов, пусть соперничают 100 псков. Свобода интеллектуальной мысли имеется в виду. Так вот, в 1956-1957 году в Китае скажем так, ослабили идеологический и политический контроль. Говорили интеллигенции, что можно критиковать Компартию, что Компартия нуждается в критике, давайте критикуйте. Они покритиковали, ну, кончилось все плохо. Тут есть разногласия. Они считают, что Мао, вот ощущая вот этот народный подъем и реальную поддержку, которая была в то время и у него, и у коммунистов, переоценил собственную популярность и не ожидал такой волны критики, причем серьезной по делу. Другие считают, что это с самого начала была ловушка, хотели, так сказать, спровоцировать ненадежные элементы, чтобы те высунулись и их поймали. В любом случае, 1957 год, кампания против тех, кто говорил слишком много и кто вообще, так сказать, поверил вот этим призывам про критику, им быстренько кого в тюрьму, а большинство в ссылку, и многие в этой ссылке еще 30 лет находились, 25 лет где-то в деревне. И принял это воздействие. Люди стали осторожнее критиковать, даже когда им говорили, а вы критикуйте. Ну, помню, что случилось, многие стали говорить, ну а что критиковать, все хорошо. Ну и тем более многим казалось, что все хорошо. И вот в начале 1958 года начинается большой скачок. Объявлено о том, что практически все плановые показатели будут пересмотрены. Причем, как мы увидим по некоторым цифрам, речь шла не об увеличении планов на 20 или 30%. Нет, их увеличивали многократно. Во много раз больше риса, во много раз больше стали сделаем мы буквально в течение нескольких лет. По этому поводу Мао тогда сказал: 3 года тяжелого труда, они принесут нам 10 тысяч лет счастья. С чего начали? Начали с сельского хозяйства. Центральным пунктом политики большого скачка стала коллективизация. Но коллективизация крайне радикальная. Так называемые народные коммуны. Это что-то типа советских колхозов. Ну, во-первых, очень большие. Это какой коммуне одна такая коммуна могла занимать почти весь въезд. Там могли быть десятки тысяч человек. При этом она становилась низовой административной единицей. Там объединялось и социальное обеспечение, и производство, и даже военная подготовка, потому что члены народной коммуны, они были также еще членами таких вот военизированного резерва армейского, и они проходили там боевую подготовку, военное обучение. Однако, что было интересно, чем отличалось от советского образца, и что вообще делало вот эту политику народных коммун уникальной, это максимальный уровень обобществления. Изымали не только быков и коров, но это понятно, тем более в Китае быки – это в основном тягловая рабочая сила. Это как лошади в России 30-го года. Нет, изымалась вся домашняя живность, до уток, до гусей и куриц включительно. Что еще интереснее, во многих случаях изымалась даже кухонная утварь. Почему? А как готовить, когда все котлы, все сковородки и кастрюли забрали? А очень просто. Нужно ходить в общественную столовую. Сразу скажу, что вот эта политика общественных столовых, она была не всеобщая. В некоторых районах она была, в других не было. Китай вообще всегда был страной, где на практике была очень большая, очень высокая автономия регионов. И в зависимости от района многое там происходило по-разному. Но в общем и целом стандарт – это изымается все до котла, до сковородки, до тарелки, и подразумевается, что будем есть в общественной столовой. Наконец 1958 года по статистике получается, что где-то порядка 85% крестьян, их угораздило как раз оказаться в этих народных коммунах, где были эти самые общественные столовые. По общественные столовые что это такое? Ну вот как это описывается. Люди вместе едят в столовых и по завтракам вместе идут на работу. До появления столовых члены коммун, это 1959 год, до появления столовых члены коммун работали только по 7-8 часов в день, а теперь они работают в среднем по 10 часов в день за завтраком. Как только миски отодвигают в сторону, руководители звеньев ведут людей на работу. До и после еды Члены коммун вместе читают газеты и слушают радиопередачи, повышая уровень своего политического образования. При этом там получилась такая интересная ловушка. Дело в том, что и печать, и СМИ, и, главное, все начальство говорило, ну, кто-то кривил душой, а кто-то был искренне уверен в том, что теперь вот после коллективизации, после внедрения совершенно ни на что не похожих новых методов агрономических методов, о которых я чуть позже буду говорить, там глубокая вспашка, сверхплотный посев и так далее. После этого производительность сельского хозяйства, разумеется, вырастет во много раз. Соответственно, будет изобилие, гигантское изобилие. И в столовых говорили, потребляйте, едите сколько хотите в 1958-1959 году, едите сколько хотите. Стала звучать критика, но по этому поводу Жимин Жибао в 1959 году сказала, большинство крестьян с энтузиазмом поддерживают коммунальные столовые, но только некоторые империалисты и их агенты поднимают вокруг этого шум. Так что даже отдельные лица в нашей стране цепляются за привычную власть и, пользуясь временными недостатками некоторых общественных столовых, занимаются неосторожными рассуждениями. И дальше, что раз империалисты и их агенты критикуют общественные столовые, то, соответственно, это очень хорошо. И в это время Мао тоже говорил, видимо, он реально ожидал этого гигантского урожая, и Мао, ну, естественно, люди пониже Ронгом говорили, вы ешьте побольше, 5 раз в день ешьте, у нас теперь всего будет вдоволь. Ну, крестьяне, конечно, отъедались некоторое время. При этом был тот же механизм, который, кстати, почти в то же самое время наблюдался в Северной Корее, где тоже случился при похожих обстоятельствах голод, но только куда более скромных масштабов, даже с учетом скромных размеров страны. Так вот, местные чиновники, опасаясь, что их обвинят в том, что они плохо работают, а еще хуже, политически несознательно и совсем хуже, занимаются вредительством, опасаясь вот этого, они докладывали о фантастическом урожае. Об этом писали газеты, о полях, которые, ну, совершенно немыслимые объемы зерна. В 1958 году оценки урожая были 300 миллионов тонн. Но к концу года было сказано, что будет не 300 миллионов, а 525, почти в 2 раза больше. А реально-то собрали 215 миллионов. В 1,5 раза меньше, чем планировали, и в 2,5 раза меньше, чем было заявлено, что соберут. Понятно, что зерна не хватает. Просто не хватало, потому что исходили из вот этих абсолютно завышенных оценок, которые чиновники подавали наверх под влиянием происходящего. Причем, судя по всему, Мао сам в это верил, как я уже говорил. Ну, например, летом 1958 года он посетил одну из народных коммун и интересовался. Вот у вас теперь так много зерна, что вы с ним будете делать? Крестьяне говорили, ну, председатель, мы будем обменивать его на новую технику. А Мао сказал, ну как же, теперь же у всех так много зерна, что трудно будет обменять его на машину, уж так его много. Вы уж лучше ешьте побольше, 5 раз в день. Этот совет был дан, повторяю, в августе 1958 года, когда в стране стали появляться уже самые-самые первые признаки проблем. Ну, надо сказать, все-таки искренне был убежден Мао в том, что делал. Ну и верил в народный энтузиазм и армейскую дисциплину. Он часто говорил, что все должны жить по армейскому образцу, а в армии какой там 8-часовой рабочий день, какие там выходные, как надо, так и живут. Вот если вся страна так будет работать, то мы точно за 5 лет весь мир перегоним. Скачок большой совершил. В принципе, технологию Мао уважал, но только простую, народную, понятную. И вот 2 таких главных новых агрономических приема тогда использовали в Китае. Первый – это так называемая плотная высадка. Речь шла о том, чтобы на тот участок, куда раньше высаживалась, скажем так, 1 мера, ну, скажем, условно, 1 килограмм семян, высаживать 3-4 килограмма. Мао говорил лично, что остается слишком много свободного места. Это расточительство солнца и воздуха. Были глубокие философы, так сказать, которые объясняли, а чего нам бояться слишком большой плотности растений. Они же одинаковые растения, у них общность, они, соответственно, друг с другом конкурировать не будут. Понятно, что результатом стала просто растрата семенного фонда. А другая идея – это глубокая вспашка. В августе 1958 года ЦК Компартии Китая принимает решение. Необходимо перепахать все китайские поля на глубину как минимум в 1 чин. Ну, это порядка 35 сантиметров, а лучше 2-3. Сохранились воспоминания. Некоторые из этих сцен видели советские советники и потом об этом написали. Когда на глубину до метра перекапывали. Как это делалось? Ну, просто становились в ряд крестьяне с лопатами и перекапывали поле на глубину целый метр. Считалось, что такая глубокая вспашка резко увеличит урожай. И еще нужно было бороться с вредителями. Причем говорили о 4 вредителях. Это крысы, мухи, комары и главный, самый вредный вредитель – это воробей, который поедает зерно, а значит уничтожает урожай. Соответственно, была начата кампания борьбы с воробьями. В одном только 1958 году, по официальным данным, ну там, как я полагаю, тоже преувеличивали не слабо, было в Китае уничтожено 2 миллиарда воробьев. И разоряли гнезда, ловили птенцов, но самая распространенная техника была шуметь, чтобы плотность населения довольно большая, даже очень большая в Китае. И вот воробей, летающий над какой-то деревней, а там шумят, и они реально, видимо, очень боятся шума. Он не садится, он держится в воздухе и потом падает на землю обессиленный. Если он еще живой, тут его и добьют. Вот так 2 миллиарда воробьев в 1958 году и в 1959 году еще 1 миллиард воробьев. Правда, вдруг обнаружилось, что появилась и саранча, и насекомые вредители. Тут очень осторожно активизировались биологи, которые, вообще говоря, напомнили, что воробей, он, конечно, по зернышку клюет, но он еще и насекомых ест. Те самые насекомых, которые уничтожают куда большую часть урожая. Ну, борьба с воробьями результатов не принесла. Равно как и сверхплотная высадка и глубокая вспашка. Но были и другие. Например, рассказывали о крестьянине в провинции Ханань, который, как специально подчеркивалось, никогда не учился в школе. Это было очень важно. Это значит, он народной гуще. Очень хорошо резонировало с тогдашними мечтаниями. И вот он разработал систему автоматических, ну, фактически такой автоматический транспортер на носилки для подачи земли, которые были прикреплены к подвесным тросам такой вот своего рода канатной дороги, которая позволяла увозить грунт. Причем все это на ручной тяге, только из дерева, досок и дрезины. Более того, в то время все утверждалось, что производительность работ выросла 8 раз. В это время в Китае вообще все делали из дерева. И деревянные трактора. Ну, там двигатели, некоторые части были металлические, основной корпус деревянный. Деревянные грузовики. Все из дерева делали. Однако, не только о сельском хозяйстве шла речь. Когда речь шла о большом скачке, то, конечно же, речь шла и о развитии промышленности. И в первую очередь, конечно, сталь. В те времена это была такая общая установка среди социалистических стран, что производство стали – это, конечно, самое главное. И вот в 1958 году по первоначальному, я бы сказал, нормальному плану советского образца за год нужно было произвести 6 миллионов 200 тысяч стали. План за год повышали и повышали. И в конце было сказано о том, в сентябре было сказано о том, что нужно произвести 12 миллионов тонн. Понимаете, изначально был весьма амбициозный план. 6 миллионов 200 тысяч. А в сентябре сказали, нет, к концу года 12 миллионов. Но это еще не все. Утверждалось, в том же 1958 году приняли план, в соответствии с которым в 1962 году производство стали в Китае должно было достигнуть 100 миллионов тонн. Понимаете? Получается примерно 20-кратное увеличение за 4 года. Таким образом, считал Мао и его сторонники, Китай обгонит по производству стали ключевого промышленного продукта даже Соединенные Штаты за какие-то 4 года. А как это сделать? А вот тут решение было простое. Начать строить доменные печи, начать строить разворачивать металлургические производства везде. Сталь, чугун, железо – все это делать, ну, просто повсеместно. Причем решено было, что деревни, промышленные,
Look at that. I'm finally out of scrap coins.
предприятия, учебные заведения из подручных материалов просто реально у себя во дворах будут строить маленькие доменные печи. Причем еще поощрялось соревнование. У этой начальной школы есть печь, у соседней начальной школы еще больше печь. Соревновались, кто больше даст металла. К концу 1958 года в Китае работало 500 000, 500 000 таких, ну, скажем, дворовых, уличных доменных печей. Обслуживала их, ну, не обязательно, так сказать, полноценный рабочий день, около 40 миллионов человек. Причем загружали их не только рудой, в качестве сырья, потому что отчитывались-то по количеству выплавленного металла. Соответственно, сырье надо было брать где-то, а руды не хватало. Поэтому загружали металлические изделия, гвозди, сковородки, кастрюли, дверные ручки, все что угодно. Тогда было замечательное высказывание. «Сдашь мотыгу», имелось в виду, что сдашь мотыгу на переплавку, уничтожишь одного империалиста. Спрячешь один гвоздь, укроешь контрреволюционера. Из этого ничего толком не вышло. Потому что обнаружилось, да, некоторые печи работали, и некоторые даже давали относительно приличный металл. Но по большей части металл оказался негодным ни к чему. Потому что люди, которые строили печи, ими управляли, не имели ни малейшего представления о том, как плавить металл. Ну, с точки зрения организаторов, должно было хватить энтузиазма. Его не хватило. И следы остались. Вот известный наш историк Кючанов, который в 1964 году приехал в Пекин, он вспоминает, как, ну, в тот момент самой, пожалуй, бросающейся в глаза частью китайского рельефа были вот эти заброшенные печи, и вокруг них запекшиеся какие-то такие груды, так толком и не сваренного железа. Иногда, правда, у подобных амбициозных планов бывали и неожиданные позитивные результаты. Например, в воспоминаниях одного бывшего удвубина, участника культурной революции, о котором мы отдельно как-нибудь поговорим, есть такой эпизод, что в школе, где он учился, это уже середина 60-х годов, был огромный пруд. Это была гордость школы, ее символ. Откуда он появился? В период большого скачка. Администрация школы заявила, что она построит в школе, в обычной средней школе, бассейн по размерам в 4 раза больше олимпийского бассейна. Они выкопали котлован, потому что рабочей силы много и не откажешь. Как людей гоняли на все эти, скажем, на доменные печи. Все очень просто. Приходили и говорили: иди. А если нет, мы тебя в общественную столовую не пустим, или мы тебе карточек не дадим. И люди шли. Так вот, ну, а там еще и студенты, учащиеся, совсем просто. И, соответственно, они шли, копали, а потом обнаружилось, что котлован-то они выкопали, а цемент арматура, ничего этого так они получить и не смогли. В результате вместо плавательного бассейна образовался вот этот самый пруд. Все это, конечно, смешно, несколько наивно, где-то можно даже понять, с улыбочкой несколько такой подобный энтузиазм. Однако уже к весне 1959 года стало ясно, что урожай-то вообще-то не 300 миллионов, как планировали, и не 525 миллионов, как ожидали на более поздних последние месяцы предшествующего года, а 215 миллионов. Начался голод. Где-то к осени 1958 года в Пекин начинают поступать сообщения о том, что крестьяне голодают. Правда, местные власти не очень хотят жаловаться, они боятся. Они боятся, что именно на них будет возложена ответственность за происходящее. Но кое-какая информация все-таки проникает. Позиция достаточно жесткая. Ну вот, например, министр иностранных дел Чен И говорит по этому поводу в ноябре 1959 года. Среди трудящихся действительно появились определенные жертвы. Некоторое количество жертв. Но это недостаточно, чтобы остановить нас на нашем пути. Это цена, которую мы должны заплатить, и в этом нет ничего страшного. Кто знает, сколько людей было принесено в жертву на полях сражений и в тюрьмах. Теперь у нас есть отдельные случаи болезни и смерти, но это ничего. Такой вот подход. Тем временем ситуация обострялась, и речь шла вовсе не о некотором количестве жертв. Первая серьезная конфронтация случилась в августе 1959 года, когда в Лушань проходил очередной пленум ЦК. Ну, надо сказать, что это тоже еще интересная китайская особенность. Всякие важные мероприятия, включая и встречи высших государственных и партийных органов, там далеко не всегда проходят в Пекине. Китай страна вообще на удивление децентрализована. Ну, как бы то ни было, на Лушаньском пленуме случилась неожиданность. С прямой, правда осторожной, но вполне прямой критикой и лично Мао Цзэдуна, и всей политики большого скачка выступил командующий китайскими вооруженными силами, ну, точнее, министр обороны Пен Дехуай. Кстати, именно в годы Корейской войны он командовал в Корее так называемыми китайскими народными добровольцами, которые не были такими там добровольцами, это были регулярные части китайской армии. Пен Дехуай был, пожалуй, самым популярным китайским генералом. Он был выходцем из крестьян, и незадолго до плена он побывал в родной деревне. И то, что он там увидел, его ужаснуло. И, соответственно, на пленуме он сказал, что происходит что-то явно не то, что нереалистичные планы, что народные коммуны созданы преждевременно, что уровень обобществления, ну вот изъятие всего до сковородок, до ножей, до палочек для еды, это излишне. Он сказал, что, дескать, мы проявляем мелкобуржуазную горячность. Ну, какая она уж там мелкобуржуазная или еще, я не знаю, но это традиционный для этого времени политический жаргон. Пен Дехуай немножко осторожничал, но, в общем, критиковал. И Мао тут взорвался. Надо сказать, что тут, наверное, был не идеологический протест, а совершенно такой прагматический. Мало какой руководитель государства, особенно авторитарный, да, я думаю, и демократический, мало какой руководитель государства обрадуется, если его и его любимую политику, с которой он тесно ассоциируется в сознании почти всех, вдруг критикует никто иной, а министр обороны. Не кто-нибудь, а министр обороны. То есть человек, у которого есть танки и пушки, вооруженные люди. После этого, естественно, Пен Дехуай был обвинен в правом оппортунизме и снят со всех постов. И были проведены определенные, правда, очень ограниченные снятия его сторонников. Голод тем временем усиливался. Об этом говорить было почти нельзя, все только в закрытом порядке. Более того, в конце 1959 года основной темой стало укрывательство зерна. Отчасти и Мао, и многие руководители, некоторые из них думали в глубине души примерно так, как Пен Дехуай, но об этом не говорили. Ну, а некоторые нет. Некоторые еще по-прежнему верили в очень завышенные оценки урожая. И вот вроде бы был гигантский урожай, а где он? Его нет. В чем дело? Мнение было простое, а его жадные крестьяне спрятали. Поэтому посылались распоряжения найти спрятанное эгоистичными крестьянами зерно и изъять его. На практике это приводило к тому, что зерно выгребали полностью, и к концу 1959 года голод начался уже совсем всерьез и почти повсеместно, даже в самых благодатных частях страны. Необходимо одно замечание. Голод в основном развертывался в деревнях. Города пытались оберегать. Вот тут определенный парадокс. Тогдашнее китайское руководство – это в основном крестьяне. Но на практике горожане, именно как социальный слой, имели очень большие преимущества. Кроме этого, к тому времени в Китае уже была система хукоу. Ну, что-то типа системы прописки, но такой очень крепко закрученной, которая практически делала практически невозможным для крестьян выезд за пределы своей деревни и своего уезда. Практически, хотя крестьяне голодали, куда-то отправляться на поиски лучшей жизни, элементарно на поиски мест, где можно поесть, им было невозможно, им этого не давали. В этом, кстати, сказать отличие от северокорейского голода 90-х, где при формально еще даже более жесткой системе контроля над передвижением, при еще более жестких запретах на выезд из своих родных уездов и провинций на бумаге. На практике северокорейские чиновники, когда там начался голод в 1996 году, стали закрывать глаза на передвижение людей. И это, я думаю, очень многим спасло жизнь. А в Китае с этим было очень жестко. Ну и в результате совершенно парадоксальная ситуация, поскольку в газетах о голоде не писали, горожане в значительной степени о происходящем в деревне не знали. Вот один из впоследствии довольно известный китайский журналист, он вспоминает, как где-то в конце 59-го или начале 60-го года к нему шел его коллега, который как-то там по линии командировки побывал в его родной деревне и сказал: дело плохо, твой отец умирает, у тебя в деревне страшный голод, поезжай. А он-то, будучи горожанином, поехать в деревню мог, это обратная дорога закрыта. Он там купил какое-то количество риса, причем показательно, как видно из его воспоминаний, даже в это время, когда деревня голодает и мрет в больших количествах, в городе, в принципе, какие-то продукты есть, их можно даже условно свободно купить. Ну, там карточки в основном, но не только. Он поехал, но он обнаружил, что действительно его родители голодают, а отец при смерти. Только где-то к 1961 году, то есть прошел 59-й год, 60-й, количество голодных смертей росло, домашние доменные печи производили никому не нужный, непонятный металлообразный продукт, все гонялись за воробьями, и только где-то в 61 году начинается уже осознание того, растет понимание того, что ситуация действительно вышла из-под контроля, что нужно остановиться, что шли не той дорогой. И в этой обстановке начинает постепенно усиливаться влияние прагматиков. Одним из них является Дэн Сяопин, который нам хорошо известен по дальнейшим событиям. В то время Дэн Сяопин становится как бы ответственным за партийную работу. И другая фигура – это Лю Шаоци, который отвечает за государственный аппарат. Они потихонечку сворачивают наиболее одиозные эксперименты. И Мао, естественно, никто напрямую не говорит, что Мао и его ближайшее окружение вот это вот все затеяли странный рывок, который окончился, наоборот, провалом, сдачей назад. Но все это понимают. И Мао тогда немножечко оттесняется от непосредственного руководства страной и, в первую очередь, экономикой. Возникает в высшем китайском руководстве такое ощущение, что у Мао, конечно, гигантские заслуги. Он, безусловно, отец китайской революции, но вот конкретно рулить экономикой ему лучше не давать. Возникает, да, такой вопрос. Сколько же людей погибло? Ну, тут цифры разные. От 20 до 45 миллионов. Наиболее вероятная оценка – 30-40 миллионов. Иначе говоря, в ходе вот этих событий 58-61 годов от голода и связанных с ним болезней умерло 5% населения Китая. Это самый большой по масштабу голод 20 века. При этом любопытно отметить, что никаких голодных бунтов особо не было. Власть оставалась жесткой, она контролировала ситуацию, крестьяне не бунтовали. Какие-то выступления против власть придержащих происходили только в национальных районах, а в коренных, так сказать, населенных канцами было тихо. Крестьяне умирали тихо. В 1962 году большой скачок признали ошибкой. Тот же самый Лю Шаоци выступил тогда, в феврале 1962 года, на так называемом совещании 7 тысяч кадровых работников. Ну, кадровый работник – это руководящий работник Компартии. И он сказал, что, он очень по-китайски сказал, что 30% вины за произошедшее на стихийных бедствиях, ну, естественно, было объявлено, что голод все-таки отчасти стихийными бедствиями вызван, а 70% это человеческие ошибки. Ну, вот такая вот любовь к вычислению процентов в подобных ситуациях в Китае характерна. Впоследствии и Мао по похожей формуле оценивали, сколько процентов хорошего, сколько плохого. Но главное это, что экономический рывок, ради которого все это затевалось, не состоялся. В результате большого скачка, ВВП Китая сократился и весьма основательно. В 60-м году рост ВВП был отрицательный, правда, совсем немного, на 0,3%. В 1961 году резкий сброс ВВП на 27%. Это очень много. И еще чуть-чуть сполз вниз в 1962 году еще 5%. Дезорганизация сельского хозяйства, заметное снижение, очень заметное снижение ВВП. Такие вот результаты. Результаты эксперимента, который был, в общем, обусловлен таким специфическим видением мира. Верой в то, что энтузиазм, патриотизм, преданность вождю и, в общем, все. Решает любые вопросы, и что хорошо замотивированный человек даже голыми руками может двигать горы. Оказалось, что не может. Лучше двигать горы с помощью бульдозеров и эскаваторов. Но в Китае полностью и окончательно эту истину поняли довольно поздно, где-то к концу 70-х годов. Китайцам пришлось пройти и через большой скачок, и через культурную революцию, которая известна у нас лучше, хотя объективно она была, конечно, куда менее травматичной для большинства. Она ударила по интеллигенции, по политической элите, и поэтому ее запомнили больше, чем большой скачок. Погибло людей там поменьше, но тоже очень много. И хаос был вполне сравнимый. 20 лет хаоса, я бы сказал, даже 25, с 58 и где-то до 78 годов. Да нет, не 25, все-таки 20. Ну, такая грустная история. Что же, надеюсь, вам понравилось. На этом мы с вами сегодня раскланиваемся. Ну и кроме того, напоминаю, что у нас есть телеграм-канал, где выкладываются как ссылки на какие-то мои публикации и выступления, так и оригинальные материалы на корейскую и околокорейскую тему. Ссылка в описании.
Got something to say?
Today I'm chatting with Grant Sanderson, who runs Blue One Brown and is now working on a new project documenting the progress AI is making in math. And I wanted to talk to you about this because AI has been making the fastest progress in mathematics as of any other field. So whatever is happening here and whatever way we're seeing AI progress happen or not happen would tell us about what will happen to the rest of the world as AI gets better and better. So I wanted to start with this question I asked you when I first interviewed you 3 years ago. And I asked you, once we have AIs that can get gold in the International Math Olympiad, wouldn't that just be AGI? Wouldn't this just be able to do anything any human can do, given how hard these problems are? And you had an answer which in retrospect turned out to be very wise and correct, which is like, it'll be another benchmark like all these other benchmarks that AI are passing. Obviously, AI has gotten better in general ways since then, but there won't be some aha moment when this happens. First, I think I'd be curious to get your heuristics on why that turned out to be true. And second, I'm curious how long you think this narrowness can continue to be true. So by the point that AI has solved the Millennium Prize problem, do you think it's still possible that at that point there's lots of tasks that humans are doing that AI still can't automate in the economy?
It's an interesting question because it's hard to answer without knowing what the solution looks like ahead of time. I mean, if we take the IMO, that's something where I think the spirit of your question 3 years ago was in looking at how some of the solutions to these problems really seem to require creativity.
Yeah.
And the designers of these problems, they'll try to have them come up with things that you can't train for as easily. I think the dirty secret with the IMO is that you really can train for a lot of them. And so with the whole AI and math project undergoing, I think, as you point out, one of the reasons it's interesting at all is that there's a spiky frontier to AI. Math is just right there in one of the spikes. But there's kind of a fractal nature to that spikiness because when you zoom into the specific progress within math, you have some things that are a lot easier than others. So if we just think about IMO, which is old news at this point, right? It's kind of like 2 years ago that they're really like doing quite well. They would have gotten a gold in 2024 if for not the following reason. They're very good. They're just like cold solved geometry, basically. And the IMO has these 4 categories of problems. This geometry, number theory, algebra, and combinatorics. So like geometry, just solves in like 19 seconds in 2024 because it's kind of a brute force solver. And the dirty secret is for students, there's also sort of a brute force way that you kind of can go at it. Combinatorics is the one that's the wild card of much more like playful, puzzly seeming problems. And there were 2 combinatorics problems on that year's test. There's not always. There's 4 categories, 6 different problems. So it's kind of a toss-up which one is going to have 2 questions. Had it been more geometry questions, they would have gotten a gold that year. But it struggles on those combinatorics ones. And, you know, someone who's trying to keep that torch of the last holdout of like math for humanity might say, well, you know, those are the ones that require the more creativity. Even then, though, I think the spirit of your
I'm not
question,
a
like
good
if they're solving, you know, a Millennium Prize problem, does
Pleasure
that
working
also
with you. Recipient.
service a lot of white collar work?
Got something to say?
It suggests that whatever
I'm
the
not a
rate
good
limiter is
person to
between where we are now and that is the same as the rate limiter for making things better at white collar work. And we can maybe like paint a couple different ways that like we focus on, I don't know, Riemann hypothesis. Like what would it look like to solve that? One possibility would be these things are extremely good at a specific domain of knowledge and just knowing it very deeply, and then knowing another domain and knowing another domain. And you've pointed this out. It's like bizarre to have something with this superhuman breadth that like knows all the fields so well that's not just finding those lightning bolts that connect them. I think we're starting to see sparks of that, of like actually finding connection between the things that it's an expert at. I'm sure we'll talk about it. If the nature of the solution to the Riemann hypothesis was something like that, that feels pretty distinct to me than what's necessary to get good at white collar work. And there's a reason to believe actually that might be the nature of the solution. I don't know if you know the story of like Hugh Montgomery and Freeman Dyson at the IAS. Like
No.
this is a side tangent, but it's just kind of a fun story on how I don't know if it was over lunch or something like that. Basically, you have this number theorist who is pointing out, just trying to understand the statistical correlation between pairs of zeros of the Riemann zeta function. So the Riemann hypothesis is all about like, do all these zeros sit on a straight line? And he's finding this like this quantitative question you could ask about. And he writes down a formula. It looks like 1 over sine squared or something like that. Freeman Dyson, a physicist, is like, I know that expression. That expression comes up in studying the eigenvalues for random Hermitian matrices, which was something that comes up in studying the energy levels of like a nucleus. And the idea that the statistics of those two seemingly different things were the same sort of prompted a potential exploration on, hey, are there aspects of random matrix theory that might be relevant to like Riemann zeta function? And I think it's a little...
Yeah, of course. The thing that I least want.
A bit of an open question, like, is there fruit to be had there? But that kind of bridging together from two different fields, like if it turned out that the solution to the Riemann hypothesis was exploring an idea like that even further, that has this character of kind of how you expect LLMs to be good at math. It's like they're an expert at the quantum physics, they're an expert at the analytic number theory. They should be able to see that similarity in a way that doesn't require like Montgomery and Dyson to be having lunch and like happening to talk about that.
No chance.
The flaws of the human heart are often harder to measure than the price of a transaction.
No fucking way. No fucking way. When I looked at this, I paused for a second and said no chance. No chance I get anything that is worth my time. Yet here's GN. GN. Yeah. Unfortunately, the mic was muted. Oh well. No chance. No fucking way. Here it is. Maybe more? Nope. Okay. Oh, that's nice. A refund. Let's see.
Recipient confirmed. I don't do vague requests.
Not. No. Casting final reckoning specifically. Okay, let's go in with healing.
That's totally different from white collar work, right? In terms of like the extent to which you maybe have a hard time using an AI as an editor.
Yeah.
It's not because they know everything and you just need them to find that lightning bolt in between. Different possibility would be, what's the right analogy? Maybe like if we think of Fermat's last theorem between the moment of Fermat phrasing the question and then what the solution itself looks like, where ultimately the solution involves such heavy machinery in math, right? So the beauty of that problem is you can phrase it so simply, You ask about, x to the n plus y to the n equals z to the n. Do you have integer solutions for this when n is bigger than 3? And it's something you might expect there to be an elementary number theory approach to it, but just as far as we can tell, there's just not. Whereas the actual solution, maybe there is something simpler, but this might be the what it has to be. There's such a complicated set of ideas that build on like centuries of work centered around elliptic curves. And then this other like mountain of ideas centered around these things called modular forms. And like both of those mountains have to be built before you can ask the right question that connects it. So if the solution to the Riemann hypothesis involved building a new mountain, like that's a kind of skill, like the ability to like come up with the right new ideas that feels sufficiently different from like the character of how they're intelligent right now that it's not like that's what you need from your hired video editor per se, but that like if it's capable of building mountains that are, the correct new theory that like crystallizes how we should be thinking about a subject, that's just such.
Provide backup. One moment, now's the time. Pretty lively here. No big deal.
Leave it to me!
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long. Sign for delivery. Try harder next time.
Leave it to me!
Alright, take it over. Please. Time for the perfect. Stay back. My turn now. I'll handle this part. Route secured.
I can do this. Deal! I got it.
Pretty lively here. Knock it off. Get out! Don't get dragged into this. What a hassle. I'll provide backup. Delivery complete. Same day settled.
Level of intelligence that then it starts to feel like it would be surprising if that didn't permeate into other aspects of the economy besides like just the mountain building for math itself.
Yeah. Or at the very least, even if it couldn't like literally do every single thing white collar humans can do, it would just have transformative effects in the way that getting gold in the IMO did not have transformative effects on the world. first of all, I do want to point out that I'm totally moving the goalpost here because when I interviewed Dario about 2-3 years ago, I asked this question about why haven't they been able to use their vast knowledge to connect ideas together and come up with a new discovery that way. That seems like the kind of thing, even if a moderately intelligent person knew this much information, they'd be able to like come up with a medical diagnosis from the fact that like this drug causes migraines and this other thing, you know, whatever does this, and maybe that it's the same drug that can cure both things. And yeah, I don't know, from an outsider's perspective, mathematics seems clearly like a field where finding this counterexample to the unit distance problem conjecture was like an example of this kind of thing. And so total goalpost moving. But then we can ask, okay, what is the next benchmark? Now that AIs can do this thing that we should have thought they should be able to do, what is the next thing that would be quite impressive? And there's a couple of candidate ideas here. So one could be coming up with interesting problems in the first place, and the other is coming up with new kinds of objects or conceptualizations that create or unify fields. On the first one, right now we just train these models to, like, we have these Millennium Prize problems because, yeah, I don't know, like mathematicians have noted, like Riemann came up with this idea of this like Riemann zeta function, and because he thought that it would have some connection with like the density of prime numbers, or if the zeros on this function would have some connection to prime numbers. And so like figuring out that there's, why do we think this is an interesting thing to study in the first place? Why are we building this object and trying to answer questions about it and answer this particular question about it? Seems like the kind of thing that would be the next benchmark.
I mean, you highlight two pretty good examples there. For anyone curious about the unit distance conjecture, there's this really nice video by a math channel called Polylog where they talk about it, and one of the people in that, because all of these discussions, it causes people to reflect on like the process of doing math, right? They're like, this thing can do this impressive stuff. Like, what does that mean for us? And he highlights this quote, how good mathematicians prove theorems, great mathematicians come up with conjectures, and the greatest mathematicians come up with definitions. And that's more or less exactly your framing here on like those two, like we need the conjecture generator and then like the definition generator. That's the premium tier mathematician. I don't understand how exactly you'd make that a benchmark, in the sense that usually when I think of the word benchmark, I'm thinking something that you have like, it's a goalpost. The ball is through the goal or it's not. Like you can clearly say like, yes, this is done. Partly to be able to do things like RLDR,
Clarity.
but also partly just to be able to like know that you haven't moved the goalpost in answering. You know, OpenAI can have their headline on disproving the unit distance conjecture because it's a clear, distinct, it's like, it did it, right? Whereas imagine trying to have a headline on like, GPT 5.4 came up with a really good conjecture, right? Like we promise, everyone thinks it's a good conjecture. It just doesn't land the same way.
Right.
But maybe that doesn't negate the fact that that's the right thing to be thinking about. So I would be surprised if it ever took the form of looking like a benchmark, and like we have a score saying that it's past this benchmark because we can quantify how good a conjecture it is. But probably the nature of what it would take is that you would feel a tone shift in conversations with mathematicians about the way that it's useful to work with, right? And like this series that you referenced that is not at all produced yet and probably won't be for a couple months takes the form of us interviewing a lot of mathematicians. And what's interesting is we started doing this like over a year ago, and it's fun to see a little bit of a tone shift in the way that they talk about AI between like mid-2025 and where we are now in 2026. You know, in the real world, that's a very short amount of time. In the AI world, that's eons, right? And like we're able to see over those eons, like this tone shift. I think the way that you'd measure conjecture generating ability is going to be more subjective on like that tone shift, where it'll be mathematicians saying they're not just using it to like solve their problems, but as they step back and decide what their research field should even be, that a conversation with such and such model like was genuinely helpful for that. I don't think it's likely that you'd see it in the form of like a headline saying that like this was yet another benchmark knocked down.
Right. And so it's very interesting. The kinds of things you can't make benchmarks for are also the kinds of things, at least in the current paradigm, you can't easily train for, right? Because there's really no fundamental difference between a benchmark and a training environment.
Yeah.
I think it's very...
That's 4 million. Or about, so... That's 119 pools. Okay, but... 4 million or 32 pools. 33 pulls probably.
Easy to come up with some dichotomy of like, here's a deep reason why AI can't do a certain thing, and then it turns out, well, you're just thinking about it the wrong way, and actually I can do it pretty soon thereafter. But I'm gonna come up with.
You're gonna come up with a couple anyway.
And I think that this will probably. It'll probably turn out that there's ways in which we can train AIs to do these kinds of things in the relatively near term, but it seems like it would have to be different from current RLVR training. So the thing I'm curious about, and the thing it seems to me that drives a lot of the big progress in mathematics and in science generally, is like coming up with a new way to think about a problem or the new way to understand the world that then unifies different fields, spawns entire new fields, solves problems we weren't even thinking we were trying to solve in the first place. Like, the reason Einstein was thinking about GR is not because he wanted to explain why light bends or why black holes exist. These are phenomena he didn't even need needed to be explained in the first place.
I shouldn't do it because buying for annolith is just straight up better.
But in mathematics, it often seems, okay, a total outsider, I don't even know the details of what I'm talking about here. From the outside, it seems like there's often ways to, say, prove a specific problem that can motivate a new conceptualization. One which results in a whole new field, a whole new way of thinking, which is immensely productive, and one which doesn't. I think I'd be curious to hear you talk about whether Galois coming up with group theory and distinguishing his solution to the quintic having no formula for the roots, and Abel coming up with a different proof a few years earlier that didn't come up with group theory. But then if you wanted to do a verification loop on is group theory an interesting concept that was like,
what the fuck is
with
with her
why is this
shoulder?
proof better? Potentially that verification loop is 100 years long, and it involves the cryptography coming around and physics making progress and all of the ideas in group theory being relevant and understanding like symmetries in physics and all those kinds of things. There's like 100-year verification loop of why is this a productive concept in the first place.
You struck a nerve because I had this like project about Galois I was going to do in 2022 that I put on the shelf, but I spent like a year of my life like thinking a lot about what he did. So there's a risk of me accidentally talking too long on the specifics that you can hold me back on. It's a perfect example for your case because describing why it was a valuable insight does not come from immediate utility. And so certainly if you're thinking about RLVR environments, it's like, okay, this is going to be really hard to do. But it's interesting to note how even with like human verifiers at the time, like it took a really long time to recognize it as being useful. Like I think Einstein with GR, people sort of felt. You can like feel, this feels like a good theory right away. Like what makes the Galois theory such an interesting example is you have literally this 100-year segment of like an idea that like flows through many different people's heads before it like settles into something that the math community like agrees is good. So to back up a little bit, do you want the background on the problem at all? All right. Well, so we all learn about the quadratic formula in school.
I thought you were going to say we all learn about group theory in school. I missed that class.
We all learn about group theory, about quadratic formula. So this was known in some sense. Like Greeks could solve quadratics, but they didn't really write things in algebra, and so it's really more like the Arabs that like wrote down like that formula. There's this delightful story around some like dueling Italian mathematicians, not real duels, just like intellectual challenges, who like secretively found a formula for the cubic. And then very shortly thereafter found a formula for degree 4 polynomials. So a natural open question for like mathematicians is, can you find a formula that solves degree 5 equations? Now the degree 4, it's monsters. It would be wild to write it down. You usually don't really write it down in full. You break it up as like a procedural thing. So you might believe these things have this exponentially increasing complexity. So many hundreds of years, nobody is like really answering that question. Usually we say Abel was the first to prove it. He was this young, precocious Norwegian mathematician, and he showed it's simply impossible. It's not that you can find a quintic formula. He thought he found one, but he showed it's impossible. I think the real credit, though, like you have to back up a little bit and talk about Lagrange, where Lagrange found the right kind of question to ask about this. I can go into the details if you want, but I'll give it a very high level. He he was studying the question and he recognized being able to solve these polynomials is actually very related to understanding like the way that certain algebraic expressions are like symmetric, like more or less so. Like if I write down a plus b plus c plus d, just like adding 4 variables, if I permute those, it doesn't change the value of the expression. Whereas if I write like a plus b multiplied by c plus d, some of the permutations don't change it, but some of them do. And he had this really, really nice insight about how if you can find expressions like this that have like 4 free variables, but all the permutations take on 3 distinct values, that had this unexpected relationship with being able to reduce degree 4 into degree 3. So he started approaching the, like, can we find a quintic polynomial by saying, I wonder if I can extend that. And to extend that method, you would have to have an expression that has 5 free variables such that as you permute them over all the 5 factorial permutations, it takes on only 4 values or fewer. So that's like, you could put that in a puzzle book. You could put that in a brain teaser that like a 12-year-old could engage with. And it's not too hard to like find yourself feeling like that's an impossible task. And so Lagrange is sitting here saying, here's a strategy that I'm trying to solve this problem. Can I find a quintic polynomial? This strategy doesn't, it seems like it might be impossible, at least from this strategy. But that was the first time in history that people had the instinct that some kind of question about symmetry was the right way to be studying these polynomials. In his mind, it was just a way. It had yet to be discovered that, like, actually there's a tighter connection. And also, like, maybe rather than searching for the formula, we should be asking the opposite question. Can you prove that it's impossible? So he sort of planted that seed. Like, around 50 years later, Abel definitely read Lagrange and was influenced by it. Galois, we know that he loved Lagrange when he was, like, falling in love with math. And so it's very hard to imagine that, like, these two young geniuses, the fact that they both come up with, like, pretty similar insights around that problem, it's not, like, born from Lagrange. But to your question on, like, are you able to verify that this was a good idea? There wasn't any like result that Lagrange came to. There's never like he solved the problem and therefore we know that that was like the right question to ask. He asked it. There's some like intrinsically interesting thing. It also wasn't very important for math at the time. Like most people were more interested in like the applications to physics. This is almost in that like side, almost recreational hobbyist type thing. Like Abel, you know, he started working on quintic stuff, but then he was advised to spend more of his efforts studying elliptic functions, and so more of his work was on that before he died young. He died at 26 from tuberculosis. And then Galois, he
No, that's worse than the previous event.
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
That's cute. Hmm.
Recipient confirmed.
Pleasure working with you. Got something to say?
Me? I'm here.
Clarity. Obsession.
Do you want to hang out? I'm free after work. Me? I'm here.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm still not in the mood for Endfield today. Tomorrow is the last day. Which means if I didn't start today, I'm not going to be able to wait a fucking moment. Okay, this is weird. Mixer for some reason also mirrors my voice. It's weird. Reacts to my voice at least. That's weird. Hours.
Take a break. Welcome to. Thank you for. Welcome to the.
No worries.
we throw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings? I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Haven't you
Окей. The fuck is бесно? Just Hmm. Five. $20. 1, 2, 3. 23 times 5.
Trade tactics. I'm always ready.
15. 117.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Okay. It's been 7 hours already. Окей.
Hello and welcome to Coaching Main's Calcs 101 Episode 1. Calcs 101 is a series that is meant to teach you the basics of calcs in theory crafting in order to have a better understanding of one of the most important aspects of it. By the end of this episode, you should have a better understanding of stats. Stats stand at the base of the damage formula. Without stats, you won't be able to calculate anything. All the numbers you can see in your character page, such as attack, HP, defense, they all contribute to calculating the character's damage. Therefore, it is very important to set them up properly so you don't have issues later, and that's exactly what we are going to do in this video. All the resources used will be linked in the description below. To start, you are going to need either a Google Sheets or Excel project. It doesn't really matter which you use because they basically work the same, but it's more preference. For the series, I'm going to use Google Sheets because it is online and I can link it to you in the description. So if you want, you can access it, click on File, make a copy, and simply go through it and follow up what I do if that's easier for you. In this series, I'm going to use Futao as an example. And as you can see, I already set up a few things which I'm going to explain and fill up as we go. First, let's start with the base stats. Base stats are the stats you get simply from leveling and will be used later to calculate the final HP, attack and defense. Let's get Futao's base stats. You can use your
Oh. Yes. Yes, okay. That's fine. No. And it. Fucking god. No. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no, 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 no. Dude. Aha. Ah. No, no. No. What the fuck? No, don't. 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 Oh my god, what the fuck is happening? Okay, so let me just show the screen. Because critical scope limit, output format, character and patch region, hit frequency, skill duration, and buffs. Okay, yeah, really, lots of thinking. Uh-huh. Now that is actually something interesting. Okay, so first of all, here's the query, which let's say is the query. Here's the prompt. Reframe the prompt. Fucking Kimi goes on a fucking tangents, and here are the tangents. Okay, so execute Python code. Alright. Executing beta. Condition pack characters released in patches through 1.6 config. About format. Be concise. No, that is you. Huh. No, that is actually useful because yeah, indeed, чичитёная Бейду. Ember Pyromanstat. Copy. Okay. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Let's mm-hmm. Shining can be in tenacity. Oh, that's neat. All right. Chichi, moderate. Well, Chichi is not moderate anymore. She is actually excellent. Zhongli press for seconds, but his skill damages only a field when he holds it. That's fine. That's fine. Scope rip. Scope creep indeed. Capped. Endless searching mark has question mark or sources available, rather than searching indefinitely. Ignored sources. List listed only 3 allowed sources and ban general web searches. Ambiguous buffs. Defined explicitly what counts. Restrict, attack, damage. Bonus, crit, EM. And what doesn't? Activeness and evaluation. I mean, I didn't need it previously. All right. I think I have Let's make it into a new chat. Each Genshin Impact tag is released in patches 1.0 through one using effectively 4 piece. Next of the many left artifact set buff. Critical scope limit. New characters released in patches do not include 2.0 output format. Hit frequency or seconds, skill duration cooldown, yes, okay. Payment Maya. Let's start with Zhongli, which I have at C0. Zhongli.
Sure. Solidify.
12 seconds cooldown. It doesn't say anything on Payment Maya. but talents. Aha! No, hold cooldown exists. Hold cooldown exists. Mhm. Okay. What's it called? Homework. Which is homework? The system. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Hmm. No. Yes, okay, so at some point it just fucking came to a conclusion, Mona. Mhm. You know what? I'm just gonna look at and some details. Normal charged plunging skill. Where's damage? Mm-hmm. .6 damage was. On a peace trade. Great. Fischbrunn. important thing. Not this one, but this one. This one. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nerkali doğru. Senin new Enders. All right. Just 6 pages yet fetching those URLs. Frozen Layla. Your conversation with Kimmy is getting too long. Try starting a new session. Yes. I see. Well, that's not a problem. 3.0 throw 3.8 can effectively optimize. The yes, okay. All right. Well, nope. Did it work? Alright, see. Alright. Nope. Yeah. Maybe I should throw it. For tomorrow. Because as it currently is. Мам, я сказал в пятницу.
the fuck? Why are you suggesting Dory?
Come on, let's go. There's a fortune. That's a deal break. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Mora, and Mora loves me. I make Mora, and it makes me happy. La 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 la. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. First, I mark up the price by 30%. And I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me.
Yes, so here's the problem.
Now that's what I call a win-win. With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. 30%. And I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. I make Mora, and it makes me happy. La 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 la. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. I mark up the price by 30%. Then I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia. First, I mark up the price by 30%, and then I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia.
хочешь съесть? Ты хочешь съесть? Я тоже. Ну, так.
Нет, ну покушать.
With enough mora,
Оно ж как
we
бы
can afford to do
испортится, да.
anything, even take on the academia.
Я хотел суп, ты не хотел крем-суп. Ну хорошо. Давай крем-суп. Да. Не, если у тебя есть закрытый, то пусть остается пока что закрытым. Подожди. Да, это все мусор. Мусор, да.
Яйца я хочу зеленую фасоль, как Женя делает салат, но она ее варит.
First, I mark up the price by 30%. I offer a 20% discount. More for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. I mark up the price by 30%. And I offer a 20% discount. More for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Up the price by 30%, and then I offer a 20% discount. More for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win.
сыр.
Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
Пойди освободи руки, говорю.
Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. With enough mora, you
Нет,
can
не
afford to do
нужна.
anything.
Нет,
Even
стоп,
take
нужна.
on the academia.
Она очень хорошо здесь.
Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. I love Mora, and Mora loves me. I make Mora, and it makes me happy. La 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 la. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. With enough mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia. Huh? Ta-da! up the price by 30%. And I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. I love Mora, and Mora loves me. I make Mora, and it makes me happy. La 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 la. Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
Где ты это забрал? Зачем ты это забрал? В каком? Неважно.
Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. First, I mark up the price by 30%. And I offer a 20% discount. More Mora for me, and the customers still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. With enough Mora, you can afford to do anything. Even take on the academia. First, I mark up the price by 30%. And then I offer a 20% discount. More still feel like they're getting a bargain. Now that's what I call a win-win. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. With enough mora, you can afford to do anything, even take on the academia. Huh? Ta-da! No! Oh, fine. I love Mora, and Mora loves me. I make Mora, and it makes me happy. La 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 la.
Dia. Yo, yo.
Time to get down to business.
Once over 2.5 seconds. No, it's actually quite fine. No. There is a problem. 20 seconds cooldown. Alright, finally I can copy it in Markdown format and paste it here. Olay. Well, Calais is incorrect. And let's see why that is. Calais. Here she is.
I'll ensure your safety.
Talents. Has triggered burning, quicken, aggravate, spread, bloom, hopper bloom. Before the flooring green returns, it will grant the character the sprout effect upon return, which will continuously deal damage. Default memories and what is dynasty control filter. Alright, we switch with someone. Layla? Sure. Let's switch with Layla. It makes me really annoyed, but that's alright. Okay, so 1-9, Sun 8. 1, 2, 3. Really? One for it. Let's switch to something that something like that. One, 1, 3, 8.
Show them.
1, 2, 1, 4. Oh. All right, let's see something here. Where another filtiller might be, but that two, 4, 2, 6. Two, 6, 2, 1.
No more games. Begone.
337. Three oh 32. Let's have a different shield, I guess.
Need my help? I'm here. Think you can bully me?
2426. 2621.
Gotta do. Regrettably, there's nothing more to say. What a dreadful ending.
It's inconsistent. I don't get why.
That stretch feels good.
Okay, let's go here. Okay, so Fisherland Calais. Maybe Fisher, Calais, and no, like this.
Are we going on a trip? Or to a competition?
I can't check my stats. Tell you. 2069. To 597. Hmm. Let's say again someone who has visa. Sure.
Keep an eye on you.
Pushed both of those ideas.
It's already 11 hours and 24 minutes. Well, alright, if that's how it is, then that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, have fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.